Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Deku Fakes Analysis Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya has an analysis quirk. That was what everyone thinks. He rambles about quirks all the time. He could figure out your quirk in seconds. The kid can also come up with your quirk's strengths and weaknesses. If you ask them, he can give you tips on your quirk or even a training plan. He knew almost everything about quirks. It was only natural to assume his quirk was related to other quirks, right? In reality, he is a normal, smart, quirkless boy. Only a few knew this. His mom, his dad, and the doctor that told him he was quirkless. Izuku was told he was quirkless at the age of even though he didn't have a quirk, he still wanted to be a hero. They were the ones who save everyone and protect everyone. They were the ones that everyone looked up to. When his mom and he got back from the quirk registry office, Izuku immediately asked his mom for her phone. He looked up quirkless heroes. There were none. Mom, I see can be a hero W without a Q quirk, alright? Izuku asked, turning his teary, unsure gaze at his mom. She looked panicked at first, but her expression turned into a determined one. Yes, Izuku, you can be a hero. Mom told him confidently. You just need a quirk. But I don't have a quirk, Izuku responded, confused. Izuku, quirks are just talents. You can't copy a talent, but you can come close to one. She placed a small hand in his hair. We just have to find your talent. After that, Izuku trained, he looked up quirks and began to see what quirk he could mimic. Strength ones were out of the question. Even with a lot of training, he couldn't lift a car. Mutations wouldn't work because they could possibly be ripped off in an accident and he wouldn't be able to use them. Obviously, he couldn't do any enchanting quirks. He couldn't do a healing quirk either. The unnatural quirks were obviously not a good choice. The only quirks he would be able to mimic was the intelligence or mind ones. He could say his intelligence improved, but that would require proof and he didn't know everything. Dream walking isn't a good idea either. Mind control didn't work. He eventually collapsed in exhaustion on his chair. Izuku continued to look for other quirks for a couple of months. People started getting their quirks and Kaken was still waiting for his. Izuku, you still don't have your quirk yet? Kaken shouted at him. No, I must be a late bloomer, Izuku muttered worriedly. You better get your quirk soon, he growled. Every day seemed to start like that. Izuku knew he was running out of time and his mom was trying to help him but it didn't help. Kids usually got their quirks at 5 or 6 but he was already 7. Kaken was getting impatient and he begun to push him around. He wasn't given a warning when he discovered his quirk. It just began like normal. He had to eat breakfast and go to school, like usual. School started off as it always has been. Kaken asking about his quirk, learning, lunch, and more learning. It was after when the incident began. Everyone was getting out of the school and Izuku and Katsuki were walking to the hero merchandise store together. They walked down the sidewalk to the store and entered. He immediately went for the All Might merchandise in the middle. Then Izuku heard a deafening boom. The door flew open. Everyone, hands up. Sit down with your hands behind your back. Don't move or there will be consequence. It was a man covered head to toe in black clothes. The villain stood in front of the building, sharp, metallic spikes covering his whole body. They seemed really sharp and Izuku did not want to get close to that. When no one obeyed, he began to shoot spikes at them. They all scrambled to sit down. The villain rushed towards the cashier. He shoved the employee out and began to take out the money in it. Izuku had hid himself behind one of the tables. He kept looking at the door for a hero. All Might was going to save them, right? When the spiky villain started to kick down all the shelves of merchandise, Izuku decided he needed to help. The 7-year-old observed the man. What could he do? There wasn't much, but maybe someone else had a better quirk for this situation. The first thing he needed to stop was the spikes. That was the only weapon he had against them. His quirk had something to do with spikes. No, the spikes had just burst into pieces after it hit the ground. Real spikes would have stayed in place. It wasn't a mutation either. The spikes seemed to be on the black cloth. There weren't any holes in the fabric for the possible mutation. So it was probably a mental quirk. He could be bending light to make illusions, but the store was dark. The villain was sending fake imagines into everyone in his range. It was making them think he had dangerous spikes on his body. Izuku softly tapped on Kaken's shoulder. Kaken, Izuku whispered. What? Kaken's loud trailed off into a harsh whisper. What do you want? I have a P-plan, Izuku responded nervously. They aren't our real spikes. He's just making us think that. He doesn't have any other W weapons on him, so you can try to stop him while I ask one of the adults to call the police or a hero. Kaken gives him a firm nod and starts to grin. Die villain. Kaken shouts as he launches at the man at the cashier. He's going to be a great hero. Izuku mutters as he watched Kaken pin down the villain. If he could defeat a villain at 7 with no training, then how about with training? Then he remembers what he was supposed to do. He turns to a woman sitting down with her arms behind her back. 2 children are behind her trembling and she's whispering words to calm them. Excuse me, Izuku says to the woman. Do you have a P-phone? Can you call the police? She stares at him for a moment and then nods. Quickly, she calls the police and they arrive in seconds. The robber was caught by Kaken and he was getting praised. His mom arrives in tears and started fussing over him. Izuku, Mommy's here. You were so brave. You're not hurt, right? Come on, let's go home. Mom grabs his hand like she's afraid he would leave her and starts bringing him into the car. Izuku. Kaken calls out to him. Izuku turns back. How did you know the villain had a mind quirk? Kaken asks suspiciously. He begins to answer, but suddenly an idea comes into mind. Appealing, bright idea. I have an analysis quirk. Things suddenly became normal after that. He wasn't the possibly quirkless kid from 2nd grade. He was one of the many normal kids with quirks. Izuku wasn't ignored, but he wouldn't say he had a lot of friends. After school, he began to do physical training. Kaken would join him sometimes, but he'd usually end up training by himself. Izuku had also asked his mom to sign him up for judo lessons. He started going every Saturday. His lack of quirk wouldn't matter and he was going to prove it someday. The analysis quirk he had come up with had to actually work, so Izuku began to learn how to analyze. It wasn't as strong as he thought it was. The kid was a natural. Since he was observant, he could point out bad habits people have and correct them. The frequent villain fights helped too. He lives in a popular area, so there were probably a villain fight every week. That didn't include the All Might videos and movies he watched. They were absolutely amazing. Izuku also started to write down his analyses in his notebook. It was labeled Hero Analysis for the future. Every quirk he saw was documented there. He'd draw the quirk holder, write down the quirk and how he thought it worked, then little comments and solutions to improve their quirk. Izuku didn't actually use his analysis until 4th grade. He had only gave Kaken some suggestions about his quirk when they were walking home. Apparently, Kaken had actually paid attention to his muttering, which he called information overload because there was too much information in his mind. He forgot his mind-to-mouth filter and heard about his suggestion to use his quirk like a rocket and launch himself into the air. The next day, Kaken was soaring through the sky in front of the school and he yelled, "Thanks, Zuku." Izuku crumbled as multiple eyes stared at him. I didn't do anything, Izuku muttered. The bell rang and everyone started rushing to class, but that wasn't the end of it. Hey Zuku! Kaken exclaimed as he sat next to Izuku. Yes, Kaken? Izuku asked. He unpacked his mom's bento and placed it on his desk. Give me more tips? He demanded. Tips? Izuku asked nervously, feeling the heavy looks their other classmates were giving them. You analyzed my quirk, so give me some tips on it. Kaken demanded. You can collect your sweat into a container and then activate it to make a larger explosion. You can use your quirk by spraying your sweat like a water gun and activating it. Your sweat can be put on the ground and used as a trap, like a minefield. The Nayukanal so make our sweat and tagarinades san the Nayukanusuken soin around to create tunnel effect explosion be constantly making explosion san. Breath? Kaken ordered. Izuku obeyed. I still have more, but I think the bell just rang. Izuku commented. They walked home that day with new ideas in their minds. Ever since that day, other students started asking him for suggestions to improve their quirks. From second graders to middle schoolers. All the student needed was a demonstration of their quirk and a quick explanation of how it worked. Izuku got more popular and more time to work on his analysis quirk. He didn't only think about the quirk of a person, but he thought about the personality of the person. If they didn't have the courage to do it, they might not be able to. He also learned how to assess the weaknesses and strengths of a quirk. Izuku was now dubbed the advisor. The people who asked for his advice would improve their quirk in a day. He'd bring them to the park, give them advice and leave it to their self to figure out how to do it. Since quirk use was illegal, he didn't actually train them, but he did give them suggestions. Of course, with the popularity, rumors grew too. Apparently, he was an adult in a child's body that was forced to help children because of something bad he did. It varies, but that was the most popular one. Only Kaken was his real friend. Elementary school continued with random strangers asking him for help with their quirks. He didn't accept all of them, but he was still busy. Izuku wanted to help everyone, but Mom and Kaken reminded him not all strangers were to be trusted. One quirk was a warping quirk. He seemed gentlemanly and kind. His name was Kurogiri. Izuku had suggested spreading his fog out more to create larger portals. Multiple portals might be a possibility too. Portals on the ground may be good as traps. He would have loved more time on that quirk, but unfortunately, Kurogiri was there for a short period of time. Another quirk was a brainwashing one. His name was Hitoshi Shinso. He had a low self-esteem and was hesitant to use his quirk. It was apparently a villainous quirk. Well, Izuku told him to ignore the bullies and focus on his goal. His quirk could be used to calm people down. He could possibly train it to control multiple people. His quirk could also be used to stop a villain. If he stopped the villain, he could apprehend him and be the hero. Hitoshi just laughed and walked away. Izuku's elementary school was fun and exciting. He had almost forgotten about being quirkless and that having an analysis quirk was just an act. It was like he was a normal preteen. Nothing changed over time until middle school began. "Your dad just died," was the first thing his mom said to him when Izuku came home. "What?" Izuku asked in shock. "Your dad what?" Izuku exclaimed. "I know. It's strong to process," but Mom started, tears in the corners of her eyes. She was barely holding it in. "No, not that. Dad was the one who sent you money and you're a stay-home mom. How are we supposed to get money and live? How are we going to pay for the groceries and the house? How are we going to pay for all of this?" Izuku panicked. He knew he should have been sad about his dad, but Izuku never actually met him. He only knew that he was the one sending him money, which was vital. His analysis skills got the better of him and thought about all the trouble they were in. It just didn't process that a family member had died. "Izuku breath," Mom said calmly. "But calm down. I can just get a job." Mom explained. "I hope you are doing well too," Izuku said, hugging his mom tightly. His mind calmed down and actually processed the loss. His dad just died. How did his mom feel about this? She had loved him enough to marry him. "Alright, thanks honey," Mom reassured him. Izuku hesitantly walked to his room and slumped in front of his computer. Despite what his mother had said, he was going to do something. He just didn't know what. There wasn't much he could do for money. No one was going to hire a middle schooler. Kids would only get small jobs if they could. But if he did work on online, it may work. Then again, he might be able to track his computer and get to his mom. Izuku knew that it probably wasn't a good idea, but he didn't really have a choice. Izuku created a small website for quirk analysis. It was called Deku's Advice. Izuku could also be read as Deku, so he just put those together. He also stopped giving people suggestions. He would instead ask all the customers to come to the Deku's Advice website. The customer would send him a message and a description of their quirk. Every tip was 300 yen. Since he didn't own a credit card, he asked him to send it through the mail. It wasn't his real address, but a building close to his house. That couldn't work for long, but maybe later he would actually get his own debit card. The website had easily gained popularity. There wasn't a lot of people that made this websites. They would usually go to the quirk counselor. But since technology began to rise, People started to look at his website. He was finally started helping his mom now. Sometimes he even earned more money than his mom. She had gotten about 3,500 yen per hour while he got 5,000 yen per hour. It was easy for him to come up with suggestions, and most customers paid for multiple tips, so that helped too. His website grew larger and larger and his time kept being used up. It was harder because mom wouldn't accept his money. She thought his friend was giving him money, but he was working for her. So, Izuku ended up slipping her the money. He'd leave it in random places for her to find. At least she accepted that. He couldn't leave big amounts of money, so he ended up with a lot of extra money. This allowed him to improve his website and make it better. School was getting harder since he was getting more busier and didn't have time to study. He had even stopped his judo lessons since they cost too much money and time. Izuku was now in the third year of middle school. They were talking about high schools now and exams. The teacher was reading out the schools that they all selected. Midoriya, Izuku, you want to go to UA? The teacher asked. Why yes. Maybe for heroics or business, Izuku replied sheepishly. Zuku. Don't let those losers beat you. Kaken bellowed. Of course not, Izuku responded unbothered. He knew that was Kaken's way to accept him going to UA. They still had a couple from months to train for the entrance exam. Kaken and Izuku had both started to train harder. Izuku learned to target weak points, build up stamina and do other moves. Kaken worked on his moves. He'd only train for an hour and then go home since he had his job to do. He didn't expect to be attacked going home. This would be the perfect body, was the only thing he heard before being surrounded by a slimy green liquid. What was this? He started to struggle. Only 30 more seconds, just stop trying, kid. The slime said, chuckling. What stopped slime? This was like a mucus? Salt stopped mucus? He didn't have any. What else? What else? What else? Izuku was panicking by the second. His vision started blurring. The next thing he knew, Izuku was on the ground coughing up pieces of slime. My boy, are you all right? Asked a strangely familiar voice. Why yeah, he replied. He looked up at the buff figure of All Might. All Might? Izuku exclaimed. He fumbled through his scattered belongings and found his notebook, Hero Analysis for the Future hashtag. Can you assign my B-book? Of course I can. All Might exclaims. He quickly signs it, and hands he back to Izuku with a large smile. Thanks, All Might. Izuku says, I have a question. I'm sorry my boy but I have to leave. All Might explains as he turned to jump. Wait. Izuku abandons all logic and reasoning and grabbed onto the man's leg. Let go. All Might yells as he attempts to shake the boy off his leg. I die if I left go. Izuku counters. The hero sighs and lands on the ground. Izuku's wobbly legs touch the ground. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appears and instead of the bulky figure of All Might, it was a thin figure of an unknown man. But he seemed familiar. All Might. What kid? The hero asks harshly. Do you think I can be a hero without a quirk? Izuku asks, hopeful. You can't expect me to say you can? You could get hurt, and without a quirk you can't defend yourself, All Might says, making all these excuses. You can join the police force? Izuku is just in shock. His idol doesn't believe in him. It didn't affect him like he thought it would. Of course people weren't like their television self. He walks back down the road to his house, not really paying attention to anything. Then, shouts disrupt his small bubble. He follows the shouts. It's got a kid. Where are the heroes? There are heroes and civilians surrounding a villain and a hostage. He weaves through the crowds and sees two familiar pleading red eyes held hostage by the slime villain that he attacked him minutes before. It was Kaken. Izuku quickly analyzed the situation. It only took 30 seconds for the slime villain to take over the hostage's body. Everything around the villain was slime, and you couldn't really harm it, but it did have eyes. They weren't made of slime. He rushed forward and flings his backpack at the villain's vulnerable eyes. Kaken, rocket? Izuku shouts. I nosy. Kaken shouts as the force of the explosions flings him into the air. The heroes swarm in and swiftly apprehends the slime villain. They start lecturing him about running into dangerous situations, but praised him for his fast thinking and amazing use of quirk. Kaken is praised about staying calm, but he's just more angry at that. He didn't mind the lecturing, since it was his decision to run into a dangerous situation. Izuku was just tired. The middle schooler walked home to do his job and to train more. In the next few months, he also started training with a staff. Heroes had weapons and it wasn't against the rules about not using a weapon. Izuku researched the entrance exam and studied for the written exam. Some of his classmates thought he would get into business because of his analysis quirk, but Izuku was determined to be a hero. The entrance exam was his chance. He stood in front of the massive gates of Izuku confidently strolled into the school. That was only on the outside. In his mind he was just panicked and filled with anxiety, but he didn't want to embarrass himself. There were probably cameras and other security measures and he didn't want his first impression to be falling face into the ground. Everything was just overwhelming. The written portion of the test was easier than he thought. He might have overstudied just a bit. There were some questions where analysis typed which made it easier. It was the practical test that he was worried about. Despite training, he wasn't as strong. People with stronger and more durable bodies would obviously be better than him. But Izuku could outsmart them and get in. That was what he hoped. But he wasn't going to push anyone down to get in. He gathered up his courage and followed the rest of the examiners. When they strolled into the auditorium to talk about the practical exam, his mind just went overload. It was Present Mike in real life. One of the heroes that he had seen on TV was going to talk to them about the practical exam. Welcome, young listeners, to the physical exam. In this exam, you will be using your abilities and strength to destroy robots. There are different types of robots since villains aren't always the same. The screen that was behind him flickered on. It showed an image of 3 robots. The one-pointer is the weakest, with thin armor and gives you 1 villain point. The next one is a 2-pointer. They are made for speed and have thin armor. The 3-pointer has the strong and thick armor. The 3-point robot is the hardest. Its head may be extra protected. The robot had armor on all parts of its body. Heavy armor areas are on the back, the front, the head, the legs and the arms. The sides are probably the most vulnerable. I could probably use my staff and lodge the wiring out, but I have to do that before anyone else gets the robot. There could be some secret points during the test. I have to. Izuku mutters softly. You? Exclaimed a robot boy. Yes. Izuku questioned, nervously. Stop mumbling. You're distracting everyone. Also, the handout shows 4 types of robots. It's shameful that a prestigious school like UA makes a mistake like this. The robot boy exclaims. Young listener, that is not a mistake. That is the 0-pointer. You do not get any points from destroying this. Present Mike informed them. Everyone was then sorted into groups. He was unfortunately in the robot boys group, Group B. They walked to the city B for the assessment. They had 5 cities in all because they were that rich. Present Mike stopped in front of the city and turned towards them. Well, what are you waiting for? Go. Present Mike exclaimed. All the examiners rushed through the entrance. Izuku clung onto the robot boy's arm and when they were in the center, waved him off and got ready to fight. He took his retractable staff out of his pocket. With his staff, he lunged at the 1-pointer robot and swipes its legs from under itself. A strong move dented the robot. He continued to stab it until broke the wires in the 1-pointer. This wasn't going to work. It was taking too long. Hadn't have else other time to think. Running off, the kid stabbed the robots on the side and on its legs. But he was right, it wasn't enough. Izuku knew beating things up wasn't the only thing a hero did. There must be another way. He wouldn't get into the hero course by slowly destroying robots. So far, he had only gotten 20 points, but that wasn't going to be enough. Rescue. The first thing a hero does is save the people. There were some people stuck under the rumble and robots. Which was weird, since it was a hero school and people could get seriously harmed doing that, but this was what rescue points for. He pushed a staff under the fallen robot that had trapped a couple of examiners. It was nothing compared to the others. Izuku had to work harder. That robot is huge. It's the 0-pointer. It's useless. Run. Izuku started to run, but he saw a small figure under the 0-pointer. He turned back and ran at the massive robot. Looking closer, he starts to see that it was a girl. A girl. Her body was pinned down by the rubble the robot caused, and it was coming closer to the struggling figure. Izuku ran faster. He needed to stop it, but how? Its armor is almost impenetrable and it was huge. The bigger, the slower it walks, but he couldn't trip it. It would just fall on the girl and him or create a bigger mess. He was thinking about this wrong. Izuku only needed to save the girl. Hey, I'm going to help you get out. Izuku shouted. What's your quirk? Zero gravity. I can manipulate gravity. She answered weakly. Can you lift the rock? Just a little so I can pull you out. Izuku asked. She nodded and proceeded to lift the rock a tiny bit. It was enough to let Izuku pull her out. They turned to run. The 0-pointer was looming above of them. The test is over. I only got 20 points, he sighed. That probably wasn't enough to get in. The hopeful students all walked out of the school. Izuku followed the stream of students in a slump. Aizawa was looking at the files of the new students. One quirk was explosions while another were pop-off. Honestly, they seemed like a lot of work. He could feel himself getting headaches already. Well, he didn't have to do all the work. With a quick message, Aizawa had sent Deku his 20 students' quirks. He needed to know the dangers of their quirk and how to improve them. It would probably be answered later in the week. All he wanted to do is sleep. Izuku was stressed out. All he did was eat, work and sleep. He wasn't sure if he got in or not, and he didn't apply to any other schools. If he didn't get into UA, he was dead. Working on the quirks given to him gave him some relief. Ironically, some user named Dead Tired gave him quirks like explosions, analyzing and gravity manipulation. He didn't think much of it. There was bound to be some people with the same quirks. The day the letter arrived, he was sleeping on at the breakfast table. Work kept him up all night. Honestly, how many quirks were being sent to him? Normally it was 30 days, but yesterday, hundreds of quirks was given to him. All for different reasons. That earned him a lot of money, but he was teenager, shouldn't be worried about working. A small hand shook him awake. Izuku sleepily questioned. Izuku, your letter from UA is here. Mom responded softly. He jerked awake, grabbed the letter and opened it. A weird metallic machine fell out. They wouldn't give anyone a machine to tell the kid they didn't get in right. He turned it on to see the hologram image of All Might. Hello Midoriya Izuku. You have aced the written exam, but only gotten 20 villain points. Sadly, that does not qualify you for the hero course. Izuku's heart fell at it part. So he wasn't getting in you. But that's not all. They showed clips of him saving students, but the one that stood out was the last clip. The girl he saved was offering him points. Being a hero doesn't only mean beating the villain. It means protecting and saving other people. By saving multiple examiners and running towards the 0-pointer to save that girl when everyone else ran away, you gained 70 recuse points. You are first in the exam. Congratulations Midoriya Izuku, this is your hero academia. Izuku was speechless. He had gotten in UA. There were no other words. Mom, Izuku, I'm so happy for you. Mom exclaimed, hugging him. He stood in front of the Class A door. Just as he was about to walk in, a voice stopped him. Hey, green-haired guy, exclaimed the familiar gravity girl. Hello, are you all right? Izuku asked, worried. Your leg was trapped and I'm fine. I'm Uraraka Ochako and you. Midoriya Izuku It took 7 seconds for you to calm down. If you came here to make friends, I suggest you chose another department. This is the heroics course. Those was the first words the figure in the yellow sleeping bag had said to his class. Then they realized it was a teacher. Izuku and Uraraka walked into the large door. The other students all quickly sat at their seats and the teacher went up front. He pulled out some PE uniforms from his sleeping bag and placed it on his desk. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda. Put these on and go to the PE grounds, said the teacher as he left. The man was waiting for them out of the sleeping bag. Izuku immediately knew that this was the underground hero Eraserhead. The scarf and Google gave him away. Since he didn't have enough time to see who was in his class, Izuku looked around here. He could see Kaken, the robot guy that pointed him out, and a few other familiar faces from the entrance exam. This is the quirk apprehension test. You will have to complete multiple tests with your quirks. Last one gets expelled. This is the pitch. Midoriya, go first. Aizawa said. My quirk eye isn't really an offensive one. Izuku explained. Izuku Midoriya, tied in first with Bakugo Katsuki, analysis quirk, right? Go, if you refuse, you will immediately be expelled. His teacher said. How would be use his quirk here? Think of another way. Normal rules didn't apply here. His legs were stronger than his arms. He threw the ball in the air and kicked it as strong as he could. 48 meters. Aizawa said. You are not supposed to kick the ball. This is, exclaimed the robot boy. This isn't our regular pitch. I used my Q quirk. With my analysis quirk, I saw that my legs are stronger than my arms. Izuku looked to Aizawa to see if he was right. Fortunately, he nodded, which meant it counts. That is true. I am sorry. The boy gave him a 90-degree bow. It's all right, Izuku nervously responded. The quirk assessment began. There was the strength grip test, the toe touch, the high jump, the 40-meter dash, and multiple others. He was always near the bottom 10. He didn't have a very good quirk for physical activity, but he did train. There was a familiar purple-haired hypothesis named Shinso. He was doing a lot worse than him, but he was trying. There was an invisible girl named Hagakure who also was lacking behind. Others with different quirks like Jiru, who had earphone quirk, and Ashido, who had an acid quirk. This test just wasn't fair. How does an invisible girl use her quirk to run? It was made more for stealth. Then earphones and acid quirks wouldn't help either. Earphones were for stealth and acid could destroy some things. They did not help with strength. This quirk assessment was very unfair and didn't measure a student's true potential. But there might be a point to this. His final rank was 17th place. A guy named Todoroki got in first. Kaken was second. A girl named Yayorozu got third. The last place was Shinso Hitoshi. Everyone was staring at him. Shinso, Iwaza began to say. Wait, Izuku interrupted. This quirk assessment test doesn't measure a person's full potential. Shinsu's quirk can stop people from panicking in multiple situations, stop villains in an instant, and save the citizens trapped. Also, Ashido's acid quirk can possibly melt the rubble that traps people in dangerous situations so she can pull them out easier, but she only got 15th place. Jiru can use her quirk to spy on villains to stop them faster and she was 18th. So I do not think that you should expel anyone in this class due to their ranking on a bias test. We are here to learn. Of course we're not all pros now, but we will be if you teach us. Everyone stared at him. Suddenly, it all caught up to him. His cheeks immediately flushed red in embarrassment. I was going to say, Shinso, you are not expelled. This was only a ruse to bring out your fullest potential. Aizawa explained. Izuku, stay here after school? Izuku shivered. That was probably bad. Class A began to walk back into the class to complete their other lessons. Midoriya. The way you talked to Aizawa was amazing. I couldn't do that. Uraraka exclaimed. Thanks, but I think I got in trouble for that, Izuku said with a laugh. Midoriya. I am Ida Tenya from Sumai Academy. I have misjudged you, you aren't the delinquent I thought you was. But it's not a good idea to talk back to the teacher. Ida kept talking and lecturing them. There were normal classes after that. He learned more about his new classmates and teachers. Most of them were heroes. He couldn't help muttering about them during their class. But Izuku was mostly worried about after school. He had no idea why he was called out, but it probably wouldn't be a good reason. Bye. Izuku waved. See you tomorrow, Midoriya? Uraraka exclaimed. Farewell, my classmates. Ida said. Izuku smiled and walked back into the school. Aizawa was there waiting for him. Midoriya, the principal is waiting for you, Aizawa said tiredly. The principal? Izuku stammered. Why would the principal want to see him? Yes, the principal, now go. Aizawa ordered. Erase her head. Izuku walked towards the principal's office glumly. He really didn't want to be expelled or in trouble on the first day. So he did know me, Aizawa mused as he left. Izuku walked in to see a bear mouse thing. Are you the principal? Well, you could say so. But I'm more interested in you, Deku. Did Izuku exclaims nervously, what are you talking about? You do know that Izuku can be read as Deku. That and the speech you gave today was nearly identical to the one Deku gave Aizawa, or dead tired. Nezu asks, amused. Aizawa's dead tired? Izuku exclaims, connecting the dots on his head. He did give him 20 quirks that were identical to his classmates. The fact that you know the username dead tired also confirms that you are Deku? Am I going to be expelled? Izuku moves backwards towards the door. No, I didn't call you here to expel you. I called you here to give you an offer. An offer? Yes, Midoriya Izuku, would you like to intern under me? I intern, under you, the super genius? We would have to SWCH one of your classes for this, but that is only if you accept. Izuku hesitated. It was an one-in-a-lifetime offer. Except, what class is going to be changed? English, you are fluent, right? How did why you know? Your website has multiple translations and one of them is English. It is also a world-known website and English is the universal language. I imagine it would be strong to communicate without knowing English. Nezu explained. That is true, Izuku responded glumly. He couldn't believe his long-held secret was revealed on the first. Nezu was a super genius. Alright, we agree that your English class is changed to an internship with me. Come to my office for the internship. See you tomorrow, Midoriya Izuku. Nezu exclaimed, waving him off. Izuku left the office. His life was somehow getting a lot more hectic. Foundational hero studies were before Nezu's internship and he was not looking towards it. He heard from other students that All Might was teaching that class. The last time he saw All Might was the Silmi attack. I am entering the classroom like a normal person. All Might yells as he enters Izuku's classroom. All Might. He's wearing his Silver Age costume. The room erupts into chatter. Everyone follow me to the training area for a live battle simulation. All Might exclaims. Izuku stood up with the rest of his class and followed the big hulking figure of All Might. They had to put on their costumes that they had gotten earlier. Izuku's costume was a black jumpsuit with a dark green cape that could glide. It included high-tech Google that meganized his view, a belt with tools in it, such as his staff that had a few upgrades, first aid kit, ECT, and his boots and gloves were flame-resistant. He designed it more for speed and not flashiness like his other classmates. Kaken's costume looked like a lot of explosions. Uraraka's was similar to a pink astronaut. He couldn't even see Hagakure's costume. She was completely invisible. Your costume is really cool, Zuku. Uraraka cheerfully exclaimed. Why you too? He responded. In this live battle simulation, there will be a team of heroes and a team of villains. The hero's objective is to either apprehend the fake nuke or capture the villains. The villain's objective is to capture the heroes or keep the fake nuke until the time runs out. You will have 5 minutes. Some groups have already been made while others will be picked out. First up is Midoriya and Bakugo on the heroes group with Ida and Uraraka on the villains group. All Might directs them to the building to start the live battle simulation. The building looked like a block of concrete. Uraraka and Ida were sent to the fake nuke while Kaken and Izuku planned their attack. I have a plan, and a backup plan, and another one, and Izuku starts. Just give me the first 2 and stop the FNG mumbling. Kaken growls. Okay, they will probably send Ida out to capture us since he has engine quirk. Uraraka will probably be the one to protect the nuke. You can distract and capture Ida while I sneak in to grab the nuke. But I can distract Lida by gathering all his attention towards me and you focus on Uraraka. Those are probably my main plans. If they're both together, I can use my staff to make a hole while you wait underneath the nuke and I'll distract them. When the hole falls, you fly up and grab the nuke. Or we can just charge in and Izuku was stopped by Kaken. First one, and what did I just say about your muttering? Kaken exclaims. Not to do it, Izuku glumly answers. They go into the building. Kaken stomps off and grumbles about a 4-eyed BSRD. Izuku runs off and looks for the nuke. There wasn't a lot to look for but he had to be cautious. Ida or Uraraka could capture him. He looked around for the rocket. It was the last floor he checked. As he thought, Uraraka was guarding it. She had used her quirk to lift the nuke to the ceiling. Izuku knew he couldn't get it be charging in since he wouldn't be able to reach it. So, he goes to the floor above. Maybe he could get to the rocket from the top. Izuku begins to stab the floor, making cracks and dents in it. Circle. His strength might not be enough, but he had to try. All his training couldn't be for nothing. Explosions kept ringing through the building. He hoped Uraraka thought this was one too. With one last stab at the center, the floor flew away and he was falling towards the flying nuke. Kaken was also in the room, flying towards it. Uraraka and Ida were also running towards them. They grabbed it at the same time. The speaker said, "Hero team wins." The hero team jumped off the nuke just as it started to fall. "It would be easier if I knew you both could fly," Uraraka pouted. She has pieces of the building on her costume, but other than that she was fine. I was falling. Izuku counters. "You did a marvelous job. I am bitter that you won, but you were the better of us." Ida says. His hair is a bit burnt and his glasses are blackened. "Hey, we're going BSTRDS. Kaken reminds them. The hero and villain team walks out off the building. They reach All Might and they begin to talk. "Great job, young Midoriya and young Bakugo. You also did well, young Uraraka and young Ida. Now students, who do you think is the MVP? All Might asks all of them. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu answers. That is correct, young Yaoyorozu. But why? All Might questions. Midoriya was the one who came up with the plans. When he saw an obstacle, he expertly passed it. Bakugo just bothered Ida, and then ran towards the nuke. But that was Midoriya's plan too. Uraraka had a good idea by lifting the nuke in the air, but that didn't work. Ida chased Bakugo into the nuke room, which increased his chance of recovering the nuke. Which is why Midoriya is the MVP in his battle simulation. The class was silent. Yes. That is also correct, All Might praised. Next group is Todoroki and Hagakure as the hero team with Ojiro and Jairu as the villain team. The matches continued with Todoroki and Hagakure winning. Heroes Shinso and Kirishima win against Aoyama and Ishido by brainwashing them. Villains Tsuyu and Kaminari won against Koda and Sato when Tsuyu captures Koda and Sato with Kaminari's help. Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu capture Shoji and Siro with a net cannon Yaoyorozu created. They're all tired by the time the class ends. Izuku nearly forgets Nezu's internship, until Present Mike reminds him and all his classmates stare at him. Izuku arrives at the principal's office, tired, nervous, and worried. He steps in to see a skeleton thin man that seems familiar. All Might. YouTube account, click here and no. The thin figure denied, I'm not All Might. I don't even look like him. You're wearing the same clothes and your hair looks the same. Izuku bluntly stated. The thin figure looks at Nezu. You can trust him. He would have found out later. Midoriya is the famous Deku. Nezu reveals, causing Izuku to groan. Another person knew his identity. You're Deku? All Might exclaimed. Yes. Just don't tell anyone. Izuku hesitantly said, Are you busy with Nezu? No, I'm leaving. All Might apologized. And I'm sorry, young Midoriya. The skeleton figure of the #1 hero left the office. Do you have a grudge against All Might? Nezu curiously asked. I might, he once told me I couldn't be a hero. Izuku says. He doesn't want to be mad at his favorite hero, but after all his strong work to become a hero, he was a little mad. You already proved that you have the abilities to be a hero. Nezu reassures him. Well, let's start the lesson. Nezu began with giving him quirks and seeing how his analyzing worked. There was a phasing quirk and a copying quirk. It depended on the side effects. With the phasing quirk, nothing can harm the person since it would all go through them. But if the quirk user has a limit, they should only use it to stop punches or go through obstacles. They should do more offensive training than defensive training because they has the perfect defense. The quirk user could be a great rescue hero too, since they can go through things. If they can phrase other people, that would help. The copying quirk would be extremely useful, but the user would have no experience with the quirk they are using. If it was a fire quirk they copied, their opponent would have the advantage because they learned how to use it. If the user could use multiple quirks, Then they could learn how to balance them and use them all together. The user should practice other quirks. Time limits were also important. If they could only use it for a certain time frame, it could harm them. Like if a copied acid quirk suddenly disappeared and the acid harmed the user. He mumbled all this to Nezu. First, I need to teach you how to organize your thoughts. There is no pattern and your mind is just chaos. Nezu advised. How? Start by talking about the dangers of the quirk. Then the advantages of the quirk. After, the tips of the quirk and how to start training. Other advice can be added at the end. Now, try a vine quirk. The user can use the vines on her head to do anything she wants them to. Well, an opponent can grab the vines and pull the user towards them to harm the user. I'm not sure if it will hurt for the vines to be cut, but that is also a possibility. The vines can also be tangled and twisted. Vines are usually blunt and they're not really good for attacking. But if the user can train the quirk, they can capture villains, attack and defend. They're long, strong and if trained, can be quick. The user can start by learning to capture with their vines because that's probably the most useful. Maybe with multiple vines they can create a large force to push the opponent away. By surrounding the user with vines, they may be able to create a barrier to protect their self from harm. They can also use their vines to get into strong to reach places. Their vines, if trained, can be used to lift obstacles out of the way of citizens that need help. To train, I recommend strength and resistance training to make their vines stronger and practicing moving their vines quicker. Izuku answered. Nezu looked at Izuku with amazement. You live up to your reputation? Nezu praises. Thank you. Izuku responds. Did you write any other analysis down in a notebook or something like it? Nezu questions. It would be useful to see Izuku's other observations. Wise, I'll bring it for the next lesson. Alright. How fast can you analysis the weakness or strength of a quirk? About 20 to 30 seconds maybe. We need to lower that number. Analyze my quirk, starting now. You can probably see my physical weaknesses and strengths and will aim for that. Any weapons you bring will be able to neutralize my strengths, since I don't have an offensive quirk. I would probably aim to stop your weapon because without it you're weaker. With my staff I'm break the machinery or capture you and your weapon. 23 seconds. Good for your first attempt, but not enough to beat me. Nezu pulls out some files, analyze and write these down. He gets multiple other quirks, like Pop-Off, the ability to take off ball from the user's head, and Big Fist, a large fist. Izuku was told to return after school again and by the end of that class, his mind was as tired as his body from the other class. He walked towards the cafeteria half dead. Izuku met up with Uraraka and Ida who had waved him over to their table. Hello. Izuku greeted as he slid into a chair. Hello. Ida responded. How was internship with Nezu? I can't believe you didn't tell us, Zuku. Uraraka whined. I just found out yesterday and I don't have your phone number. Izuku explained, while taking out his bento. Phew. Then I'll give it to you. It's XXXXXXXX. Uraraka cheerfully answered. We'll give you my number as well, for emergencies. Ida gave him his number. They exchanged phone numbers. Izuku was internally screaming because he had gained 2 new friends, right? So far, Hino had 4 numbers. His mom, Kaken, Uraraka and Ida. High school was starting off great, he decided. Does that mean we're... Izuku was interrupted. Hey, it was Shinso Hitoshi. Hello, Izuku responded cautiously. Greetings, fellow classmate. Ida waved. Hi. Want to sit with us? Uraraka asked. No, I just want to talk to Midoriya. Shinso says. Alright, not here, in the hallway. Yeah, bye guys. Izuku exclaims to the worried pair. He follows the purple-haired boy into the hallway. Right after they get out, Shinso turns towards him. Thank you, Shinso says. For what? He is very confused. Your advice let me pass the entrance exam. You told me my quirk wasn't a villain's quirk and helped me improve it. You're probably the reason why I'm here. I'd probably be in general studies if you didn't help me. Izuku was speechless because wow. He didn't think he did much. I just wanted to thank you, sorry for dragging you away from your friends. Shinso says. Shinso, you're my friend too. Do you want to join us? Izuku offers. He nods hesitantly. Izuku gives him a blinding smile and walks back into the cafeteria. They go back to the table and chat till the bell rings. The next classes are normal high subjects. The only strange part was Aizawa telling Todoroki, Tokoyami and Shinso to start staying after school to see a quirk counselor. Izuku didn't realize that he was going to be the counselor. When he walked back to Nezu's office, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Shinso were there waiting. Hey, what are you doing here? Izuku questions. We're here for the quirk counseling. Shinso informs him when the others fail to. The door opens and Nezu, the bear mouse, walks out. I see you met your quirk counselor, Nezu comments. This is Midoriya Izuku? What? Izuku shouts. He was not told this. The other students seem to be amused, especially Shinso. That is why I called you here after school. Why else? To teach me or something. And not for me to do counseling. How do you even counsel? Izuku exclaims. Quirk counseling is counseling to help a person grow stronger mentally to improve their quirk usage. Students, follow me to UA's first gym. Nezu began to walk down the hallway towards the UA gym. They followed Nezu, quickly increasing their pace as Nezu started running. Students and heroes gave them weird looks when they passed them, but since the principal wasn't stopping it, why should they? They only realized Nezu was tricking them at the third lap. While the others did. Izuku was waiting for them at the first gym. Suddenly the doors burst open and 3 students and a smug bear mouse appeared. Alright, now give me a small demonstration of your quirk. Nezu ordered cheerfully. But Izuku exclaimed. Nezu gave him one look and he instantly closed his mouth. Todoroki began with his ice quirk. He used it to move to different areas. Since there wasn't anything to fight, he couldn't demonstrate his fighting or capturing. Izuku analyzed him and started to write down the information rapidly. Shinso had to ask for help since his quirk only worked on other people. He used his quirks on multiple people and made them do multiple things such as handstands and cartwheels. But if they were harmed, the person would snap out of his control. Tokoyami's demonstration involved switching the lights off and on. When it was dark, his quirk was nearly uncontrollable. He seemed a lot more weaker when it was light, but he could still move and control his quirk. They were all short demonstrations, but it was enough for Izuku to write a whole page on. After that part, they walked to his office, which he had no idea he had. Tokoyami and Shinso waited outside while Todoroki sat with him in his office. So, Izuku started, nervously. You can give me the advice quickly so we can get this over with? Todoroki offered. You have a half-hot, half-cold quirk. If you use too much of the cold quirk, you could probably get hypothermia. You should use your fire quirk, no? But without it, you would be using half your strength and it'd be more dangerous. Your body can't handle the ice for long periods of time. You'd get hypothermia or frostbite. No. Why? Why is using this half of your quirk bad? You're hurting yourself. Oh. I can be a hero without that quirk. You can't be a hero if you're hurt or injured. It could just heal. I don't need to use his quirk. Oh. Your quirk is your own. It doesn't belong to anyone but yourself. It's a hot and cold quirk, not a cold quirk. No. With that, Todoroki left. The 2 other students looked into the office confused. Izuku had just sighed. His first time quirk counseling just failed. Well, Shinso, you can come in. Shinso, how are you doing with your quirk? Izuku asks, attempting to be professional. Good. I'm just going to give you some tips about your quirk. Izuku explained. Shinso nods. Some dangers of your quirk are focusing too much on the person you're hypnotizing. I noticed that when the people in your control get harmed, they come out of your control. So be careful of that. The good thing is that you can make the person or people you control do things that, without your quirk, they couldn't do. You can also quickly defuse a hostage situation or a panicking situation. You can also use your quirk by just telling your opponent to send themselves to the police. You have to hide your weakness, so try using short, quick commands. Your eyes kind of glow, just a little, which tells someone you're controlling another person, so you might need to use goggles. Since your quirk isn't an offensive one, you have to train in fighting and use tricks. Maybe tell the support department to build quirk suppressing HNDCFFS, or something to stall the villain. Izuku says, running out of breath. I will consider that. Most of your advice I already used anyway. Shinso leaves without another word. Izuku just sighs. So far all his clients walked out by themselves. Tokoyami, you can come in. Izuku calls out to his last client. The student stands at the door awkwardly. You can sit down. Tokoyami does. There is still a tense atmosphere hanging around. It probably because the first and last person he gave advice to walked out of the office without his consent. It was half of his fault since he poked at Todoroki's fire issue, but he wasn't sure what he did to Shinso. Your quirk is Dark Shadow. The most dangerous part of that quirk is the loss of control. Sunlight is also a weakness. Some people could make you use your quirk intentionally, which could cause you to cause a lot of harm. With your quirk, you could take down a lot of powerful villains by controlling Dark Shadow and capturing him with your shadows. Blocking paths could also be helpful. They can attack quickly and deadly. You can maybe make traps in dark places because your quirk is a shadow one. I'm not sure if it can create other items, but long distance might be a problem. Your Dark Shadow can protect you from close by fighting, but it might not sense a long distance attack. So you train in another weapon. Also you might be able to control your Dark Shadow a little with a strong, modified flashlight. The support department could help with that. Defense can be a shield of shadows if your Dark Shadow can deflect it. Izuku says slowly and firmly. Any questions? Tokoyami looks a bit shocked. Izuku couldn't really tell because of his bird head. Emotions weren't his best ability. Besides, he wasn't sure how the bird head affected Tokoyami. He could have bird emotions or human emotions, maybe a little of both. No, thank you. Tokoyami replies, can I leave? Wise. The last student leaves, which left Izuku alone in a small office. Well, Izuku says to himself, that was exhausting. Talking to yourself? Nezu asks amused. I can't have my intern becoming crazy, can I? If I'm crazy, then what are you? Izuku says, tired. Saying, Nezu replies. How did your counseling go? You probably watched from the cameras? Izuku answers. 1 out of 3. Not doing so good, are you? This was a recent development that you failed to inform me of. Izuku tiredly says. Can I go home now? Sure, but tomorrow during my internship, you will be continue counseling students. Nezu informs him. Izuku returned to his house ready to sleep and maybe eat some katsudon. Then he is reminded of homework. The next few days followed a similar pattern to the second day. Their Foundential Heroes class involved battle training in the gym. Nezu tired Izuku by making his counsel other students as his internship. There was some of his other classmates and then other random people. Some from general education, class 1B, and even from other years. Their quirks were interesting too, but most of them, for some reason, just get up and leave. He also got to personalize his office but not by a lot. The other classes seemed normal to the first two, but they were all taught by heroes. What also occurs during those days was All Might stalking Izuku. That's what Izuku says, but it's more like any time the hero sees him, which is every day, he attempts to apologize to Izuku. He just ignores it by turning away or talking to someone else. All Might would also come to him in his other form. The thin, skeleton one. He was called Yagi on that form. Izuku didn't give him a glance, even though he wants to help All Might, and the skeleton figure is making him pity him, just a bit. The dislike of All Might wasn't hidden at all. You couldn't miss the huge figure of All Might. The fact that Izuku pretends to not see him or talks to someone else when he arrives is very noticeable. Izuku also had a habit of murmuring random facts about heroes he sees, but he doesn't when All Might comes close, even though he has the most information on All Might. His friends asks him questions, but Izuku doesn't answer. Hey, why does All Might keep coming to you? Uraraka curiously asks. He's just checking on me. I am kind of reckless. Izuku chuckles, completely dodging the conversation. That's true. Remember when Zuku, the question was still at the back of their mind. Maybe Izuku would forgive him, but that day wasn't today. Today, we are picking a class president and vice president. I don't care how you chose, just pick them. Aizawa starts the class. Then he promptly leaves. I say, Ida says before he's cut off. Sweet. I wanna be president. Who's gonna pick? I say we vote. Yayarozu's voice is here from the chaos of the class. That is a great idea, Yayarozu. We should vote. Ida exclaims with a few robotic hand movements. The class begins to vote. They write up names and put tally marks next to the name they think is the best president. The ending result was Izuku with 4 votes and Yayarozu with 3 votes. Izuku was named the president and Yayarozu was the vice president. Izuku shouts, "This must be wrong." Aizawa heard the commotion and came back in. What's done is done. Aizawa declares and continues to teach the class. What happened during lunch was just a blur in his mind. There was a blaring loud alarm, which caused a stampede in the hallway. Izuku sees reporters and a strange gray-haired man. He remembered telling Uraraka to make him and Ida float up. Then shouting about some reporter. Immediately after, he tells Aizawa to give Ida the president job. He was the one who took care of the situation. Izuku could barely recall it. He also tells Aizawa about the strange gray-haired man. It wasn't a reporter but something else, but he knows for certain that the man was dangerous. A few more dull weeks passed when the real interesting part comes. Stay straight, flank. Ida exclaims with swift, fast, arm chops. Shut up, noisy bastard. Kaken grumbles as he climbs on the bus. Ida immediately gasps and starts lecturing him. Izuku simply chuckles at their behavior. Hi Izuku. Uraraka cheerfully exclaims as she sits next to him. Ichai. Isn't this cool? I can't wait to meet the Hero 13. Are they your favorite H-Hero? Yeah. I kind of based my costume out of theirs. She shyly answers. Who's your favorite hero? Mine's Crimson Riot. Kirishima interrupts. My favorite present Mike. Sir Night Eye is my favorite. I like Ingenium. I think Eraserhead is cool. Izuku answers shyly. In the corner of his eyes, he can see a tiny smile from Aizawa. Their small conversation continued on until they reached the USJ. During the ride, Ida continued to lecture Kaken about cursing. Aizawa fell asleep and there was a small fight. But finally, the class reached the USJ unharmed and well. Stepping off, he could see the large glass dome and all the buildings and simulations they were going to use. Briefly, he thought about all the money they needed for the repairs and buildings. The training cities, simulations, and repairs must have costed a fortune. But they were training people to save others. Greeting them was the Hero 13. They entered the large glass doors, into the dome. Unfortunately, All Might couldn't make it here today. So only me and Aizawa will be watching you. We'll start by splitting the group and each group will go to a simulation. 13 explains. Izuku was only half listening. His focus was on some strange but familiar portals appearing at the middle of the USJ. There were 3 of them. They were dark, black, and mysterious. Was that supposed to be there? He walked over to Aizawa, who had just woken up from his small nap. There's something strange in the middle of dome. Izuku whispers. Immediately, Aizawa's tired expressions becomes a serious one. He walks over and instantly spots the portals Izuku was talking about. Students, get out of here. Aizawa shouts. Without any doubt the students, confused and worried, run out. But the villain heard him and quickly warped to the entrance. Only half of the students got out. Izuku wasn't one of them. The students stood by the entrance surprised and scared. They didn't move. Go! Izuku exclaims, contact the heroes. Ida nods and runs as fast as he can. The others on that side, Tsu, Jairu, Hagakure, Koda, Sato, Shoji, Aoyama, Siro, and Ojiro, scramble to run. Well, that leaves us on a timer, the mist says. That shouldn't be possible. He must have some physical form. Warping, Midoriya slips out as he analyzes the intruder. Midoriya. Analysis Quirk. The mist replies. How do you know that? Izuku questions harshly. Did they research them before coming? That would put them at a massive disadvantage. You don't remember? Then I reintroduce myself. Kurojiri from the League of... Villains here to kill All Might. He introduces himself. Izuku strangely feels like he should know that name, but it wasn't important right now. Kill All Might? Uraraka whispers from next to him. You're here to kill All Might? Izuku repeats. But since he's not here, we'll make a statement by killing his students. With that, mist surrounds them and he's falling onto the strong, rocky ground. Aohi rubbed his head and looks around. He was with the mist villain, Kurogiri, and the gray-haired guy he saw at the gates. The leaders of the attack, he presumed. Izuku also noticed he wasn't with everyone else. They must have been separated, but why is he here, with the leaders of the villains? His breath quickens and he starts panicking. Calm down, he takes deep breaths and attempts to slowly move away, but it doesn't work. The gray-haired man grabs him by the neck with 4 fingers. His quirk had something to do with fingers. He stores that information for later. Is this the brat with the analysis quirk? He's the one who gave you advice. The gray-haired man exclaimed, unbelieving. The man looks at him with his large, insane eyes. So Kurogiri was one of his clients. He didn't really remember a warping quirk recently. Since he knew his name, it was probably an earlier one then. Remember, a warping quirk. Dangers, taking an unintended guest, not taking a full person and distance. Advantages, quick and efficient traveling, surprising the opponent, strong defense, traps, multiple warps and capturing. Kurogiri quirk can surprise the opponent by randomly appearing in front of them. Any attacks can be neutralized by a quick sap depending on the size of the portal. Multiple portals can be an effective ambush. They can also appear on the ground as a trap. Usually next would be how to train Eye on his list of organization, but he didn't want the villain to get better at using his quirk against him. He need to stop him. Izuku had to somehow counter the quirk. A warp quirk's weakness is the unfamiliarity of their situation. If he could surprise him when he warped somewhere, then he could possibly disable the quirk. Yes, his appearance is deceiving, but his potential is large. Kurogiri explains. We'll bring him to Sensei later. He doesn't need to be in one full piece to use his quirk. The man says with a harsh laugh. We aren't sure how his quirk works, Shigaraki. Kurogiri reminds him. The gray-haired man, Shigaraki, pouts. Izuku stays still and attempts to analyze the situation again. It seems like the rest of the students were separate. He couldn't see anyone else around him. Izuku was at the middle of the invasion. How do I get out? What's his quirk? Where are the rest of his friends? Are they okay? His worries kept piling up. Then he see Aizawa, no, Eraserhead, running towards him. Come on. His hero comes in kicking. A foot hits Shigaraki right in the center of his head, causing him to release Izuku. Immediately, he takes the opportunity and runs. Towards what? He didn't know. When Izuku arrived at the edge of an ocean, he immediately realized where he was. It was the flood zone, created to simulate marine disasters like sinking ships. He immediately sees villains with marine quirks in the ocean surrounding the ship. There were 2 figures on the ship. Kaminari. They seemed to be talking, no, fighting. There was no time to fight. If they waited too long, the ship would sink, and if they jumped, the villains would kill them. The ship was in the middle of the ocean and it would be impossible for them to swim fast enough to shore. How could he help? Izuku came up with a simply enough solution in a few seconds. Kaminari, electrify the water. Izuku shouted. The villains who heard him begins to scramble out of the water, but they weren't quick enough. With one touch, the water was crackling with electrified, groaning villains. Thanks, dude. Kaminari exclaimed. Your analysis quirk is awesome. Thanks, but we're not done yet. Izuku answered. Shinso. Take control of the villains and make them move the boat. He nodded and started to gain attention of the electrified villains. Shinso told each one of the villains to push the boat to the land area. It was slow, because the villains weren't really responding to Shinso and more focused on groaning in pain. The process became faster when the villains' pain dulled and they focused more on the insults the sharp-tongued student was making. Having multiple villains with strong quirks push the boat was like a motor. The boat quickly gained speed as more villains joined to push it. Suddenly, they stopped pushing the boat, causing Kaminari to be flung off the boat and land face first into the dirt. Shinso, however, was still on the boat because he actually held onto the railing. He swiftly jumped off the boat and onto the ground next to Kaminari. "Thanks, Midoriya," Shinso says. "Yeah," Kaminari says as he stands up. "You were so cool. Well, you did all of the work." Izuku replies shyly. "It doesn't matter who did the most work." Shinso interrupts. "What matters is surviving. We need to find the others." Izuku looks around the USJ. He sees Kurogiri and Shingarki fighting Eraserhead at the central plaza where Izuku was previous at. There are small explosion sounds coming from another area in the left, the ruin zone. A building freezes to the right of them at the landslide zone. Those were probably Kaken and Todoroki. They probably could handle things by themselves. The students only needed to stall enough time for the heroes to get here. Suddenly, a bam was heard from behind him. He turned around to see multiple pieces of stone fall from the skies in the mountain zone. That was probably Uraraka. "Uraraka is over there. We have to help her," Izuku exclaimed as he ran to help Uraraka. It was chaos. The mountain zone seemed like a nightmare a person would have. Imagine being on top of a mountain with dangerous villains surrounding you. That would not be fun. Uraraka was near the top and using her quirk to throw rocks down at them. She looked a bit green, probably from overusing her quirk. Around her were fallen villains, but there were still more coming. The villains that she had knocked out were beginning to gain their consciousness. Without thinking, he ran for the closest villain and kicked him right in the gut. That was probably not the best idea, but he needed to gain their attention. "You brat," growled the villains. Looking at their costume, he could see that their quirk involved flexibility. It took one swing to confirm the guess. The punch the villain threw at him looked floppy. It was like a RBB arm. The villain kicked at him, but instead of dodging, Izuku grabbed the leg and pulled. He fell and hit his head on the floor with a groan. Izuku wasted no time. He took out his compressible staff that he had placed in his pocket. Then he hit the man right on the center of his head, causing him to lose his conscience. Izuku looked up to see that Kaminari and Shinso had also began fighting the villains. They were surrounding Uraraka and keeping the villains away. "Come on," Izuku shouted. "We have to go. Zuku, there's villains coming from all sides. There's no way out," Uraraka warned. "That might not be true." Kaminari helped Uraraka up while Izuku got out his surprise. "Run," Izuku exclaimed as he threw one of his extra flash bombs. The student all ran as the flash bomb went off and blinded the villains. The students ran out of the mountain zone, right back to the central plaza. They arrived just in time to see Shigaraki release a large humanoid monster. It had a large beak with sharp teeth, large unintelligent eyes, and had a lot scars on its muscles. "Nomu, kill the students," Shigaraki shouted insanely. Todoroki, who had been there before him, attempted to freeze the Nomu. Ice crawled up the legs of the monster and began to freeze it rapidly. It wasn't enough. The beast breaks out of the icy prison and lunges at the closest person, which was Todoroki. Luckily, Eraserhead had pushed Todoroki out of the way with his scarf and began to fight the Nomu himself. Todoroki helped Bakugo and Kirishima. "I will handle this," Eraserhead ordered him as he took on the Nomu. It didn't last for long. The Nomu overpowered the hero easily. It grabbed the hero's head and began to squeeze. "Eraserhead," Izuku shouted worried. That instantly caught the villain's attention. Shigaraki began to grin as he saw the kid. "Nomu," Shigaraki exclaimed, "get that analyzing kid and kill everyone else." The beast dropped the hero and turned towards him and lunged. Izuku couldn't help but scream. He screamed as he attempted to run away. He ran different ways to try to confuse it, but it just ran through them. His classmates also attempted to help. He could see frost forming on the Nomu's arms, but they never stuck. The Nomu wouldn't pay attention to Shinso, and even if he did, Izuku didn't think his quirk would work on it. Izuku knew he couldn't run forever. If he hid, the Nomu would kill everyone else and then get him, so he stopped. He suddenly stopped running and let the Nomu catch up to him. A black muscular hand grabbed his arm and pulled. Izuku was in the Nomu's grip. "That really hurts," The Nomu was harshly dragging him by the arm to Shigaraki, while smacking away any opponent attempting to stop it. His struggling body was dragged through the strong ground and his friends were trying to help, but Izuku could do nothing. The Nomu was steadily walking closer to the villains. It seems that Shigaraki was then interrupted by the entrance of the number 1 hero. "Have no fear, because I am here." All Might burst through the entrance with multiple pro-heroes behind him. The hero immediately heads towards the Nomu holding Izuku hostage. He stopped right in front of the Nomu, hesitating. All Might punched the head of the Nomu. Izuku exclaims. It seemed to be the weakest part and it was the control center. If the Nomu couldn't follow orders, it wouldn't help the villains. So he did. All Might punched the Nomu's head, which caused it to release Izuku. The student spilled onto the ground. Without any hesitation, All Might continued to beat the Nomu. He continued punching, kicking and saving them. Izuku could feel his grudge slowly falling away. He may be insensitive, but All Might was a hero. "Zuku, are you alright?" Uraraka asked him. "Yeah. I only have a few bruises." Izuku responds, attempting to comfort her. "Are you sure? The Nomu seem to be dragging you and I'm fine. Who I'm really worried about is Eraserhead." Izuku glances at the unconscious form of his teacher. Yaoyorozu and a few other pro-heroes were there beating up the remaining villains. "Cheat," Shigaraki growled. "Kurogyri, get us out of here." Kurogyri quickly created a warp and the 2 leaders walked into it, escaping the pro-heroes. Right after, the Nomu falls from the sky with All Might on top of it. Before anyone could say a thing, a wall of stone separates the students from him. "All Might," Uraraka exclaims. "I'm fine." A voice yells from the other side of the wall. "Thank you," Izuku whispers. He shifts his attention to the fallen villain and his teacher. Eraserhead was lifted up and placed on a stretcher. Most of the villains are cuffed and shoved in one of the multiple cars. The students followed the pro-heroes to the entrance of the USJ. There were police cars and detectives already there. Some of the other students were there too. Midoriya, Uraraka. "I'm glad you're alright." Ida greets them. "I'm ashamed I ran away, unlike you guys who actually fought the villains. You got the heroes, didn't you?" Izuku comments. "Yes, but if you hadn't gotten the heroes, we'd all be dead. We can't last forever." Izuku reminds him. He swiftly leaves him with Uraraka and goes to check on his other classmates. "Midoriya Izuku?" questioned a detective on the side. "Yes." Izuku responded, turning towards the mysterious detective. "I need to ask you some questions." The detective replied. "You will have to ask a teacher or my mom for permission first." "I see." Detective strongs him a card. "This is my business card. You can give this to your teacher." Izuku nods and the detective promptly leaves. Detective Naomasa. The next few days, they didn't have school. The other kids also talked about the Nomu taking him, which caused him to get a checkup with Recovery Girl. While that happened, he talked to Nezu about the detective. He was a trustworthy one apparently. Nezu didn't tell him about his quirk, but he did call the detective and say that he could question any of the students with their consent. The day after, Detective Naomasa called him. They both decided to meet at UA. The teachers would be there and it would be safe. "I'm going out," Izuku exclaims. "But you should rest after this attack. Izuku also died." Mom exclaims, nearly sobbing again. "It's just answering questions and it's going to be at UA. I'll be alright." Izuku explains, attempting to comfort her. "Alright. Stay safe, Zuku." Mom waved him a tearful goodbye. Izuku sighed a little. Ever since the USJ, she was being overprotective. He appreciated it, but it was the hero's job to protect the people. The detective was waiting for him in his office. Detective Naomasa. Izuku greeted. "Midoriya Izuku?" Naomasa responds. "What are the questions you have for me?" Izuku questions, cautiously. He doesn't really know his quirk or the guy. The fact that Kurogyri was a villain and possible other multiple clients he has were villains. That scared him. How did the villains get into the USJ? The detective questions. One of their members, Kurogyri, has a warping quirk. They used his quirk to get into the USJ. Naomasa unconsciously nods. That may be a part of his quirk, or a habit. Why did the Nomu grab you? It wanted to kill me. Izuku lied. Naomasa shook his head a bit. Ding. It was something that helped him with interrogations. It was something only he could detect. It wasn't something he saw, felt, tasted, or said. It was something he heard, which is why he kept shaking his head. It could also be because of thoughts, but he was sure that the detective was using his quirk. A nod for the truth and a shake for a lie. It was a truth-telling quirk. You're lying. I know, I just wanted to see how your truth-telling quirk is used. You know, I just figured out. How? I used my quirk. What is your quirk? Detective Naomasa continued on. I have an analysis quirk. Izuku answered. Luckily, his comment wasn't a lie. Izuku did have a quirk. The definition of a quirk was a peculiar behavioral habit. Analysis was his quirk, just not the one he was thinking of. This was taking a dangerous step that may reveal his lack of quirk. Izuku just needed to get this over with. How did you use your quirk during the USJ? I analyzed a situation to get my friends out of danger. Did you know anyone in the USJ? My classmates, my teacher, and most of the pro heroes. Why did the Nomu grab you and not immediately kill you? He was ordered to. The Nomu was ordered to. What was his order? To kill everyone but me. Why did he order that? He thought my analysis quirk was useful. How did they know about your analysis quirk? They might have unknowingly gave a villain advice. Who was this villain and when did you give his villain advice? His name was Kurojiri and I gave him advice when I was 11 or 10. Why did you give out advice? I wanted to help people. What advice did you give him? He could make warp into traps and create multiple warps. He didn't stay for long so I couldn't analyze anymore. Alright, this will be the last question. Naomasa explains to him, how does your quirk work? I'm not sure, Izuku responded. That's a lie. My quirk allows me to see the strength and weakness of a quirk. Izuku tried. That is also a lie. I use my quirk to analyze other quirks? That isn't what I was asking about. I think we should stop here. Without asking, Izuku quickly leaves the room. He starts to walk out of the school rapidly. Izuku was, to put it bluntly, worried. He was very worried. The fact that he lied multiple times on one question, that was going to alarm the detective. It was only when he had walked halfway to his house when he realized. A third person had walked out of his office without permission. Izuku was really doing a bad job. School started soon after the questioning. The class walked around the room talking about their break and what they did. Izuku was briefly wondering who would substitute for Aizawa since he was injured. That was soon answered by the appearance of Eraserhead. Aizawa! The class exclaimed in unison. Should you be at the hospital? Uraraka questioned concerned. No. The bandage-wrapped figure bluntly stated. But, the school has decided to begin the UH Sports Festival. Aizawa started. Right after the USJ. Yes, stop interrupting me. Aizawa snapped at the student. In a few weeks, UH will be holding the sports festival to get the attention off the villain attack. He goes on to explain the history and how they should be training for it. All of the students also get a session with UH's core counselor. Aizawa only gets that far until Recovery Girl comes in and drags him off. They had free PRD the rest of the block. The part where Aizawa says quirk counselor makes him grim. He has to analyze about 16 quirks for his classes. The other classes might also go to him. Nezu was going to kill him. He had to start now. A class was 1 hour and 30 minutes, which meant at least 5 minutes per person that was only his class. They'd probably do other classes too. There was the business class, the support class, the general education class and the hero classes. That was only the first years. Izuku knew that he analyzed the dangers of all his classmates' quirks. He just needed the training, advantages, tips, and additional advice. Izuku started taking down notes at a quick, rapid pace. Zuku, what are you? Uraraka attempted to ask. Sorry, busy, was Izuku's only answer. They all left him alone the rest of that class. Nezu immediately sent him off to his office. Kaminari was already there sitting on one of the chairs. Hey dude, why are you here? Isn't it my turn? Kaminari commented confused. I am the Quirk counselor. Izuku explained. That was probably going to be said a lot today. I have a question. How long do you have? I think it was 5 minutes. Kaminari told him. Alright, that's enough time. Izuku takes out one of his notebooks. It was numbered, you shouldn't overcharge your quirk, because the drawback will be an advantage for your opponent. Opponents with metal quirks aren't really affected by your quirk, so you might need another strategy. You have an advantage over water quirks, and are okay with nature-type quirks. It would be useful to learn far-ranged combat and some close-ranged combat. You can use electricity with you close-range combat. Your quirk may be able to stun people if you can control the amount of shock you release. You can probably try controlling the power your electricity at the UA gym. Izuku advised, trying to control his rambling. Alright, is that all? It's only been 3 minutes. Kaminari asked, twirling around in his chair. I don't think I can remember all of that. Can you write it down? Oh yeah. Izuku started to writing all the information on a sheet of paper. First the name, quirk, dangers, to advantages and tips with training. He gave the sheet to Kaminari. Whoa, you're really good at this, Midoriya. I bet I'll get in the top 16 with this. Kaminari exclaims as he leaves the room. Another one walks out without permission, Midoriya muttered. It must be a curse or something. Tell the next person to come in. Midoriya calls out to him. Will do. Kaminari shouts back. Kirishima comes in minutes after Kaminari. Midoriya. Why are you here? Kirishima questioned, confused. I am the Quirk counselor, and would you mind telling the others about this? Midoriya asked. Sure. So what am I supposed to do? Just tell me about your quirk? Midoriya gets out a sheet of paper and begins to write. Well, it's a hardening quirk. It can only use it for up to maybe 10 minutes a time. I know that it can resist explosions and some weight. Kirishima muttered. You need to test out your limits in a safe environment. Izuku advised. Some dangers of your quirk are breaking off a body part. If there is too much strain on a hardened body part, it could crack off and you could lose it. I didn't think of that. It's not a bad thing, your quirk is super strong. You can make your arms become sharp and that is good for close combat. Your quirk can also be used to lift heavy items off of citizens in rescue situations. If it's sharp enough, you can use your quirk to release people that are stuck in rope or something like it. Hardening all your body would give you a very high defense, but that would also have a big drawback. You should practice running with your quirk to improve speed. A far-ranged weapon who also be useful. This quirk isn't really good for traps or anything similar, so you probably should ask the support department to create from gear. Izuku rambled, writing everything on the sheet of paper. That is a lot of words. Kirishima commented, you need to slow down. I'll take that into consideration. A lot of people say that already, but that never slowed Izuku down. Also, you can't remember all of it. I wrote it down for you. Thanks, bro. I think the time's up. Gotta go back. Kirishima rushed out of the door. Again, Izuku muttered as the 5th student ran out of his office. The next few went by quickly. Tokoyami came after Kirishima, followed by Siro and Kaken. Kodas and Jiros came after them. They quirks were interesting because they weren't very offensive quirks. Animal voice was interesting. Not much animals would be at a rescue or villain situation, so he would need to bring his own animals. With his quirk, sneaky animals could be controlled to subdue the villain. Jiro's quirk didn't look that useful in the beginning, but it actually had a lot of uses. Apparently, she could use her quirk to blast apart walls and other items. Ojiro, Shoji and Ashido tumbled in afterwards. Their quirks had many uses in rescue situations and villain situations. Shinso, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka came after them. Since he'd seen their quirks before, it was easier to come up with tips and advice. Sato's counseling involved a lot of sugar because he wanted to see how Sato's quirk affected his body. Did his body just grow in an instant or was there a signal of the change? Todoroki's counseling was just awkward. Ida, Hagakure and Ajui were all mutant-type quirks. Their training all involved working out more. Ida was fast, but he did need to work on strength. Hagakure was invisible, so she need more strength too. She could sneak up on people, but what after? Ajui had more agility, so strength would balance it out. Aoyama was the last and final one for the block. He stumbled into Nezu's office after all the advice had been given. "You look tired," Nezu commented. "You gave me 19 quirks to analyze." Izuku deadpanned. "You analyzed them all before. That was only one part of it. It only Aizawa the dangers. You're in a bad mood." "How many students walked out of your office?" 14. Izuku muttered, embarrassed. "That may increase tomorrow. The second-year classes are coming." Nezu warned him. "What? Are the third years coming too?" He responded sarcastically. "The day after tomorrow. Next week is the Heroics B class years 1 to 3 and General Education years 1. The week after is Support Department and Business Department years 1 to 3. I thought the UEH Sports Festival was going to be fun." Izuku whined. "For the students, not the teachers." He had enough of it. All this work for nothing. He still needed money, but instead of working and earning money, he was analyzing for a principal that paid him nothing. If he did all this as Deku, he would have tons of money. So why was Izuku doing this? That was a question he was asking himself. On the week before the UEH Sports Festival, Izuku came to Nezu's office just before he had to counselor the first-year support department. "I want a job." "The job?" Nezu repeated, amused. "Yes, I want a job." He'd normally be more polite, but right now he was sleep-deprived and exhausted. "Why? I realized I'm doing all this work that I could be doing as Deku. When I'm Deku, I can provide for my mom. This internship is taking time away from that. You're not teaching me anything and it's not beneficial to be your intern." Izuku explained. "That is true," Nezu answered. "Then, Izuku, you are hired as the quirk counselor. I will need your mother's consent, but if she does consent, the job is yours." Izuku was still suspicious. He didn't think that Nezu would have agreed this fast. "How much is the pay?" 100 yen a time. "No. 500 yen a time. I get paid 5,000 yen an hour. 1,000 yen for each appointment." "Deal," Izuku confirmed. "All right then. I will ask your mom to sign the papers for the job and you're hired." "Thank you. To be clear, your internship's over, but your part-time job has began." Nezu informs him as Izuku walked out of the office. "I know, but it wasn't like I was learning anything," Izuku exclaims as he scrambled to his counseling session. "Well, I might have lost my job already." It was the support department's turn. He was counseling the first years. Currently, Hatsume was in his office. She was ranting about her babies. He guessed that people needed a lot of determination to get into UA. There was something about rocket boots and various other inventions. The support department didn't need to show off their quirks, so his advice would be different. They had to show off their inventions instead. Usually, the preliminary round was always a type of race. The first 42 that passed would move on to the next round. Then the second event would feature something that was based on the first round. It always included teams too. He wasn't exactly sure what the event actually was. The third event was always the same. It was a fighting tournament. It favored the heroes in training because it wasn't like the other departments were going to fight and save people for a living. For the support department, they should focus on showing off their gadgets. Getting into the second round was cause a great amount of attention and hero agencies will be looking at them. If they got into the third round, they should attempt to stop their opponent by using inventions and use as much inventions they have. For the first event, you might want to invent or use machines that can make you faster, jump higher and get you through strong situations. A grappling hook or roller shoes with rockets would work. Your inventions for heroes can be introduced in the second event. They're usually team events, so you must want to invent something that would help your team overall. Personal inventions can be shown at the last event. You can stop your opponent by using your inventions. Try to keep them away while introducing your inventions to the crowd. Izuku had repeated this to almost every support student so far. That makes sense. Thanks, Doc. Hatsume exclaims. I'm not a doctor, but it's easier to say doc than quirk counselor. That doesn't mean I'm a doctor. You're kinda like a quirk doctor, so I'm gonna call you Doc, okay? No. Well, I gotta go to class, bye Doc. Hatsume left the room. Again. Today was the UA Sports Festival. The students were walking to the arena. They were all geared up and ready. Aizawa pulled him over when they arrived there. Midoriya, Aizawa called out. Sensei, you have to make a speech for the UH Sports Festival. Now, yes, it's going to be the beginning speech to begin the sports festival. You didn't tell me I had to make a speech up? You were the first during the exam. You should have told me at least a week before. Izuku exclaims, attracting attention of his classmates. You were busy, Aizawa answered. He left for the teacher's booth in the arena. How? Izuku muttered. Zuku, what happened? Uraraka questioned. I have to make up a speech in about 30 minutes for the whole world to hear. What? I can help. Uraraka offered. No, I make it myself. Izuku responded. He didn't want to burden her. That was the whole sports festival to worry about. Let's welcome the class you're here for. Class 1. That's our cue, Ida exclaimed. The class of 20 jogged out of the holding area and to the middle of the arena. Deafening cheerings followed them as the heroes in training waved to the crowd. This is so cool, Kirishima said as he posed. I know, Kaminari replied with the same excitement. The other students were also getting excited. Almost everyone watched the UH Sports Festival as a kid. They saw how these students became amazing heroes and now they were going to join them. Amazing Heroics Class 1B follows them. 20 more people jogged out. They started to wave at the cheering cloud. Izuku was sure that some of them were glaring at them. When he was doing his counseling with them, most of them seemed jealous. Especially Monoma, who had the copying quirk. It was useful, but he was too full of himself. We're gonna beat you, Class 1A, Monoma declared. Who are you, BSTRDS? Kaken growled. I'm Monoma Nito and I'm here to beat you pricks to the ground. 1A isn't everything. Huh? You think you can beat me? Kaken stomped over to Monoma. I can and will. Everyone was staring at the fight. Mike Present had even forgotten to announce the next class. Izuku could feel the tensions rising. No one was doing anything. Stop, Izuku said, walking in the middle of their argument. Zuku, Counselor Midoriya. You're making all of us look bad, Izuku commented. The pair looked around. It was true. Some of the people in the crowd had looked confused and a bit scared. The outstanding Class 1C is running in. The 20 and so students came running in, bright smiles on their faces. Our genius support class arrives. 20 more students walk in, showing off their various inventions. Our last class is the perceptive business class. The students walk in, skimming the edges of the large group of students. They all had books and were muttering. Similar to Izuku. Now for the speech from Midoriya. Izuku from Class 1A. Izuku nervously walked up the stairs to the main platform. Stares and whispers follow him. They probably all recognized him. That put more pressure on him. A lot more pressure. Isn't he a teacher? It's the Quirk counselor. He's a student. Hello people of Japan? Izuku started, a bit nervous. He was not prepared. Even if he was told a week in advance, he would be nervous. I hope everyone's doing well. There was silence. I just want to say, everyone should go above and beyond to do their best. Your quirk isn't everything. I only have an analysis quirk, which most people would say isn't a hero quirk, but I still got to the heroics class. No one should be criticized because their quirk is a bad one or a villainous one. Everyone can be a hero and do their best, no matter what quirk they have. Go plus ultra. Look at that inspiring speech from Midoriya. Izuku. Cheering came from all sides of the arena. Midoriya only stepped down from the platform in relief. At least he didn't mess up. His friends congratulated him as Midnight took the stage. Welcome Japan. I'm the heroine Midnight, bringing you the first event. She points to a set of golden gates. Our first event is an obstacle course. There are multiple obstacles you have to go through to reach the end. The first 42 students will get into the second round. Students line up at the start. They walk to the gates, wondering what was past them. It was big and blocked their view from the rest of the course. Are you ready? We begin now. Midnight exclaims with a pose. The gates slam open and students rush into the obstacle course to the first challenge. It was a massive rock. No way around it. It had small handles on it and was about 30 feet tall. Some students groaned, but others ran for the wall. He sees Todoroki soar up on pillars of ice. Kaken blasted his way up. Yaoyorozu creates a rope and climbs her way up. Uraraka floats on one of the handlers she broke off. Izuku freezes. What should I do? His mind comes up with a quick, simple solution. He grabs grappling hook from his belt and shot it. The hook had reached one of the top handles. It wasn't the top, but close. With a press of a button, he was flung up. The air rushed through his hair as he flew. Izuku grabbed a handle and climbed up. He reached the top and looked at the other side. Handles were on that side too. Students were supposed to climb down. Some students were already running to the next obstacle, a large chasm. It was about as wide as the rock. Most of the students were stuck on that part. They were standing still, trying to come up with a plan. Izuku had to focus on the obstacle, not analyzing. He jumped from the rock structure and pressed a small button on his shoulder. His cape straightened out and he glided past the chasm and past the third obstacle, a parkour challenge. Midoriya Izuku glides swiftly past his obstacles. He jumped onto the ground and pressed the button on his cape again. The glider retracted and he ran to the next obstacle. It was robots, a bunch of robots. They were 1-pointers and 2-pointers from the exam. This might not be as strong. Suddenly 5 giant 0 points appear from the ground. I jinxed it, didn't I? How do I get through this? I can't disable all of them. Ding. He grabbed his staff and used it as a lever to boost himself up and on top of a 1-pointer. Izuku steered the robot to the 0-pointers. There was no way around, but there was always up. The robot went faster and faster and he lunged at the giant robot. He stabbed it, breaking the metal plating and started climbing the huge exterior of the 0-pointer. The robot couldn't do anything. It ignored Izuku. He scaled at little difficulty. After training, that didn't seem as strong as he thought it would be. Surprisingly, the 0-pointer didn't have very tough armor. It was made to be big and imitating, not strong and durable. He used his glider to gild past the mines. There wasn't anyone there. He would win. A pink blur passed him at the last second. Hatsume is first. Midoriya Izuku is in second place. Our explosive student Katsuki Bakugo is in third. Todoroki follows him and gains fourth place. Izuku presses the button on his shoulder to retract the glider. Second place was good. He was a bit disappointed. Izuku was really close to first place. Kaken is steaming, on the verge of using his quirk. Todoroki just seems disappointed. Hatsume was waving to the crowd and smiling. Look at my amazing babies. She raised her inventions and showed them off one by one. Izuku smiles. Well, at least first place went to her and not Kaken. His ego would grow, and that didn't need to happen. A few minutes pass before all the students complete the course. All the people from the Hero Department 1A had passed to the second round. Some from the 1B Hero Department also passed. A few students from the Support and General Education Department got in. Maybe about 9 or 10 students. We will have a short 20-minute break to prepare the next event. I will be entertaining you with some of my hilarious jokes. The students rush back into the arena. Izuku meets up with Uraraka and Ida Wood are near the back. Congrats on your second place, Zuku. Uraraka cheers. Yes, you were outstanding, Midoriya. Ida exclaims. You guys too. It must be strong with a gravity quirk, yet you got in 15th place, Uraraka. You too, Ida. 7th is an accomplishment. Izuku responds humbly. You still got in second, which deserves praise, Uraraka reminds him. Yes, but Hatsume still beat me. Izuku answered. Did I hear someone call my name? Hatsume exclaims, jogging over to their group. Hatsume. We were just talking about you. Uraraka greets. Well, everyone should be talking about me and they babies. They did win me first. I was going to use my other inventions like the ray gun and the net machine, but they weren't very practical, so I left them for this event. But thanks, Doc. Hatsume rambles. Yeah. Your suggests did help me, Zuku. Thanks. Using my quirk to levate obstacles and ride them was a great idea. Uraraka thanks. Your advice with the running jumps helped. Thank you, Midoriya. Ida says following Hatsume's and Uraraka example. Hey Midoriya. I helped a lot, dude. Thanks. Kaminari chimes in. Other students start to chime in. Thanks Midoriya. Your advice helped me a lot. I can't believe I got into the top 42. Thanks Midoriya. Your analysis, Quirk, is great. By the time the first-year students finished praising him, Izuku was a stuttering, blushing mess. Apparently he still hadn't gotten used to being praised and thanked. Izuku was just about to apologize to his friends for ignoring them when the announcement came on. The 42 students that qualify for the second round, please come back to the center of the awesome UA arena. Midnight was waiting for them on the platform. The next round is a team battle. There will be 21 teams of 2. Everyone has a roll of colored capture tape, and anyone that wraps the piece of tape around a student gets the student's designated amount of points. Midnight points at the large screen that had their names on it. Your designated amount of points are on this board. Everyone will get their own sticker put on their costume for others to see. 10 million. The students gasp as they see the first place winner's points. Second places gets 1 million and third gets 950,000 points, fourth gets 900,000 and so on. Everyone was going to go for the 10 million. Izuku knew that, but he already came up with a plan. You have 10 minutes to capture as much points as you can. Students can take the capture tape off. Teams can only capture a student once. Any questions? Midnight was interrupted. I do. Izuku exclaims, can you capture multiple students at once? If the capture tape is around a student, then, yes. Midnight answers, anything else? All right. You have 5 minutes to pick your teammate and come up with a plan. Go. Izuku immediately heads to Hatsum. As expected, no one was asking her to be their partner. She did have the 10 million points. Hey Hatsum, do you want to be my teammate? Izuku offers. Ida had teamed up with Uraraka. Kaken had teamed up with Kirishima. Todoroki was with Yaoyorozu. Everyone was finding a teammate quickly. Sure, document. I came up with a plan. Izuku quickly whispers it to Hatsum. It takes up 2 minutes. They perfect and polish it. Great. Since you said I needed team-related inventions, I created more of my babies. Hatsum tells him as she hands him rocket boots. They looked like hers, bright pink. The color didn't really matter. Thanks, Izuku says smiling. He swiftly put on the boots and tested them out. They were balanced and easy to control. More plans start forming in his mind. Having multiple backups didn't hurt. The team battle will start now. Midnight suddenly yells, causing everyone to scramble in panic. Izuku and Hatsum immediately flew up to the skies. The rocket boots probably can last that long, but the students can easily see them and pick them out. Ice shards flew at them and some bits of explosions. One time Kaken actually blasted his way up to try to get them, but it didn't last for long since he couldn't use his quirk constantly for more than 3 minutes. Izuku and Hatsum just avoided the other students that were running and jumping around attempting to get them. All they had to do is to keep away from the capture tape, right? Team Hatsum Midoriya are flying around and avoiding the others. Will the other teams get them? They watched and dodged the attacks. Hatsum even started commenting on inventions or the babies she could make that would help them. A metal weapon in Kaminari's hands would be deadly. Siro might need a weapon too since he mostly uses his agility. Shinso might need a speaker so his opponent would hear him and acknowledge him. Uraraka was riding on Ida's shoulders and poking every piece of capture tape that was about to hit them. The tape would fly in the air and never come back down, causing the team to lose their ability to take any more points. That was a smart idea. Hagakure was sneaking around and tying capture tape around the ankles of unsuspecting students. Jiraiya was using her ears to wrap a piece of capture tape on a student's ankles or fingers. When the timer reached the 5-minute mark, the team flew lower and swooped in to tie their pink and green capture tape around the heads of some of the students. Small pieces of tape caught him, but they never went all around him. They wouldn't count. Zuku. Kaken growled, tearing through the crowd and running at him. He briefly wondered where Kaken's teammate was but started to flee instead. Izuku flew up, Kaken following. He swirled around, trying to lose Kaken when Todoroki came and created a wall of ice in front of him. Nets from Yaoyorozu attempt to capture him. Hatsum was having the same problem. She took out a mysterious gun-shaped machine and shot a blob of goo at the students attempting to knock her down. They seemed to make them stuck onto the ground, let others capture them easily. The timer hits the 30-second mark. The last part of the plan begins. Izuku hands Hatsum the end of one capture tape. They run in opposite directions around the arena. 20 seconds. He runs faster around the arena. Students are being caught by their tape and attempted to get the green tape off. 10 seconds. He sees Hatsum at the corner of his eyes. Faster. 5 seconds. He's a meter away. 4 seconds. He pulls the tape. 3 seconds. He takes Hatsum's capture tape. 2 seconds. Izuku holds both of them in his hand. 1 second. He taped them together. Stop. All the students freeze, disappointed or excited. Izuku and Hatsum were in the later category. After all, if you captured every student, wouldn't you be? You have run out of time. The results are on the board. Midnight shouts. Right there in first place is Hatsum Midoriya with almost 20 million points. Since the Hatsum and Midoriya pair have gotten everyone, the students in someone else's capture tape will count, even though the Hatsum and Midoriya got all the students. Midnight informs them. That was an amazing strategy by Hatsum and Midoriya. They are first with 20 million plus points. Present Mike shouts excitedly. Everyone stares at the victorious pair. They just stared back with a smug grin. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu claim second place with 6 million points. Yaoyorozu politely smiles at the crowd while Todoroki looks indifferent. Katsuki and Kirishima are in third place with 4 million points. Kaken growled, "I'll get you Zuku." "That's awesome, bro. We're in the third round." Kirishima exclaims. Uraraka and Ida steals fourth place. They have 3 million points, Uraraka shouts in trump. Ida looks happy, but Izuku wasn't sure. Monoma and Shiozaki are in fifth place with a total of 5 million points. Monoma glares at Kaken. Shiozaki's expression didn't seem to change. Shinsu and Hagakure grabs sixth place. They have gotten 2 million points. You didn't really see Hagakure, and Shinso was the quiet, tired type. Ashido and Kaminari have seventh place with 1 million points. They cheered very loudly. Last one in the third round is Tokoyami and Jairu with another 1 million points. Tokoyami didn't really use his quirk a lot to get points during the second round. He used his quirk for defense because he was better at it. He did use a bit of it to tie some capture tape around some ankles and wrists, but it was a small amount. The student did dodge a few opponents that attempted to capture him. Let's have an applause for our 16 students. We will have a small break until the last round. Now for some stories on some of my hero friends. For example, one time Eraserhead and Mike Present started to rant. The students quickly get out of the center of the arena. This time, Izuku doesn't stay with the other students. He started to wander around curiously looking at the room and doors in the hallway. Where did they lead to? Did they lead to the supplies you uses for the sport festivals? Were they just random rooms to rest in? Izuku didn't know that he'd bump into a hero, into another hero. Ow, Izuku whined, into a large, muscular fisti. It looked familiar. Not that he'd stare a success or anything. It was just something he had seen multiple. He looked up to see the strong figure of All Might. It was him. "My boy, are you all right?" the hero questioned. "I'm all right," Izuku responded distractedly. Looking around, he sees the other fiery hissy. It was Endeavor. There was an eager glint in his eyes as he stared at the number one hero. "All Might," Endeavor greeted harshly, completely ignoring Izuku. "Endeavor. It's nice to see you again." All Might awkwardly responds. He shoves Izuku behind him. He wants to glare at the hero, but now wasn't the time. Izuku settled for listening to the conversation. "You're being seen less and less. It is true that you're retiring?" Endeavor asks. "I am needed somewhere else." All Might grabs Izuku's arm and calmly speed walks away. They pass multiple hallways and multiple people until they finally stop. All Might releases his arms. There were light bruises on his arms. He rubbed them and glared at the number one hero. His glare softened a bit after he realized that the hero was worried for him. Thanks, Izuku muttered. Are you all right, young Midoriya? He glances at the light bruises on his arm. Yes, these were from your grip. Sorry. Do you want to treat them? I can lead you to recovery, girl. No, I'm all right. Thank you again. Izuku promptly leaves the hero and goes off to find his friends. Apparently, wandering around was not a good idea. Especially when the number 1 and number 2 heroes are around. The 16 students in the 3rd round please enter the awesome UA arena. Izuku walks out, meeting Uraraka and Ida on the way. Where are Izuku? Uraraka questions. I was just wandering around, Izuku answered nervously. He did not want any more attention. Did you find anything interesting? Ida asks curiously. Not really. Izuku walked to the middle of the arena and glanced at the board. It was showing all of the students' names and their opponents. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were going to fight each other. Todoroki and Shiozaki were against each other. Kaken and Jair. That would be interesting to see. Monoma had Ida as an opponent. Ashido and Kirishima were versing each other. Hatsum was going against Kaminari. He was against Hagakure. That would be strong. How do you fight something you can't see? Well, there were multiple solutions to that, but he wasn't exactly sure if they'd work. The easiest and quickest solution he could think was pouring paint or something similar on her. Her strengths were in surprise and sneaking around. Izuku had some time to think this through. He was going in the 2nd round. Hatsum and Kaminari were first up. The rest of the students left the arena to enter the stands and see the fight from above. The goal was to knock your opponent out of the designated area or to immobilize them. The winner got to go to the next round. It was an opportunity to show off your quirk, even if you didn't have one. Go! Hatsum had 2 machines in her hands. They weren't familiar to him. They looked like guns. She shot one at Kaminari, causing him to dodge. But it wasn't a bullet. It was a bubble. A large bouncy bubble was surrounding him. Kaminari created electricity, trying to pop the bubble. He lunged at the edge of the bubble, trying to shock it apart. The bubble only stretched. That's my bubble capturing baby. Perfect for capture those pesky villains. Hatsum fires the other gun-shaped machine. This is my trap baby. Hatsum uses her finger to pop the bubble Kaminari was trapped in. He immediately tried to lunge at her, but failed when she fired her invention. It started out as a blob of goo. When it hit the legs of Kaminari, it blew up. It wasn't an explosion. The goo grew on the student and covered his whole body. Only his eyes were shown. Hey! Kaminari whined. Then I have a baby that can shift from a staff to a bike. And I have a rocket launcher that looks like a purse. This one is a handle with rockets. You can fly short distances with it. Here's a grenade sword. It's sharp and shoots out grenades. My baby gas shield is amazing. It can defend you and sprouts out sleeping gas. It's my blinding glasses. Your vision is blocked and it sends out a bright light that blinds the people around you. Then it's minute. She already stopped me. This round is over. The last comment was from an angered Kaminari. He had managed to break the substance on his mouth. Oh. Hatsum May wins this round and goes to the 2nd round. Midnight exclaims, Ashido and Kirishima. You guys are next. They take their places at the edges of the designated area. Go! Ashido flings acid at the charing figuring of Kirishima. Most people would think that Ashido had a more better quirk than Kirishima. That wasn't true. It was true that Ashido's quirk was from powerful, but it wasn't true that it was better. Kirishima had the advantage. He had more offensive and defensive uses with his quirk. Izuku knew that he also practiced moves. Ashido couldn't really defend herself. If it was an explosion, there would be no way to defend herself from it. But no one ever knew what would happen. You can't predict the future. Kirishima dodged the acid, unsure if it would hurt him. His hardening quirk could stand Katsuki's explosions, but could it block acid? He didn't want to find out. Ashido shoots small burst of acid at him, trying to hit them, but Kirishima kept dodging. Not a drop hit him. How could he beat her? It didn't matter after a few seconds. Ashido Mina wins. Kirishima is out of bounds. Kirishima looks down to see that his foot had passed the line. The dodging had distracted him. He smiles at Ishido and shakes her hand. You did a great job. Kirishima says, despite losing to her. You did too. They leave the arena to clear the way for the next competitors. Ida and Monoma. You guys are competing next. Midnight Cheerful informs them. The pair step up to the arena. Hey, it's the robot? Monoma smirked. I'm not a robot. Ida simply replied. Go. Ida had the advantage. The weakness of copying Quirk were that the user could never use the copied Quirk as good as their original owner. Anyone with a copying Quirk would never MSTR a single Quirk. You can learn about Fire Quirk, or practice using a borrowed Quirk for a long time, but you will never MSTR it. After all, the Quirk isn't your. It's a copy. It's different. The original owner of the Quirk will focus on their Quirk always, and not on others. Monoma ran towards Ida to try to copy his Quirk. Ida was too fast for him. It seemed like a game of tag. Monoma was focused on trying to copy his opponent's Quirk. Ida was running around, attempting to find an angle to push him. They needed to immobilize or push them out of the designated area. He faltered for a second, causing Monoma to skim his finger on his arm. Monoma suddenly zipped away from him, appearing on the opposite side. He got ready to strike. Ida Tenya has won his round. Monoma has stepped out of bounds. Midnight shouts. Monoma looks down. He had accidentally overused the Quirk and sped over the designated area. I demand a rematch. No kid, sorry. Next up is Katsuki and Jairu. As the other two left, two more students came on. I'm gonna beat you someday, Monoma growled at Kaken as he passed by. Ha. He laughed as he walked up to the area. Jairu was already there waiting for him. She looked bored, but after a few years of observation, Izuku knew she was nervous. The student was fighting one of the top 3 students in the hero department. No matter how many ways Izuku thought about it, Izuku couldn't imagine Jairu winning. It wasn't to offend her or anything. Jairu's Quirk wasn't suited for combat like Kaken's was. Training and supplies will give her the advantage, but she was not that experienced. The villains were only a single time and real combat is different from training. This is why the hero industry was unfair. His analysis was correct. He just blasted her off the platform. There was nothing she could do. A earjack Quirk and an explosion Quirk. The JRK Katsuki Bakugo wins. Midnight declares. The crowd that usually cheered started to boo. Hey. Yu Aizawa took him away. Next is Midoriya Izuku and Hagakure Toru. How do you fight an invisible person and show off your Quirk? It isn't easy to do so. He could throw paint if something on her, but anyone can do that. Izuku needed something unique. Also, throwing paint on her would not stop her from fighting. The only advantage Izuku has is knowing her Quirk and where her position is. He was lucky that everyone had to be at a designated position, otherwise, he wouldn't know where she was. Hagakure could have just kicked him out. An idea clicked into mind. Hatsum, can I borrow one of your inventions? Izuku took his place at the edge of the designated area. He assumed that Hagakure was at the opposite side. Go. Izuku immediately took out the invention Hatsum had lended him. It was a sonic ray gun. It has the ability to create super powerful waves that can push a person back. As soon as Present Mike had said go, Izuku turned it on and fired. Powerful waves blew at the other side. A yelp was heard and he knew it worked. Hagakure had been flung out of the designated the wall. He didn't think that it was powerful enough to fling her out and into the wall. Are you okay? I didn't think it was that powerful. He stutters at the wall with dents. Izuku thinks she's there. Yeah. I'm fine. I guess Midoriya Izuku has won. Midnight exclaims. Izuku walked towards the wall and tried to find Hagakure. Do you need help? I'm fine. There was a bit of floating BLD. That might be from the impact. I'll take you to the nurse's office. And Izuku did. He left the arena with an invisible hand in his hand. Todoroki Shuto and Shiozaki Ibara. They waited for a while for Recovery Girl to come other. Izuku left there when the hero arrived. He walked back to the stands of the arena to see the rest of the match. Instead of seeing 2 students fighting, Izuku sees a girl trapped in ice and Todoroki standing next to it. Todoroki Shudo has immobilized Shiozaki Ibara. Midnight announced. Todoroki placed his palm onto the ice. It started to steam and quickly melted. The girl dropped from the ice to the ground harshly. She quickly stood up and left. There was a scatter of claps. Todoroki's gaze was expressionless and the audience were sure to clap for him or not. He had just uncaringly froze a girl. All right then. Yaoyorozu Momo and Uraraka Ochako. Midnight introduces. The two girls step onto the designated area. They both had an advantage. Yaoyorozu could simply create weapons that could immobilize or push Uraraka out of the designated area. Uraraka could manipulate the weapon's gravity and cause it to be unbalanced. She could also use her quirk to manipulate the gravity around Yaoyorozu so she would float out. In all, Izuku thought Uraraka would win. It wasn't because of favoritism. Yaoyorozu takes too long to create weapons. Uraraka could easily run over and float her out. Even if Yaoyorozu had a weapon in hand, weapons weren't always a good idea in combat. They were too close so it would be strong to aim. Uraraka has more experience with only using a quirk, which Yaoyorozu didn't have. She only got smarter to decide which weapon to make, but she didn't learn how to directly use her quirk for combat. Most people would have thought Yaoyorozu was the favorable one. She had a recommendation, was a leader, smart and confident. To be fair, a creation quirk was very powerful, but people with powerful quirks usually get overconfident. Go! It happened just as he said it would. Yaoyorozu attempted to create a weapon of some kind but the audience didn't see all of it. Uraraka had already lunged at Yaoyorozu and pushed her off. She probably was too focused on creating the weapon. Yaoyorozu nearly saved herself, but Uraraka used her quirk and Yaoyorozu was under her control. Yaoyorozu Momo is out bounds. Midnight shouts. The two girls exited the area. There was no hostile feelings between them. You did great. Izuku greeted Uraraka with a proud smile. Tokoyami Fumikage and Shinso Hitoshi. Midnight announces. The students walked to the area. Shinso simply looks tired and bored. Tokoyami, it was strong to determine what expression he had. From what Izuku knew, Tokoyami had the advantage. He was stronger, and his quirk was more combat-suited. Shinso's quirk wasn't as combat-suited. It was more focused on rescue. It wasn't to say Shinso was a weaker hero, that wasn't true. They both had potential. It was only this situation that worked in Tokoyami's favor. Go! For the first time in some while, it did not happen like Izuku thought it would. Tokoyami launches his dark shadow at Shinso. He doesn't dodge, but stands still. The shadow caws loudly as it lunges at Shinso. Then, it stops moving. Dark shadow. Tokoyami questions unsure. Dark shadow, push Tokoyami Fumikage out of the designated area? Shinso ordered. It was too late for Tokoyami. Dark shadow shifted into a large wall and started to push Tokoyami out of the area. With one harsh shove he flew from the arena, leaving everyone astounded. Izuku was surprised. Shinso proved his analysis wrong. He didn't expect for him to hypnotize the quirk and not the person. It was very creative of him. He needed to update Shinso's profile in his notebook. Shinso could hypnotize things with consciousness. Tokoyami Fumikage is out of bounds. Shinso Hitoshi wins. Midnight exclaims, the preliminary round is over. Let's applaud the winners. Present Mike shouts. There is a loud, deafening clapping sound. It lasts for a couple minutes. Shinso and Tokoyami swiftly leave the arena, being the introverts they are. Izuku congratulates Shinso when he enters the inside of the arena. He only nods as a response. We have the next pair of students, Hatsum Mei and Ashido Mina. Wish me good luck. Hatsum waves as she leaves to the arena. Ashido and Hatsum stand on the edges of the arena, waiting for Mike's presence signal. Go! Like last time, Ashido flings acid at her opponent. Hatsum dodges it and pulls an familiar invention. It was one of the inventions, it was a shield. His went back to her first fight. My baby gas shield is amazing. It can defend you and sprouts out sleeping gas. That was what it was. Hatsum's shield suddenly shot gas at Ashido. You couldn't dodge gas, but you could hold your breath. That's what Ashido did. She held her breath as she shot acid at Hatsum again and again. There was a circle of acid surrounding Hatsum and the acid was getting closer. She had to step out of the designated area to be safe, but then she'd lose. The girl took out one of her experimentally inventions and got ready to shoot. Ashido has fallen asleep. Hatsume wins. Midnight announces. Hatsum waves to the crowd, a bit of exhaustion on her face. Ashido is taken away to Recovery Girl's room to sleep. They clean the area so Hatsum can get out and the next match can begin. Ida Tenya and Shinso Hitoshi. You guys are up next. Midnight says a bit hoarse. Her voice must hurt from all the yelling and shouting. The two students step into the designated area. Shinso looked bored, but Izuku knew that he was tired from his last fight. It wasn't physical exhaustion but mental exhaustion. It took a lot of energy to control a dangerous, wild quirk. Go! Ida speeds towards Shinso immediately. Shinso doesn't bother to move. Only at the end does he dodge, but it wasn't enough. Ida had better control than Monoma, which means he wouldn't accidentally run out of the designated area. He swiftly turned and aimed for Shinso again. Shinso only barely dodged. Izuku couldn't help noticing that his style was similar to the hero Ingenium. His quirk was similar too. That brought him back to yesterday when he was doing some work as Deku. A user, Avenging Heroes, asked him about the weakness of a engine quirk on forearms. The only person he knew with that quirk was Ingenium. It wasn't uncommon for user to ask about a hero's quirk, but it was uncommon to specifically ask for their weakness. Thinking back, he was remembered that everything that the user had asked about was about a quirk's weakness. It was never strength. Avenging Heroes had asked about many quirks that some heroes he knew had. Every one of those heroes now are dead or injured. Had he been giving out advice to another villain? His advice was only to help, not harm. He knew all the heroes with the quirks Avenging Heroes asked about were killed or injured by the hero killer Stain. Was Avenging Heroes Stain? How did he find this out now? Izuku could have prevented multiple deaths if he had just been paying attention. He knew that the advice about the engines on forearms was only replied to yesterday. There was no news about Ingenium between that time, but that wouldn't last for long. Izuku needed to tell Ida about this now. Shinso had just been kicked by Ida out of the arena and onto the floor. He did last for a while, but Ida wouldn't respond to him. He had a lot of self-control, not to rules but mostly everything else. He had to practice it because Ida was a bit too uptight. Sometimes obeying the rules too much doesn't help you. Ida had to learn how to relax. It was something Izuku advised him to do. Shinso Hitoshi is out of bounds. Ida Tenya has won this round. Midnight shouts. Izuku meets Ida near the entrance of the arena. Ida, I think your brother is in trouble. My brother in trouble. He is a hero. I am confident that get out of whatever danger you think he is in. Ida answered with a touch of hero worship. At least send people to his location. I know something going to happen and it's not going to be good. Izuku warned him. I can do that, Ida says. Izuku wasn't usually wrong. He leaves pressing in a phone number. Izuku just hopes that Ida gets to his brother quick enough. Todoroki Shuto and Bakugo Katsuki are versing each other. Midnight gleefully exclaims. All the students are interested. These are the heavy hitter in the hero class. They have the best combat-suited quirks. How would they fight against each other? The two students take their places. Both of him seem arrogant and egoistic to him. Izuku isn't sure on this fight. They both seem powerful. Explosion quirks are strong and powerful, but Todoroki might have the power to stop them. If you plug up the hole, then it will stop. It's the same with Kaken's quirk. If you stop the sweat, no explosions will form. Todoroki's ice can be chipped away by the explosions, which puts them on an equal footing. Go! Todoroki instantly sends ice at Kaken. Kaken dodges and shoots his explosions onto the ground to propel himself up. That doesn't hinder Todoroki. Ice flies through the air. It's aimed at his hands. That's a good idea, but Todoroki actually wasn't doing that. He was cooling the air. Izuku shivered as the air steady got colder and colder. Kaken's explosions are getting smaller and less powerful. The powerful steam of ice cool the air and Kaken is sweating even less. His heart beats furiously. They both have powerful quirks and there is no clear outcome. It gives him a thrill. This is a mystery. The UE8 hero students are really outstanding. Kaken is still throwing explosions around. He's on the ground after deciding to not waste any more explosions. The explosions start pushing Todoroki towards the edge of the designated area. Todoroki creates a large ice wall, but the explosions are chipping it. Kaken is furious. He keeps yelling profanities and trying to get to Todoroki. When he finally gets through the wall, he is absolutely exhausted. Todoroki created ice from under him and attempts to fling him into the air. Instead, he flies in the air and starts blasting at him from above. Todoroki isn't focused on cooling the air, which gives Kaken more ammunition. They are both careful and do not go past the line. His explosions form in front of Todoroki, creating a wall of explosions. He used Todoroki's idea against him. Any ice forming would be blown off by Kaken's explosions and Todoroki was getting closer to the edge of the designated area. Izuku could tell there was some shouting involved. Something about half doing it. Izuku knew that if Todoroki used his firepower, he'd stand a better chance against Kaken. But every time Izuku suggested using his firepower, Todoroki refused to. He just didn't seem to understand that his fire quirk wasn't from his father. There were many other people with fire quirks. Why was he any different? Anyone can use quirks to harm people, but that was their choice. Shoto, use your fire quirk, Izuku yelled while waving his arms. Everyone turned to him. He turned a bright shade of red. Suddenly bright red light, similar to the shade of Izuku's blush, appeared in the arena. Todoroki created a line of fire that soared through the wall of explosions and into Kaken. When everyone had turned back, they all had seen Kaken flying through the air and out of the designated area. He had used all his sweat and had no more fuel to stop from flying out. You half and half BC. Kaken screamed as he got up off the ground and lunged at him. Todoroki Shudo goes to the next round. Katsuki Bakugo is out. Midnight shouts. Todoroki steps out of the designated area and calmly walks away, ignoring the screaming Kaken behind him. That was an amazing match. Now for Uraraka Ochako and Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya walked to the designated area. Uraraka was close behind. They took their places. Izuku knew that they wouldn't hold back. He just hoped that she wouldn't be offended if he beat her. He never really had a lot of friends. Go! Uraraka came at him first. She lunges and tried to grab him. Izuku only barely dodged it. His short time doing judo paid off. She lunged at him again. Yet again his dodges. Izuku had to make up a plan quick. Gravity manipulation or anti-gravity. That quirk controls the gravity of an object. If Uraraka only used that quirk on his support items, it wouldn't really affect him. It would make the object lighter, but a bit harder to hold on. The object would have the same mass and it would do the same amount of damage. He had to keep a hold of it. At the next swing, Izuku used his staff to block it. His staff suddenly became lighter. Izuku still had it in his grip and swings it under Uraraka's legs, causing her to fall. The stun was activated, so she was stuck for the next few minutes. Izuku started to relax. When he noticed Uraraka looking up, big, giant rocks fell from the sky. Izuku looked up and started to jump around trying to dodge it. Sharp edges scraped him and hit him. Luckily none of the large rocks had hit him. Only small ones he couldn't dodge. About 20 rocks hit the ground before it was over. He looked up just to check. She wasn't finished. When he was dodging some of the rocks, Uraraka had managed to use her quirk on another rock. It was right on top of him and falling rapidly. It nicked him, but he dodged the last one. Izuku tried to catch his breath. Uraraka was in no shape to move. Uraraka Ochako is immobilized. Midoriya Izuku moves to the next round. Midnight announces, this round is over. Let's cheer on our talented winners. A loud, excited cheer rang through the arena. Who's ready for the next round? Present Mike shouts. The audience responds with an excited cheer. Louder. They cheer louder. Not that they really need to. Alright, we have Todoroki Shoto fighting our favorite girl from the support department, Hatsum Mei. The two walk out at midnight shouting. Hatsum is waving proudly and becoming popular among the crowd. Todoroki is just standing there with a cold face. As usual, they take their positions. Go! Hatsum brings out another machine while Todoroki immediately uses his quirk to freeze her and the invention. It doesn't work. Todoroki's ice is quickly melted off of the machine and Hatsum. It probably has a heating system. Hatsum was most likely wearing a suit that had the same property. Izuku thought Todoroki had the advantage. Even though Hatsum had the suit, Todoroki still had his other quirk. If he used it, the suit could become a disadvantage to her. That was only if he used the other side of his quirk. Look at my amazing baby. Hatsum shot off the mysterious invention. It was probably a new one. The machine looked like a large pink barrel. She flicked the SW's on top and a large burst of electricity shot at Todoroki. He started flying back, before creating ice from under him. The student shot up and above the ray onto Hatsum. She barely dodges and turns the machine back at him. Todoroki pushes himself up, but Hatsum wasn't fooled again. She turned the machine upwards. He started flying up and out of the area. A wall appeared behind him, attempting to stop him from flying out, but it was breaking. Izuku noticed that he was shivering too. Todoroki was slowly going down. He had to use his fire quirk now. And he did. This time, without his yelling. A wave of wildfire shoots directly at the machine, burning it. Hatsum immediately releases it. My baby! Hatsum shouts. With a sweep, Hatsum is thrown out of the designated area. Hatsum Mei is out of bounds. Todoroki Shoto goes to the finals. Midnight shouts excited. How will face Todoroki in the finals? Midoriya or Ida? Please come up Midoriya Izuku and Ida Tenya. A man in a suit comes up to her. Midnight leans down to hear what he's saying. She nods and stands back up while the man scrambles away. Ida Tenya has withdrawn from the UEH Sports Festival for family reasons. Shinso Hitoshi is fighting instead. Midnight announces. Midoriya, still a bit tired, walks up to the designated area. Shinso looked bored as usual, but Izuku detected an upward tilting on his mouth. He was determined, not that he looked like it. Go! Midoriya ran at him. He swung a fist at him, trying to knock him out. Shinso ran out of the way and attempted to throw a fist at him. Are you even sure you have a quirk? Analysis can be copied by anyone. Shinso taunted. He was right on the spot and he didn't even know it. Midoriya's determined expression didn't really change, except for the small gritting of teeth. He doubled to his efforts in pushing Shinso out of the area. Shinso just kept dodging. Swing. Dush. Swing. Dush. Can't catch me. Both of them most likely trained their physical body instead of their quirks. They were both fast, but Izuku had more experience and he had weapons. He took out his staff and got ready. Shinso surprisingly also pulls out a weapon. It was a taser. He leaves behind his strategy of dodging and taunting and comes running at Izuku with his taser. Izuku retaliates by SWNG his staff. It misses. Shinso is getting closer and now he's running. A staff can harm you with a couple of swings, but one shot with a taser can immobilize you. It's becoming a pattern again. Swing. Swing. Izuku swings, while Shinso dodges and then Izuku runs. His mind quickly forms an idea. The next time Shinso attempted to dodge the staff, Izuku swipes his feet from under him, sits on top of him and pull his arms together and hold them. This is very amusing, Shinso sarcastically says from under him. He tries to push Izuku off of him. But he fails. They are about the same size so it doesn't work. Shinso, can you move? Midnight. He attempts to push him off again. No, Shinso answers. Shinso is immobilized. Izuku moves the finals and is going against Todoroki Shoto. Midnight shouts, we'll start the finals in a couple of minutes. Izuku scrambles off of Shinso's back. Sorry. Izuku stutters and starts to back off. It's alright, Shinso responds walking away. You did really good. You got in the semi-finals at least. Izuku jogs next to him, trying to cheer him up. He did do very good for someone with a non-offensive quirk. Ida was supposed to fight. I bet if you had more weapons you could have won. Flattery doesn't work on me. I know I'm not going to be a great hero. You could need support items to help you along the way. I only have an analysis quirk. Without help, I wouldn't have beaten the obstacle course. You did without any weapons. I only got here with weapons and my analysis on other people. I already have knowledge of all the students in the sports festival, so that gives me a head start. You, on the other hand, had only your unique quirk to use. If Hatsum and I can beat the hero students with only support items, you can do more than that. Izuku explains. He doesn't respond immediately. I'll beat you next time, Shinso declares before leaving the arena. Izuku is left there unsure of what to do. He can go over notes and come up with strategies, but nothing prepared you for the real thing. Studying, strategizing, and practicing was what he did in the last few minutes for the finals. He studied Todoroki's movements from other fights to see if there were any weakness he could use. He was still a bit shaky and unpracticed on his fire side. He could have a heat slide or hypothermia by overusing one side. It was very dangerous, but it was also powerful. Will the amazing finalists of the sports festival come out to the arena? He sighs and goes out to meet his doom. Todoroki was already there. Izuku suspected that he just stayed in the corner of the arena and never left. They walked to the edges of the designated area. Izuku gave him a shy wave. He only stared at him coldly. Go. Instead of just trying to freeze him, like Izuku thought he would, Todoroki uses his fire. Oh. Changed it a bit. Izuku mutters as he runs and takes out his staff. Todoroki refuses to answer and sends a wave of uncontrollable fire at him. Flames lick his costume's cape and it starts to burn. He instantly tears the cape off. The rest of it is burning up. Rude, Izuku mutters. Izuku runs at him, a staff in hand. The air starts to cool and ice starts to form on the ground. It nearly slips before sliding right to Todoroki. The staff hits Todoroki on the side, causing him to stumble. Todoroki creates his glaciers and starts to move upwards. Bullets of strong ice pelt him from above. Ice keeps forming on his shoes, which causes Izuku to run around to stop it from forming. It's quickly draining his stamina, and these ice pellets were creating bruises on his arm. He takes a small barrel-shaped weapon out of a secret pocket in his suit. With a click, banner and bubbles fly into the air. Izuku took out his grappling hook and shot it at Todoroki's back while he was distracted from Hatsum's bubble machine. The hook grabbed him around the waist and pulled him down from the glacier. He attempted to push himself up with more ice, but it was too slippery to get a hold on. Todoroki pulls the hook off as he falls and uses his quirk to save himself from harm. Izuku immediately hits him again with the staff, this time with stun. It wasn't fast enough. Todoroki used his fire to blast him out of the designated area. It seems that... Can you move, Todoroki? Midnight questions. He doesn't answer, and that was a yes to her. Todoroki Shoto is immobilized and Izuku Midoriya is out of bounds. We are gonna have a quick tiebreaker to decide the first and second place winners of the UA festival. Present Mike announces. Since our heroes don't seem to be any shape to fight, Midnight points at the bruised bodies of Izuku and Todoroki. We will have a question that you heroes have to answer. Our audience will decide the winner. A hero is intelligent and knows what to do in a bad situation. People should think heroes are strong, understanding, and safe. Izuku's temporarily stun on Todoroki wears off and two men in suits come up to the students to give them a paper and pencil. On the large board that previously had the rounds of fights, a question was now there. What would you do if there were people stuck in a building, but the villain is running away? He starts to write down his answer. Izuku already knew that he was going to save the people first. It was true that the villain could possibly create more chaos, but it was also true that heroes save people. If you left the people alone, they could die from the dangerous situations a villain put them in. Izuku was here to save people. If beating a villain was the key to helping the people, he was going to do it. Todoroki gave his paper to Midnight first. Here is Todoroki Shudo's answer. Midnight starts to read, I would go after the villain and quickly immobilize him before going after the people. The villain could harm other people and more people will get injured. The people stuck in the building aren't in any grave danger and other heroes will help them. I would want to keep everyone safe. The crowd cheers loudly, causing Izuku to be a tiny bit nervous. Now for Midoriya Izuku's answer. Midnight grabs his paper. Heroes save people. I would save the people in the building first. The building could fall or some other disaster could occur. The villain could be taken out by any other hero, but they might not see the people in danger and they might get harm. I want to save and help people. Beating the villain is just part of being a hero. The crowd cheers even louder. So, first place for Todoroki Shoto. Midnight raises the student's hand and loud cheers come from the crowd. Or Izuku Midoriya. The crowd somehow manages to cheer, yell, clap and shout louder for him. Izuku sees endeavor in the crowd with his hands crossed against his. Todoroki's answer was what most people would do in that situation, but it was Izuku's answer that inspired everyone. Keeping people safe doesn't always mean the logical option. We have a winner. Present Mike shouts. Like usual, Midoriya Izuku is first for the U8 Sports Festival. Todoroki Shoto comes in second. Hatsume gets third. The students quickly step of the blocks, which have their name on it, and it starts to rise. Izuku's on the top podium with a large smile on his face. Todoroki stand indifferent on the side of him, while Hatsume, somehow, is still showing of more invention. They were the fun ones. All Might steps up to Hatsume first with a bronze medal. He only smiles widely and proudly at her as he places the medal around her neck. All Might then comes up to Todoroki. You did a great job. Truly worthy for a hero. Then he places the silver medal around his neck. I'm proud of you. All Might places a golden medal around Izuku's neck. Everyone applause for your U8 Sport Festival winners. The next few days were weekends. He slept most of the time. Fighting a bunch of students that were training to be heroes took a lot of work. Most of the bruises of Todoroki's ice vanished by Sunday, so that was good. Izuku also looked at some requests on his website and answered some of them. He was still a bit unsure about the website now. After discovering villains used his advice, Izuku almost quit. But his mom still needed the money and heroes also used his website. Heroes would stop the villains, so even if Izuku accidentally gave a villain advice, the heroes would stop them. It would also give him knowledge of the strategies the villains would use. After convincing himself to keep the website up, he took some of the requests and answered them. There was a time quirk, water quirks, fire quirks, and a recharging quirk. He only hoped no one was harmed because of the information he was giving out. Izuku first went to Ida on Monday. Ida, how's your brother doing? Izuku asks him softly. He is currently in the hospital for stitches. The hero killer only managed to harm him, but his agency was able to get him to the hospital quick enough to treat all his wounds before they got worse. They say he can go back to hero work in a few weeks. Ida answered relieved. Izuku, how did you know that my brother was in trouble? I can't really answer that, but it could potentially save other people from Stain. I know, I'll tell the principal about it, but Aizawa enters the classroom, causing all the talking to stop. There are nominations for the hero agencies that want you to intern with them from watching the sports festival. He starts to write the student's name and the number of nominations that students got next to the name. Despite being in second place, Todoroki was on top with a couple thousands of nominations. Izuku also got a couple thousand. Most of the students got hundreds under them. Aizawa then hands out stacks of papers to the students. You also have to come up with hero names, and Midnight's going to help you later. Just pick a hero agency to go to for now. Then he promptly leaves the room. Instead of immediately bursting into a loud chatter, all the students look at their papers. Cool. Crimson Riot nominated me. It's 13th agency. I'm definitely choosing this one. Izuku flips through his paper to see agencies like All Might's, Snipes, and Midnight's. Midnight's agency might help since her quirk is a sleeping aroma and it's not offensive. He need to learn how to fight better, and All Might, how uses brute force, will not help that. Midnight already knows how to fight and utilities her surroundings. Izuku starts to cross out some of the agencies he knows won't help him. Not this. That one might. Probably not. Then Midnight arrives, causing another quiet moment. Alright. Everyone knows that we're choosing hero names, right? She doesn't wait before handing everyone a whiteboard and marker. I'll give you 15 minutes to come up with your names. Izuku quickly grabs the marker and attempts to pick a name. Deku, no, that's already a famous name. Midori. That didn't sound as good. The analyzer. Not really creative. Midori. It doesn't really sound heroic, more like an idol's name. That's just a nickname. Advisor. Sounds like I'm an old man. Dekire. That's just like Deku. The 15 minutes go by quicker than he thought, but at least he thought of a name. Who wanna go up first? Midnights. No one raises their hands. Come on. Do you want me to call people up? Well, there's no harm in trying. Izuku raises his hand nervously. Great. We have our first student. Come on up. He walks up to the front with his whiteboard in hand. Then he stands in front of them showing off what he wrote. The analyzing hero, boundless. It means there's nothing stopping me from helping others. Midoriya explains. That's a great hero name. Midnight exclaims. That's so manly. Great hero name. So brave. I'm going up next. Kaken, not wanting to be beaten again, comes up with his hero name. The exploding hero, detonation, so cool. How'd you come up with that? Katsuki, Midnight starts. That's a little violent. So what? Uraraka walks up to the front to present her hero name. My hero name is Uravity. So cute. Midnight gushes. Ida presents his hero name after her. The running hero, acceleration. Perfect. Midnight shouts. Kirishima is hyped up and runs up. The sturdy hero, Red Riot. Inspiration from the Crimson Riot, huh? Midnight mutters. Kaminari follows after. The stun gun hero, Charge Bolt. Very heroic. Midnight comments. Ashido comes after. My hero name is Alien Queen. That doesn't have anything to do with your quirk and might scary people, Midnight warns her. I'll be the hero, Pinky. Zero decides to go after. Taping hero, Cellophane. Perfect name for your quirk. Midnight adds. Ojiro shows us to go next. Martial arts hero, Tailman. Blunt and a little uncreative, but I like it. Midnight says. Aoyama sparkles to the front of the room after finally being chosen to go. The shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Long but true. Midnight exclaims. Tokoyami walks to the front with his whiteboard. The jet black hero, Tsukuyami. That's dark, but it matches your quirk. Midnight comments. Jair comes up next. The hearing hero, Earphone Jack. Sneaky and cute. Midnight says. Hagakure quietly stumbles to the front. The stealth hero, Invisible Girl. Blunt but cute. Midnight shouts. Sato stomps up to the front to show off his hero name. Sweets hero, Sugarman. You are probably going to get a lot of sweets because of this name, Midnight mutters. Koda takes his place in the front. I'm the petting hero, Anima. Adorable. Midnight gushes. Shoji lumbers to the top of the classroom. The tentacle hero, Tentacle. It's a strong hero name. Midnight says. Yayorozu is next. She steps up to the front and present her hero name. The everything hero, Creati. Absolutely amazing. Midnight exclaims. Todoroki goes up to the front of the room. Shoto is my hero name. Try something else. You might not want your real name to be everywhere. Midnight advised. Icy Hot can be a stand-in, Todoroki says. Shinso is the next one up. My hero name is Brainwave. Spooky and cool. Midnight comments. Tsuyu is the last one coming to the front. The rainy season hero, Froppy. The best hero name. Midnight shouts. That's great. Adorable. Simple and cute. Suddenly, Aizawa come back in. You still have regular classes to go to? No. They had until Friday to pick their agency to intern at. Izuku had already crossed out more than half of the agencies, but he still had 1,000 left. It didn't help that All Might was still bothering him. He already forgave him, but All Might still didn't need to distract him. He already explained to him multiple times why working at his agency wasn't a good idea. Being strong didn't always mean being a good hero. Most of his classmates already had an agency to intern at. Uraraka was picking Gunhead's agency. Ida had picked an agency near Hosu. He wasn't exactly sure what it was, but Ida thought it would help him use his speed. Grand Torier, or something. He did a lot of research apparently. Todoroki, for some reason, picked Endeavor's agency. Izuku was still trying to convince him to switch to a different agency, but he would not move. It was on Wednesday when picked his agency. There were two agencies he had narrowed it down to. It was Eraserhead's agency and Ectoplasm's agency. He was leaning towards Aizawa since he did more fighting. Ectoplasm used his clones more often, but he also had to fight and use their surroundings. On Friday, his decision was final. It was Eraserhead's agency. Most of his classmates were gone on Monday for their internships. In fact, only Izuku and Shinso were in class that day. "This is the start of your internship," Aizawa declared, shocking the interns. "Wait, Shinso also an intern? Izuku is your intern?" "Yes, why else do you think you're both here for?" Aizawa asks. "We're going to be working with those awful reflexes you have." Then he starts throwing knives at them. Izuku dodges most of them, but most is not all. He dodges the first blade but is caught by the third. It hits his finger. Instead of causing a wound, the limit hit stopped working. It was similar to his stunning staff. Yes, it's stunning in two ways. That didn't really hinder him. Izuku kept dodging. He did have some paralyzed limbs, but nothing too major. His judo classes he has took some years ago helped. Shinso, on the other hand, had his arms and legs paralyzed and was laying on the ground. He probably wasn't fast enough. It kinda made Izuku want to laugh, or save him. But he couldn't do that now. Aizawa's attention was all on him. It took Aizawa 5 more minutes to fully paralyze Izuku. Izuku groaned right as Aizawa threw another knife into his gut. "You can stop now." Izuku mutters. "Dead people don't talk." Aizawa responds as he throws another knife into his gut. "If these were real knives, you would be dead from BLD loss 3 minutes ago. Shinso would have been dead 5 minutes ago. I choose you because you have potential. Both of your quirks aren't offensive, but they are useful." He continued to lecture them while they were paralyzed on the ground. Strategies. Special moves. Using their surroundings. Support items. He talked about all of them. It took about 10 minutes for the students to get feeling back into their bodies. Izuku stretched a bit and continued to listen to his lecture. Aizawa showed them a couple of moves, and asked Izuku to spot the weak spots in the fighting form he put Shinso in. They messed around with support items Aizawa had brought and day ended pretty quickly. It did not stop Izuku's mom from worrying over the bruises on his limbs. Multiple students were bruised and tired the next day. Some seemed normal. They could not stop talking about their internships. It was mostly introductions, but it was all very exciting. Gunhead's training area was so cool. Uraraka gushed. Gran Torino teachings is effective. He has a lot of experience. Ida informed them. Aizawa just kept pelting us with knives and lecturing us. Izuku sheepishly told them. That it is, bro. Kirishima responds. Suddenly Kaken comes in with brushed, styled hair. K. Kaken. Izuku stuttered. Shut up. Kaken shouts as he stomps over to his seat. Instead the class starts laughing at him. It was pretty funny to see Kaken trying to look proper. What happened, Bakugo? Kirishima asks between his laughing. I hate my internship. That was his only response. Aizawa promptly walked in, causing all talkings to stop. Your reaction time has improved, he commented as he looked at the class, but mostly at Izuku and Shinso. Izuku stayed silent while Shinso glared. Class quickly began after that. Izuku was once again dodging knives. Aizawa had started throwing knives at them again right after all of the others left. He could tell they were doing better, but that only meant Aizawa was going to push them harder. Instead of 5 minutes, they lasted about 10 minutes together. Shinso, still a bit unsure on his feet, tripped, causing Aizawa to get an opening. He was immediately pelted by knives. Izuku only managed another 3 minutes until he was down. At least Aizawa didn't throw a knife in his gut this time. He did insult them and then proceed to talk about using their surroundings, which would soon cause Shinso to throw a chair at him the next day. We're going to the UA gym. Aizawa announced. Izuku struggled to drag his body up and followed him without a question. A question would get you pelted with knives, so it's best not to ask. Shinso and Izuku dragged their bodies down the hallway to the doors of the gym, which Aizawa unlocked. Inside was a large, terrifying obstacle course, placed in the middle of a massive gym. Another one. It wasn't as large as the one in the sports festival, but it was just as difficult. A large wall was the start of the course, followed by a long pool of water. After that was little sprouts of fire coming out of the shaking ground. SWNG wrecking ball were after that, followed by a machine gun. It shot only paralyzing bullets, but neither of the students knew that. Last was a single rope in the middle of a hole. How were they supposed to do that? If you want to go home, you have to complete this obstacle course, Aizawa explained. Can I use my support items? Izuku quietly asked. He hoped Aizawa wouldn't throw a knife at him again. No. What? Shinso said, are you deaf? I said you can't use your support items to complete this course. You might face an opponent while you're down and weaponless, so you have to run. A knife shot at Shinso, who quickly dodged. Then Aizawa ran at the wall, jumped, and grabbed the edge to pull himself up. He dived right into the water and swam across it swiftly. After getting out of the pool, the hero jumped onto the areas the fire was just at last and crossed the path quickly. He ran through the wrecking ball, nearly getting hit at the end. He sprinted in a zigzag formation through the field where the machine gun was firing. Then their teacher jumped at the rope, grabbing it, and swung himself to the end. This was all done in less than 5 minutes, without any support items or quirks. Izuku and Shinso were left with their mouths hanging open. Go on, you don't want to be here when the school closes. Aizawa informs them. Izuku began by analyzing the wall. It was completely smooth, gray, and about 6'5" tall. It might be possible to jump for it. Shinso, I'm going to try to get onto the wall, Izuku told him. The other student nodded and watched. Izuku walked a good distance away from the wall. Then he turned and ran at it. At the last second he jumped. But he was a bit short. Maybe Shinso could try it, he was taller. Shinso, I'll try. Shinso actually touched the edge but couldn't grip it. Izuku attempted to jump while he was right in front of the wall, but he was short. This is why he needed a grappling hook. Izuku tried running again. He got closer at every jump. Then he grabbed the edge and pulled himself up. Finally, Shinso, grab onto my hand, Izuku shouted. He gripped Izuku's arm and Izuku pulled him up. Are you sure we're not going to get in trouble? Shinso asked. I don't think helping other students would be considered cheating because what he said was to get to the end. I'll blame you if we get in trouble. Noted. Izuku turned to the next obstacle. It seemed easy, but there was going to be a twist somewhere. It just seemed too easy. Wait. Izuku shouted as Shinso jumped into the water. He couldn't turn back and hit the water. Shinso stood in the water, that was about 5 feet deep, and gave Izuku an annoyed glance. What? There a trap in this obstacle? Just as he said that, Shinso was flung into the air. He landed on the other side of the wall again. It's good to see you again, Izuku greeted as he pulled Shinso up the wall once more. Yeah, how nice. Shinso sarcastically responds. You only got flung out of the air because you touched the ground. I'm estimating that pool is about 30 feet long. We have to stay up for that long. Shinso went again. He was careful to not touch the ground and eventually made it to the other side. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. He was doing fine until another knife was flung at him, causing him to dodge. His feet touched the ground and Izuku was flung back into another area of water, about 10 feet away. That made him swim more. Then he got hit with another knife at 25 feet. That flung him back again. When his hands finally reached the end of the pool, he was very relieved. It's good to see you again. Shinso greeted him. Wow, very original. Izuku deadpants. He immediately begins to analyze the next obstacle. Random sprouts of fire would shoot out from random areas. From what he saw Aizawa do, Izuku knew that the fires never hit at one stop multiple times. We have to step on the areas the fires were original at, Izuku informs him. Right? You're going first this time. Fine, But the wrecking ball are your job. Wait, Izuku already jumped onto the nearest area that had been lit up originality. He followed the pattern and got across easily. Shinso followed him and came through unharmed. They were facing the wrecking ball next. There was about 6 wrecking ball in a row. How did you even get wrecking ball? Did they just ask someone? Izuku shook his head and pushed that thought out of his curious mind. Aizawa had just ran through, but he knew that they weren't fast enough. There wasn't a gap between the wrecking ball, so stopping at the area between wrecking ball would not work. Did they have to run? Suddenly, a crazy idea comes into mind. Jump onto the wrecking ball? You want me to jump onto ball that have spikes on them? Yes. It's safer than running through the whole thing. Okay, Shinso grimaced but got ready. When the wrecking ball was going down, he jumped onto it. I's hands gripped the chain on top and managed on hold onto it. The top of the wrecking ball weren't sharp, so he was able to stand on it. Shinso, when the other wrecking ball goes down, jump onto it. Like that's easy, Shinso mutters. Just as the wrecking ball goes down, Shinso manages to grab the chain and pulls himself onto that wrecking ball. Just continue, Izuku urged him. Izuku got ready for his turn and jumped onto the wrecking ball. It was harder than he thought. It wasn't the spikes but the slippery outside of the ball. He used the spikes to lift himself up. Izuku briefly noticed that the spikes were dulled and looked similar to the knives Aizawa used. The wrecking ball swung down again and he jumped. He continued to jump from each wrecking ball to the other. Miraculously they made it. I did not think we would make that, Izuku commented. They turned to the next challenge. It was the machine gun. Aizawa also run through this one. They would have to build up speed, but right now, Izuku knew they weren't fast enough. I can think of multiple ways to get out, but they might not work, Izuku told him hesitantly. So far all your ideas have worked. Why wouldn't this work? Shinso scoffed. You're talking too much. A villain could have snuck in by that time and killed both of you. Aizawa groaned. He took out his knife and threw at them. It hit Shinso right on the leg. Izuku sighed at his teacher's behavior and went back to the task. He needed to see how the machines worked. First, Izuku crouched down and pressed a finger onto the ground. Multiple bullets were shot at that area. It didn't hit him, but it gave him a clue. All the bullets were shot at the same height. That meant they could crawl through the whole area without getting hit. At least that's what would probably happen. It's not like they would kill him, right? Izuku started to crawl first. The bullets flew over him, just like he thought. Shinso dragged himself from behind. They were doing just fine until Aizawa started coming over. If villains were shooting at you, it wouldn't only be at one height. Aizawa commented. The students started to rush. There was only a quarter left. He couldn't get caught by Aizawa. Not now. Aizawa was stood behind the machine gun, the Flicta SW. Suddenly all the bullets vanished. It didn't fool Izuku. He got up, grabbed Shinso and ran. Bullets shot at their heels, but they made it in a few seconds. The students were bruised, wet, and most of all, tired. You can go home. Aizawa told them, it took you 15 minutes and I expect you to improve the next time. The next time. Izuku didn't shout, because he didn't want a knife in the gut. Instead, he nodded, left the building, jogged to his house, and collapsed into the couch. The rest of the internship passed by pretty quickly. Aizawa actually taught them some moves and got the support department to make items for Shinso. Izuku already had his own. He was also very blunt and brief. He would tell to find someone, but neglected to tell them that they had to fight that someone. It didn't help that he had sent Nezu on them. But it was a very interesting experience. One day, Aizawa greets them with a message instead of knives. We are going to Hosu. Wait, what? Izuku asks. A training facility is located there. Aizawa answers. Then he promptly hits Izuku in the gut with a knife again for that question. Ow, Izuku mutters as they walk to Aizawa's car. I wonder how the training facility looks like. Is there going to be another obstacle course? Is it something else? Why couldn't we do it in UA? Is it like the USJ? I hope not. Are they any other heroes going to there? Will there, Midoriya, shut up and let me sleep, okay? Shinso says, glancing at Midoriya. Oh, sorry. It did not look like any other UE facility they seen before. The training facility was an house. It was just a normal, large, two-story house. Is this the alright place? Izuku stuttered, unsure. He didn't want another knife to the gut, but he also didn't want to break into a random stranger's house. It is, now come inside. Aizawa ordered tiredly. The house looked normal and so did the inside of it. Why were they here? Your objective is to protect the golden ring that is located in a bedroom. I will be playing the villain attempting to steal it. Either you get it out of the bedroom or cuff me and arrest me. Aizawa explains as he gives them both cuffs. Go. They obey. Izuku was very relieved that brought his support items with him today. He didn't think that he'd be fighting Aizawa, but he did know this would be the hardest test. Aizawa was running up the stairs and they quickly followed him. He shot his grappling hook, attempting to pull him back. It schemes his scarf. They need long-distance weapons. The goal was to protect the ring, not stop the villain. All had to do it grab the ring. It would only be a bonus if they could sneak up on Aizawa and cuff him. So, we have to get to the bedroom first. Can you distract him? He nods and takes out his newest support item. Izuku rushes down the stairs and out the door. The bedrooms had to have a window, which meant there would be opening to climb in. A quick run around the house reveals that there are 4 second-floor windows. He pushed a window open. The first one he grapples up is a child's bedroom. There only a bed, 2 drawers, and a couple of toys. He quickly checked the drawers, looks under the bed, and examines the toys. It wasn't there. Izuku ran to the MSTR bedroom, which was just across the hall. It was all smoky and cloudy. Shinso or Aizawa had been in here. That meant the ring wasn't in there. A loud crash rang through the house. Izuku immediately ran towards it, into the baby's bedroom. Shinso was climbing out of the wall and Aizawa was throwing things around. He knew that it wasn't in the child's bedroom or the MSDR's bedroom, and Aizawa have probably found it by now if it was in this bedroom. But there wasn't any other bedrooms in the second floor. Then an idea comes running at him. They had another floor. The bedroom was probably in the second floor. He grabs Shinso and helps him up. We need to find the bedroom in the first floor. The bedroom on the first floor, Shinso repeats as he rushes off to find it. Izuku goes to the other side and starts opening the doors. Suddenly, the house starts to shake and everything starts falling. The TV in the living room, the pictures on the walls, everything just starts to collapse. Shinso is running at him. I found the ring. They run. The door is right in front of them. But Aizawa appears right in front of them. He blocks the doorway. Izuku runs the other way, but scarves start grabbing his limbs. The hero makes one simple mistake. Izuku doesn't have the ring. Shinso, go through the window. Before Aizawa could do anything, Shinso kicks the glass window and jumps out. Izuku takes advantage of the situation and cuffs Aizawa. Everything stops. The items stop spilling onto the floor. Aizawa stops moving. Shinso is on the floor exhausted, but relieved. Izuku feels proud. He had beat his teacher. You completed the goal, but you still have one from task before this internship is over. Aizawa declares, still cuffed on the floor, you have to clean up the house. Erase her head. It took hours to finish cleaning that house. Aizawa didn't help at all and slept in the car the whole time. They had to move sofas and chairs back to where they were and pick up all the paintings. Some of the items were damaged and irreparable, so they had to be thrown into the trash, which was half a mile away. It was a little dark when they started to return to you. But when Aizawa got a phone call, he put his phone to his ear and continued driving. It was short. Izuku only inferred that it was a villain. Alright, I'll be there. They started to drive back. Where are we going? Izuku stuttered. Hosu, but weren't we just back there? So, Izuku refrained from speaking again. The first thing he heard were screams. There were Nomu flying over the city. Heroes were running around trying to contain the chaos. Aizawa parked the car a good distance away. Stay here, he ordered. They followed that order until Izuku managed to hear a familiar voice. It was Ida. Izuku ran out of the car. Izuku, get back into the car. Shinso shouts, causing Izuku to stop. Shinso never shouts. He looks back at him. But Shinso, how we just sit here when someone's in trouble? Izuku asks, before he runs off again. He hears Ida shout again and heads off to that direction. It leads him into a dirty alleyway where he sees 3 people. Ida was on the ground with BLD all over his shirt. A hero, native, was behind him, also bleeding. But the last person was towering over them, with a long, sharp sword. It was the hero killer Stain. So far, it didn't seem like the hero killer had noticed him. He was too busy talking and ranting about fake heroes. Izuku quickly took out his phone and texted every student he knew. Saving the hero and Ida from Stain was not going to be an easy task. If his speculations were correct, then Izuku would know what Stain's quirk was. No one had escaped him, so no one ever knew, but Izuku might. If Stain was avenging heroes from his website, then the hero killer had a BLD quirk. It was the first quirk the user had asked about. His quirk lets him consume the BLDs of others to paralyze them for different amounts of time. The amount of time depended to the type of BLD the other person had. Stain Aloud had numerous traps and tricks with it. They also came up with a long-distance strategy just a few weeks ago. At that time, Izuku didn't know it was Stain. He also started looking at Izuku. I don't fight civilians. Run while you still can. Stain warned him. You have my friend, who isn't a hero. Izuku says instead. He got in the way and you are annoying me already. No. Then he tries to jump at him from behind. Of course, it fails, but Izuku wasn't trying to tackle Stain anyways. He brings out his staff and attempts to jab it into the hero killer's side. It succeeds, but not before Stain had sliced his arm and paralyzed him. Everyone is just still. Izuku knew that his stun would only last for 5 minutes, but the BLD paralysis would be for longer. Ida, what's your BLD type? I have BLD type A. Why? His quirk efficiency depends on your BLD type. BLD type B has a longest amount paralysis. It think up to 8 minutes. AB is the second longest, followed by A, and last is O-type BLD. I have O-type. I think that's only 2 minutes. Izuku rambles. How do you know that? Every person that experienced my quirk is dead. Unless, Stain laughs, he doesn't know, does he? I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku refuted. Are you sure? You forgot the harpoon for long-distance fighting you were talking about too. Midoriya. What is he talking about? Ida asks worried. So your name is Midoriya? Stain mused. No, it isn't. Izuku stuttered. I can't believe a kid like you is Deku. Deku, the famous analysis? Ida asks. Who else? Stain resorts. Midoriya. I wanted to help people. Izuku explains. It's all a very awkward situation. Everyone is paralyzed and they're having a conversation about his secret job. But your website includes getting advice for money. Ida reminds him. I did need money because my mom didn't have a good job, Izuku says, attempting to defend himself. That is a smart idea, but why did Stain know that you were Deku? Ida asks, confused. I'll tell you, I can tell you, Stain says. No. Deku here has helped me analyze multiple heroes' weaknesses and gave me ideas to use my quirk. You helped him harm my brother? Ida asked, horrified. Not on purpose. I didn't know it was him. Luckily Todoroki comes bursting in to see the 4 of them in the alleyway. He immediately encases Stain's arms with ice and attempts to pick up the injured pro-hero, native. Izuku's paralysis suddenly comes off. He goes to Todoroki and tries to help him lift up the hero. Can't you use your ice to lift him up? Izuku asks, confused. Todoroki nods. A flat platform of ice appears under native and begins to move him away to a safer place, most likely a hospital or ambulance. I'll stay here to get Ida. Get another pro-hero. Izuku tells him. Okay. Todoroki answers as he slides away. Izuku looks back at the 2 paralyzed people in the alleyway. The first priority would be getting Ida up. Stain only had a minute of paralysis while Ida had 2 minutes. That meant leaving Stain here would possibly let him escape. But that wasn't his job. It would make him feel guilty for letting a murder escape, but it would be worst if he let his friend get harmed or maybe even killed. He started to drag Ida out of the alleyway. They had to get out of here before Stain stood back up. Of course, Izuku could stun him again, but using his staff on Stain while he was already stunned wouldn't work. It might even stop his paralysis. If he could maybe stun him right as he got up, that may work. Izuku got Ida a good distance away before Stain's stun wore off. He had somehow gotten the icy cuffs off his arms and stood up. Then the hero killer ran at them. Izuku attempted to block his attack with his staff. Clang! It managed to block it, but there were now dents on it. That didn't stop the hero killer. He swung the blade at them again and again. Every time, his staff blocked it, but it wasn't going to hold for longer. They had to use their surroundings. When the staff broke, Izuku threw the pieces at Stain, grabbed his grappling hook and shot it up the walls of the building. Ida ran as soon as his paralysis vanished and Izuku flew up. The pro heroes arrived just in time. They surrounded Stain and cuffed him. Izuku smiled and slumped down onto the bottom of the roof. All the exhaustion caught up to him. That wasn't the end. A loud screech echoed through the city. Sharp, black claws clamped onto his shoulders. His feet lifted from the ground. "Hey!" he shouted, attempting to catch the attention of a pro hero. It was too loud. There was too much yelling and screaming. No one was paying attention to Izuku while he was being taken. It was a bar. Izuku did not expect a villain's lair to be a bar. It was dark and spooky, but alleyways were dark and spooky, and yet no villains have lairs there. The two familiar faces greeted him. It was like the USJ, but a Nomu was currently holding him still in the middle of the nearly empty bar. "Green-haired brat," Shigaraki commented. "Shigaraki," Izuku replied. "Midoriya, Sensei wanted to meet you again," Kurogiri told him from behind the bar. "I don't remember meeting him." "You will when you see him." Kurogiri turned on an old teen being at the back of the bar. It was the man that was called All for One. He was Kurogiri's friend from before. "You?" Midoriya started. "Midoriya Izuku, the boy with the analysis quirk?" Sensei interrupted. "Do you know, my quirk actually isn't an immortality quirk. I can give and take quirks." "That's not possible. How would you take a person's quirk? They're genetics and it's impossible to just take them." There, Midoriya ranted, nearly forgetting about the fact he was in a villain's lair. "It is a real quirk, unlike yours. Isn't it strange how I attempted to take your quirk, but nothing happened?" "What do you mean?" Midoriya asked, his heartbeat rapidly rising. "I mean that you are quirkless?" No, I'm not quirkless. I have an analysis quirk." Izuku attempted to convince him. "This NPC is quirkless?" Shigaraki growled. "There is proof that you are quirkless, but you cannot prove that you have a quirk. Anyone can do analysis, but you're just better at it. If you went through a X-ray, you will have the toe joint." All for One says, therefore confirming the fact that Izuku is quirkless. Izuku was speechless. There were no words to say. He expected for this to happen sometime in his life, but not this early. It only shocked him that his secret was revealed when he was a kid. How was C that bad at keeping secrets? His mind suddenly shifted into another direction. How was he going to get out of this bar? He didn't know what quirks One for All has, but a mind reader quirk wasn't impossible. Maybe he could overload his mind. There was also Kurogiri, who would caught him if he tried to escape. But he didn't have to anything. "Deku, I can release you if you analyze for us only," All for One proposed. "Why should I do it? Do you think the modern society would accept a quirkless hero? I could tell everyone that their number one first year was actually a quirkless dreamer." All for One revealed, instantly sealing the deal. He didn't even hesitate. There wasn't a real decision. "I'll do it. That's a good choice." Kurogiri walked in front of him. Izuku took a step and he appeared in front of his house. He didn't bother to look back. As he pushed open the door, a short green-haired figure assaulted him with a hug. "Zuku, they said you were gone." She started hugging and sobbing on his dirt shirt. "I'm okay, Mom. The trains were stopped and I had to walk home." Izuku says, half lying. He goes upstairs to his rooms, but doesn't sleep for the entire night because if he did sleep, it'd only bring nightmares. They still had school. Izuku arrived there late. He apparently stayed up the whole entire night, slept at 6 and woke up at that didn't include the time to eat breakfast, take a shower, get ready and then actually go to the school. Lucky, they're still in homeroom when he got to school. He literally shoved the door open, got into his seat and put his head down onto the desk. Izuku Midoriya, are you alright? Those were his friends' voices. I'm fine. Izuku raised his head, to see the whole class looking at him. You don't look fine. There are bags under your eyes. Uraraka pestered. I'm fine. Izuku repeated, a bit louder. He was addressing the whole class, that had decided to pay attention to him and not on the board. But even Aizawa was staring at him. Midoriya, Nezu needs you, Aizawa told him. He nodded, glad to get rid of the attention. It was a short distance to the office. Izuku swung open the door, ready to answer any questions thrown at him. What he didn't expect was All Might and Nezu staring back at him with small beady black eyes. A detective was there too. The same detective at the USJ. Did you only want to see me? Izuku asks, nervous. Somehow villains didn't make him nervous but these two heroes did. Yes, the detective, Tsukachi Naomasa, wants some questions from you. Nezu explains. There was no chance in escaping this. He was dead. Izuku had no clue if there was a spy or quirk in use. If he said the truth now, his secret would be revealed in a second. The only way that he would actually tell the truth was when they were in an isolated room and Aizawa was using his quirk on him. Maybe he could bend the truth a little. You disappeared when Stain escaped. Where were you? The detective asked. I was on the roof of a nearby building trying to escape Stain. Izuku reveals. It was true, so I probably wasn't going to alert the detective. The detective seemed to write something down and nodded to Izuku to continue. Where did you go after? My feet just lifted off the ground and took me to a random place I never been to. I didn't know where my house was because it was too dark. Why did you feel like it was necessary to attack Stain? You could have died. My friend was there and I wanted to save him. After all, isn't that what a hero does? The detective leaves the room shortly after that. There wasn't any other information needed and who could blame a kid for wanting to save his friends? So can I leave now? No. There are two things we need to address. Nezu says in an unusual serious expression. One of them is temporary stopping Deku. It isn't safe. Not when the League of Villains are running around. Done. Nezu and All Might look at him confused. I want to make sure the people around me are safe too. Deku has accidentally helped too much villains, and it's causing too much harm. He should have done this earlier. Izuku did have a real job now. All Might wants to tell you the second thing. The number one hero's muscular body steps forward. Midoriya, would you like to be my successor? Why would you ask me that? Izuku exclaimed. All Might literally told him a few months ago he couldn't be a hero, and now he wants to make Izuku his successor. After seeing you save people from the entrance exam, I considered giving you one for all. You were the one that saved young Uraraka while everyone ran away. Then you started helping other people with your analysis and even with all of that, you won the sports festival. I gave some of the students suggestions and asked my mentor, Gran Torino, to give offers to some of the students. But the fact that you helped your friends and strangers you never met, even when you were against the hero killer, that was what made me choose you. Midoriya, you have great heroic talent. All Might explains. Izuku couldn't believe it. The number one hero, All Might, had chosen him to be his successor. Even if he did have a little grudge on All Might, the fact that the number one hero chosen him, it made him lightheaded. What does being your successor mean? Izuku asked cautiously. You will be the symbol of peace. The one who smiles against all evils. A hero everyone looks up to. It also involves me giving you my quirk. You giving your quirk? That's not possible. Midoriya, nothing is impossible. I was quirkless until my mentor gave me her quirk. The quirk I inherited is a stockpile quirk. It isn't the strength enhancement that everyone thought it was. I want to give this quirk to you. Izuku quickly analyzed the pros and cons of this situation. Getting a quirk was his dream. This quirk might not even last for longer. It would allow him to save more people. It was a strong quirk and would probably make him a better hero, but it also negates everything he worked for. Izuku wanted to prove that you didn't need a quirk to be a hero. He wanted to be the first quirkless hero. I'm sorry, but I refuse your offer. Izuku responded. Before All Might said anything else, Izuku continued to talk. It's not because you first told me I couldn't be a hero. It's because I think you should give this quirk to someone who really needs it. Someone that wants to be a hero, but can't because of a situation. I can't be there for everyone, but 2 people can help more. You can find heroic people, but they might already be fine on their own. Maybe another student who can benefit from this. All Might begins to say something, but then stops. It's all right, young Midoriya. I understand. The hero turns to leave the room. Wait. Izuku grabs his shirt. I did say I wasn't going to be your successor, but I can help you find your successor. Thank you, Midoriya. All Might gives him a genuine smile. Let's go to my office. They both walk out the room. Tsuyu would be a good choice. She's already popular and agile. Since her quirk involves jumping around, she probably doesn't go on offensive much. With your quirk, it may help her capture people more efficiently. Midoriya suggests. I see. Ida seems like a mature choice, but his quirk is already efficient. With Gran Torino's internship, I am sure he became better. He might be a good choice. All Might looked at some of the other papers. I think Uraraka would be another choice. Her anti-gravity quirk is good for rescue, but if there were villains she'd have a little trouble. She's strong, determined, and social. Your quirk can make her a better hero. Nezu recommended the 3rd-year Mirio Togata. His permeation quirk is very powerful. He is very ambitious. Mirio Togata? Permeation is a perfect fit with One for All. He can't be hit and ID he had One for All, he could hit back really strong. But he already has an amazing quirk. Adding One for All would overpower him and he may get a big head. That is true. He also recommended Nijire Hado and Tamaki Amajiki from the Big 3. They're probably strong enough. I think picking a 2nd year may be the best option. You have time to train them on your quirk? We should also look at the general education department. Alright then. Are you sure you can skip class? I just got kidnapped by the League of Villains. I think I need a bit of time off. The academic and practical assessments are in a week. Study and you'll pass. The students who pass get to go to a summer training camp in the woods. Aizawa explains. A summer camp? Kirishima exclaims. That seems fun. Uraraka cheers. I wonder what kind of summer camp, Shinso mutters. Wait. We need to pass the test. Ida reminds them. He got 3rd in the midterms. No. The test. Ashido and Kaminari, 19th and 20th, yelled. I'm sure we can study together. Izuku, the person who ranked 2nd, exclaims. Can I study with you? Tsuyu asked. She ranked 6th. We can have a study session at my house. Yaoyorozu, the 1st ranked, offers. That would be great. Uraraka shouts. She ranked 13th. I would like to join too. Ojiro says. He ranked 8th. I think I should go. Siro, 17th place, laughs nervously. I might need to polish some skills. Jiru, 7th place, says. Studying would be a breeze. I don't need to go. Aoyama, 18th place, comments. Guys. We should go. Kirishima, ranked 15th, tells Ashido and Kaminari. I'm fine study on my own. Koda whispers. He ranked 11th. Me too. Sato exclaims. He ranked 12th. I don't think I will have time to study with you all. Shoji, 10th place, apologizes. Yeah, I'm busy too. I'll come later maybe. Hagakure suggests. She ranked 16th. Kaken, Todoroki and Shinso, are you going to Yaoyorozu's house? Izuku asks. I don't need her help. Kaken, 4th place, growls. Nah. Shinso answers. He ranked 9th. Todoroki, 5th place, simply shook his head. That's fine. Yaoyorozu assured them. Everyone quiet. I'm teaching. Dezawa says sternly. Sorry. Momo's house was big. It wasn't even a house. It was a mansion. A giant mansion. Izuku knew that Yaoyorozu was wealthy, but he didn't expect this. They even got to ride in a limo. Most of the other students were looking at all the fancy wallpaper and decorations. To be fair, they were impressive, but they weren't here to look at things. They were here to study. The group sat at the large dining table. So what are we going to study first? Yaoyorozu asked the group. I'm stuck on this equation. This part is too strong for me. I can't remember this. I need help with everything. Izuku took pity on Yaoyorozu when he saw the excited face turn into a worried one. I can help too. Izuku offered. Half of them scrambled to him. He helped Uraraka and Tsuyu with their math. Ojiro need a little help with remembering, since he usually used his time training and often forgets. Ida also was tutoring a couple of students. He seemed frustrated and accented his arm chops to explain historic figures. In all, it was a mess. Kirishima had bought snacks, which caused the others to follow in his footsteps. Several wrappers laid on the table at the end. Books were also thrown around. The students would study math, history, Japanese, English, and some other subjects. They spent a few hours studying there. Other students started to leave, and soon it was just him and Yaoyorozu. Izuku had volunteered to help clean up, but there were maids and butlers already doing the job. Thanks, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said as he walked out of the door. You're welcome. There were a few more study sessions after that. They had to do some practical training, so it wasn't that often. Everyone wanted to go to the camp, so no one slacked off. Ida and Izuku made sure of it. When the day came, they were all prepared. Izuku took the test confidently, knowing most of the answers. They turned in their tests at the end of the day, all exhausted. I hope we all passed, Izuku told Uraraka as they packed up to go home. Yeah. It would be fun to go to a summer camp all together. Uraraka exclaims. Midoriya, Nezu wants to see you at the teacher's lounge. Aizawa tells him. Yeah, I'll be there. Izuku reassures him. He really hopes he's not in trouble. Izuku waves at Uraraka and quickly leaves the classroom. He wasn't really sure where the teacher's lounge was, but it would probably be near Nezu's office. Instead of going there, he started to run up to Aizawa. Aizawa was a teacher and he should know where the teacher's lounge was. Sir, do you know where the teacher's lounge is? Just follow me. Aizawa continued down the hallway, with Midoriya on his heels. They reached the door, labeled, Teacher's Lounge near Nezu's office. So he was right. Aizawa stepped in first, and was greeted with an excited present Mike. Izuku sidestepped the pair and walked to Nezu, who was sitting on a couch. Why you wanted to see me? Yes. Midoriya, do you want to be a judge for the practical assessment? Wouldn't that be cheating? I mean, I see could be bias and award points to my friends. Izuku asked. He did want to be a judge, but not at all. Teachers are sometimes biased, so we have multiple teachers. We also need you for Class B1, not Class A1. Nezu says. What am I doing in Class B1? Fighting, of course. Since we have a shortage of heroes, All Might can only go for 3 hours and we need more heroes. They can't fight for long. There are 3 years and 2 different hero classes. Then there is the support, business, and general education departments. Most of the heroes are busy, so we need replacements. You are not pro-hero yet, but you are a teacher. The heroes are wearing power suppressants cuffs, so it's more fair. I'm sure you are at their power level. Nezu assures him. I will help. Izuku stammers. Splendid. Then we'll go on to the meeting. Nezu exclaims, turning to the teachers in the room. W8. What are we doing for the practical exam? Well, we're fighting students. You're fighting students? Izuku repeated. We are going to limit the strength of our pro-heroes, Nezu reminds him. Izuku wants to protest, but realizes that everyone is watching him and swiftly shuts up. All right then. Aizawa, do you have the list? Aizawa lays down a couple files on the table. The heroes each grabs a file. Izuku curiously takes one of the file that was near the edge of the table. Shinso and Hagakure. Interesting, Izuku mutters. They both didn't have offensive quirks, but it didn't make them lesser as a hero. Where was his? He looked through multiple files, but none. Was his? Ida and Kaken were a team. They were complete opposites. Jairu and Kodo were another team. He didn't think those two talked to each other. The other teams were similar. They were 2 people who didn't know each other or didn't like each other. Yaoyorozu and him would probably be a team, But he didn't see that file anywhere. Principal, where is my file? Izuku asks. Aizawa. Just give the Midoriya his file. Nezu demanded. Sure. A file was placed into his hands. Inside was a picture of him and Yaoyorozu. So he was right. But Izuku refrained from thinking about solutions to fight the pro-hero they were going to be placed against. It wouldn't be exactly fair. He started to look at the Class B teams. Izuku knew most of them from the sports festival. Minona and Ibra would be weird team. Our final practical exam will involve fighting our students, which will be paired. They can either cuff us or run past a gate. We are deciding which hero will fight which team. Nezu says, interrupting everyone. I'll take Katsuki and Ida. Aizawa explains. He guessed that makes sense. Kaken used his quirk a bit too much and doesn't depend on others. Sato and Siro seem like a nice pair of boys, Midnight says. Her ability does work best with boys. She was a 18+ hero. Jairu and Koda will be a great opponent. Present Mike Anisensis. Jairu's ability was based on hearing and Koda couldn't speak that loud, good choice. I can take Tokoyami and Uraraka. Number 13 offers. If Tokoyami let his dark shadow loose, it might be SE into number 12's black hole. Uraraka with her anti-gravity quirk would have a strong time with defeating or running away too. Tsuyu and Ioma. Ectoplasm decides. Tsuyu was have a harder time. She could only take out one person at a time. Aoyama only had a ray, but maybe he could shoot clones and see if the real one was hit. Kirishima and Ojiro. Cementos declared. Ojiro would mostly likely be running and dodging. Kirishima, he wasn't sure. Most likely he would just run at the hero, but Ojiro might stop him and they could work together. It would be strong to defeat Cementos. That Shinso boy and the Hagakure girl. Snipe says. Shinso would have to get close to him, or need to at least be heard. Hagakure, well, she would be the trump card in every fight. The Kaminari and Shoji team. Power loader Shozes. Kaminari might be hasty and get trapped. Izuku wasn't close to Shoji, but he seems sensible and might be able to talk Kaminari into making a plan. Then I chose Todoroki and Ishido, Nezu says. All Might. The last team is Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, so I chose them. All Might says. Izuku knew they were all glancing at him. He just ignored them. Thinking about beating All Might would probably count as cheating, so he refrained from doing that. He only wanted everything to be fair. That is settled. Now we need to choose Class B1 teams. Nezu tells them. It went by quicker than choosing Class A1 teams. This time, Izuku was in the discussion. He had chose Tetsu and Pony. They were the only option left. They were talkative and friendly to him. Tetsu didn't really like Class A1, so that might be a problem. They started talking about the support department's final exam next. Then the general education department's exams. He was gone by the time they were talking about the business exam. Izuku needed to think of ways to use his best abilities, but also give them a chance to pass. The fact that there would be 2 students his age fighting against him, instead of 1, that was also worrying. Would he be powerful enough? Izuku wouldn't know until that day of the practical exam. The others just kept bugging him. They knew that he was a teacher, so he should know what the exam would be. Is it robots? Ishido asked. Not telling. Izuku simply answers. Is it an obstacle course? Uraraka questions. Not that either. Izuku responds. You're too loud, quiet. Aizawa demands. They obey. Everyone is brimming in excitement, but they know not to cross Aizawa. The class ends up outside, in front of multiple teachers. Izuku already knows what's going to happen. Welcome Class A1 to the practical exam. Nezu starts off. In this exam, 2 students are paired to fight or escape a pro-hero in less than 30 minutes. Run away. Isn't that unheroic? A pro-hero. Pairs. To answer your questions, running away from opponents that are too strong for you isn't unheroic, it is smart. There is no point of defeating one villain with the cost of your life, when you can save multiple people by running. The pro-heroes will have a handicap and you will have a chance to escape. The other option is to restrain them with these cuffs. He gestures to the large cuffs on the floor, The last thing is that your groups have already been chosen. Present Mike will read them to you. Hey! Are you all awake? Present Mike shouts, causing everyone to jump. Izuku rubs his ears a little. Alright. First is Katsuki and Ida, fighting against Eraserhead. Sato and Shiro are going to fight Midnight. Jairu and Koda are against me. Present Mike number 13 is taking Tokoyami and Uraraka. Ectoplasm choose Aoyama and Tsuyu. Kirishima and Ojiro got Cementos. Shinso and Hagakure are with Snipe. Kaminari and Shoji are with Power Loader. Ashido and Todoroki are with the Principal. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu are going against All Might. All Might? Yaoyorozu mutters. The Principal is fighting. Ashido exclaims. Clones, Tsuyu says. You have an hour to think before the first teams enter the exam. Nezu informs them. The heroes all wave to the students before disappearing to another room. Aizawa turns to his class. He makes a follow me gesture and starts walking to another random building. The place is dark and has giant screens all over the walls. Izuku suspects this is where the teachers watch the entrance exam. This is where you see the exams. History if you want or leave. There's no classes. He tells them and then leaves. They're left speechless. It wasn't the fact that Aizawa leave them unprotected, there are security cameras and pro-heroes everywhere, it was the fact that he had let them do anything. Well, except breaking the rules, but that was obvious. Ashido and Kaminari immediately start to mess with the controls. The screens turn on. There is an abandoned city, a neighborhood, grassy plains, and a couple other scenes. Some of the other students decided to talk to their partners instead of messing around. Yaoyorozu walks over to him. Hello, Yaoyorozu. Izuku greets. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu says back. There's an awkward pause. He really hopes he's not blushing. Izuku has never been good at talking to girls, but analysis, he can do that. Do you want to talk about the exam? I mean we don't have to. Izuku asked. I would be a good idea to come up with ideas. Yaoyorozu comments. All Might is considered a hero with not weaknesses. His quirk makes him extremely powerful. So we need to trick him. We can draw All Might away from the escape gate into a trap. What is the strongest metal you can make? Izuku asks. Then he realizes he might have been a bit too rude. Do you have any suggestions? Oh, I think tricking him is the right way to go. We can trick him by blinding him and cuffing him quickly. I think I might be able to create a copy of the cuffs in case we lose it or I'd have to rush it All Might on both sides. I may have to ask the creator how they made it. The strongest metal I can create is titanium. Titanium. That may just hold All Might off. Izuku amuses. We can use my plan if yours doesn't work. All Might would be too fast to outrun and he would probably be at the escape gate. If we can draw him away and somehow trap him, then we use my rocket boots to fly to the escape gate. I have some other ideas, but you should probably figure out how to recreate the cuffs first. Alright, I'll see you in 40 minutes. Yaoyorozu goes to find the creator. Izuku turns back to see that only him, Jairu, Shiro, and Ida were there. He decides to think about other plans to pass the exam. You could never be too sure. Cuffing him would give them more points than escaping, but the priority was passing the final exam. They could fly the whole time, but they might get caught. Izuku wasn't sure what environment they would be in, so that factor could change everything. If it was a city, there would be a lot of places to hide and trick All Might. The plains were too open and All Might would easily have the advantage there. If they were in a large building, it would give them an advantage, but All Might could cause more damage trying to find them. A villain wouldn't have cared. The mountain area was tricky, there were rocks and the ground wasn't exactly stable. Aizawa always said to use your surroundings. If they were in the plains, they would have to use a motorcycle or something fast. He knew Yaoyorozu could do that. If they split up and Izuku crossed first, they could pass. Yaoyorozu could keep making things to distract or hinder All Might from getting to him. A city would mean many places to hide so they could run in the buildings and sneak out. If they wanted to cuff him, Yaoyorozu could cause a distraction that would bring him to the build that was wired with traps. Izuku could pretend to cuff him when Yaoyorozu was the one who actually cuffs him. If that didn't work, they could escape. By using his grappling gun, he could escape with Yaoyorozu and they could run while All Might was in the building. A large open building still had hiding spots. There were doors, chairs, other rooms, tables, and other big furniture. The escape gate would be probably in a hallway, so they might be able to get out by the sliding under the hero. If he only caught one of them, the other could still escape and they'd both pass. But Izuku didn't want to abandon anybody. The mountain was also a tricky one. They would probably use rocket boots and fly around, but that would cause attention. If they wanted to escape, they could try camouflage. If they tried to be on the side where All Might was not, they could sneak to the escape gate. Cuffing him would be a lot harder. Since the hero has fast reflexives, if they tried jumping on him, All Might would probably catch him. But they could aim for his ankles. Izuku came up with multiple plans and talked with Ida and Uraraka. It didn't hurt to help. The hour was already up when Yaoyorozu came back. Sorry, it took longer than expected. Yaoyorozu apologized. It's fine. I don't think we're going up first. Izuku reassured her. They weren't. It was Kaken and Ida's team and the Jirokoda team. They went first. Almost everyone was watching. Some were still running off somewhere. Kaken and Ida were at a large neighborhood. There were houses and streets everywhere. Eraserhead was in front of the escape gate, waiting and watching. The team was at the other end of the neighborhood. Kaken just wanted to go for it. Luckily, Ida stopped him. Izuku could see him talking at Kaken, but he wasn't sure what was happening. Suddenly Kaken ran. He wasn't sure if it was part of the plan, but he was a little worried. Kaken stood in front of Eraserhead. The hero's scarf started to move towards Kaken. The student avoided them and ran at the hero. Eraserhead looked annoyed. The hero was ready to counter the attack. Kaken's palms weren't sparking, so at least Izuku knew that his quirk wasn't working. This looked very reckless, but somehow, Izuku knew this wasn't the end of it. Kaken wasn't dumb despite his words. Ida ran into Eraserhead. Yes, he kicked the teacher. It didn't take him out, but the teacher was now a lot farther away from the escape gate. It seemed like Ida was about to run, but Kaken looked angry. He was pointing back to Eraserhead, Wood was running right at them. Right before Kaken lunged at the hero, Ida grabbed him and ran at the gate. Even though Eraserhead was fast, Ida was faster. He did have engines on his legs. The team passed the escape gate with Aizawa running behind them. On the other screen was Gyre holding her hands to her ears. Present Mike was currently shouting at them every couple seconds and it was messing with her quirk. Koda was currently hiding behind a tree in the forest area they were in. It had already been 5 minutes and they have done nothing. Gyro couldn't do anything since running at a pro hero is stupid and her quirk was being disabled. Koda couldn't talk loud enough and there wasn't even a lot of animals there anyways. Izuku knew that Koda could still use his quirk. He could still win it for them. Gyro's quirk was nullified, but she could fight. Granted, it wasn't much use if you were fighting a pro hero. They all had trained, but they didn't think they'd be up against pro heroes. Izuku should see Gyro struggling to talk to Koda. Then, Koda shouted. Not that he heard the shout, but it certainly looked like a shout. Bugs, all kinds of bugs crawled up from the ground. They crawled onto Present Mike and the pro hero started shouting. Gyro and Koda ran at the escape gate and made it through. The Ishido Todoroki team was next with the Satoshiro team. It was a construction site for the Ishido Todoroki team. They started in the middle of it. Piles of bricks and concrete were laid around and there were some half-built buildings. Ishido and Todoroki were talking, until pieces of concrete and bricks were being dropped on top of them by a crane. Todoroki managed to hold it off with his ice, but more pieces started dropped around them and the ice started to crack. They ran out of the area, but got blocked by another ton of concrete. Eventually their paths were blocked, but it didn't end there. Ice formed under Todoroki and Ishido. They went up onto the crane. The team stepped onto the crane. Ishido melted the end of the crane off so Nezu couldn't lift any more concrete. Todoroki froze the crane afterwards. It didn't move. The machine was all frozen. Ishido carefully stepped forward while Todoroki gilded to the control center of the crane. Nezu was stuck in ice. Todoroki easily placed the cuffs on him. Izuku was a bit surprised, but it did make sense why they won. Ishido and Todoroki had more offensive quirks, but they weren't as smart as Nezu. But even Nezu can't run fast enough to escape the ice. If you can't do the plan, your plan is useless. You have to have the abilities to do it, not just the ideas. The Sato Zero was easily defeated. It was the planes. Sato had more strength, but there isn't any use for that if you sleep. Sato could only fight with fist, which involves getting close to their opponent. He fell asleep instantly. Zero couldn't hold his breath for long and also began to sleep. The Hagakure team and the Kirishima Jiro team were next. The Hagakure got the city. Not the abandoned city, the city that citizens would be in. There were large buildings, TV screens, lights and other things. No one expected for Hagakure to be with electronics. She had brought her phone. After hooking up all the screens to her phone, they face-gamed Snipe, and he actually picked up. "You have the worst and most confusing accent I have ever heard." That really riled him up. After that, Shinso easily brainwashed him and they passed. The Kirishima Ojiro team got another city. Kirishima began to talk to Ojiro and they nodded. Cementos started creating large cement slabs, separating the teammates. But it didn't hinder them. The students ran at the hero, before their path got blocked. Kirishima started to use his arms to make dents into the cement so he could climb it. Zero ran up the slab, grabbing at the sides of it and using his tail. They met up at the top and jumped on top of the hero. Since Cementos was a block of cement, they were able to jump off him, into the escape gate. After that was the Tokoyami Uraraka and the Tsuwayoma teams. Uraraka and Tokoyami were in a building. A large open building. They had to get to the other side, but number 13 was right in the middle of the room. As soon as the hero saw the team, a black hole started to form, sking everything in it. The students gripped on to anything they could. Even a little bit of Tokoyami's shadow was being seiked. Uraraka and Tokoyami seemed to be shouting at each other. Suddenly, they both let go. Startled, 13 stopped their black hole and Uraraka cuffed them. Tsuyu and Ioma were also in a building. It looked similar to an arena. The escape gate was close, but the hero was closer. He started spawning clones. They were easily surrounded by clones in the first minute. Ectoplasm seemed ready to grab them. But that wasn't the end. Tsuyu stuck her tongue onto the roof and grabbed Ioma. A laser shot at the clone and they swung out of the circle into the escape gate. The last two groups were the Kaminari Shoji team and his team. Izuku and Yaoyorozu were brought to an abandoned city. It was large and open. The team got their trap ready. They would create a heavy net to trap All Might, and had heavy metals on top of him. If he seemed stable enough, they would cuff him, but if not, they'd run. Yaoyorozu first made the second pair of cuffs and then began working on the net. Izuku started to go on ahead to get All Might's attention to them. The hero saw them from a mile away and got there in a minute. Yaoyorozu. Suddenly a net fell on top of the hero, along with multiple other objects. Izuku used his staff to stun him. They began to cuff him, but it didn't work. He had just burst out. The same objects she had created were now being used against them. The hero turned to them, but Yaoyorozu threw something down. "Cover your eyes." A bright flash blinded the number 1 hero and the team ran. Izuku activated his rocket boots and started to fly. Yaoyorozu was beside him with her own boots. He didn't dare to look back. There were loud crashes. Then his leg was caught. A large hand had caught one of his legs. "Yaoyorozu, go." She soared to the escape gate. All Might was about to go after her, but Izuku got his other leg and kicked the hero in the face. He immediately let go after getting a face full of flames. Yaoyorozu passed the escape gate and Izuku followed after. He then promptly collapsed onto the ground. His heart was beating really fast. Izuku took deep breaths. Yaoyorozu also looked out of breath, but he was standing. "Good job," Yaoyorozu says. "You too," Izuku responds. They find out that the Kaminari Shoji team had failed afterwards. Kaminari was covered in dirt and Shoji was too. They'd taken up too much time. He was sad for them, but at least the others passed. Now all Izuku had to worry about was the 1B final exams that started in the early morning the next day. This time Izuku was with the pro heroes. The heroes were attempting to calm him down, but it wasn't working. He was just too nervous. When the Class B1 came, Izuku had just froze. Nezu explained the exam. There was still some hours left until he had to go, but Izuku was always nervous. He was going to fight them in an abandoned city. He had come up with more ideas. Luckily, he didn't have to wear the handicap cuffs. First thing he thought of was blocking the escape gate. But that wouldn't help them. It was kind of forcing them to fight, which he thinks they would do anyway. Izuku was going to be in the third round. There were only a couple different teachers left since Eraserhead needed to teach his class and All Might was busy. He had pushed himself too strong, Izuku expected. The hero had been there for 2 hours, leaving about an hour to save people. They couldn't do that again. All Izuku could do is hope that he wouldn't mess up. Nothing is ever 100% certain. He was standing in front of the escape gate, checking everywhere for the Class B1 students. They were both stronger than him, so he did have to trick them. Maybe he would be like Nezu, controlling the larger machines round him and outsmarting them to defeat villains. For Tetsu, Izuku might be able to stun him, but if he was in his metal form, it wouldn't work. But Tetsu in his metal form gave him a couple of ideas. Pony would also be a tough opponent, but he came up with an idea. First he needed to find them. He activated his rocket boots and started to rise up. Izuku zipped through the skies, searching for them, but he also kept an eye on the escape gate. Suddenly, he sees at the corner of his eyes the 2 Class B students attempting to run to the gate. Immediately, he flies back. Izuku got out his staff and soared to Pony's side. She was pulled out of the way by Tetsu, who was in his metal form. But Izuku changed the direction of the swing and got Tetsu. He activated the staff. An electric current jumped from the staff to Tetsu and shocked Pony. She was immediately unconscious. Tetsu's metal form vanished. Izuku took the opportunity to hit him in the head. It was a low blow, but he was playing a villain. But hitting Tetsu in the head didn't stop him. The student threw Pony over his shoulder and ran at the escape gate. Izuku used his grappling hook to grab Tetsu and pull him back. Pony was dropped and the Class B student went flying. He activated his rocket boots to fly to the fairest area he could. It might have worked, but the announcement came on. Team Pony Tetsu has passed the test. Izuku abruptly stops, leaving Tetsu dangling under him. He looks at the escape gate. Pony was there waving. Midoriya, put me down. I'm getting dizzy. Tetsu demands. He flies, lowers and drops him. Sorry, Midoriya apologizes. You did great. Thanks, Midoriya, but Pony did all the work. Tetsu slumped, unhappily. If you hadn't distracted me, they walked back to the monitor room. Izuku only realized after that he wasn't nervous. All he had been working on was analyzing. The results of the final exams were shown to class near the end of the day. Apparently no one failed the written portion of the test, which caused some cheering. But when the practical exam came up, the class turned silent. You will all get to go to camp, Aizawa declared, telling you that the exams will choose the students to go to training camp is just a ruse. What? Kirishima shouted. We must not underestimate youth. Ida exclaims. We all get to go. This will be fun. Uraraka cheers. You can talk when you get out of my class? The students immediately shut up. No one wanted to lose this chance. Right after Eraserhead dismissed them minutes later, Tsuyu and Uraraka immediately suggested to celebrate at the mall. Some of the students couldn't go, but most did. They all met up on the weekends at one of the nearby. Izuku didn't really want to go shopping, but his friends persuaded him. I want to go there. I was looking for those. Where's the food court? Those look amazing. He expected to walk around and talk with his friends, but instead was left alone in the middle of the mall. Izuku looked around, but he didn't even see any of his friends. Then, a thin pale hand grasped his neck with 4 fingers. Based on that definition, Izuku knew who this person. Shigaraki. Izuku said. Brat. Is there anything you need? He refused to show any emotion. If he struggled, there would be a chance of Shigaraki disintegrate him. He was not looking forward to that. But it didn't stop him from shivering just a bit. It didn't stop the cold, unnerving feeling. There was a chance that he could push him off before Shigaraki used his quirk on him, but he couldn't take that chance. I was just wondering about how our player is doing. You didn't tell anyone, did you? Shigaraki asked, tightening his grip on Izuku's neck. Of course not. But you have our information, right? Give it to me. Shigaraki demanded. Izuku handed over a small piece of paper he had been keeping on his pocket. It held all the analysis he had on the League of Villains. They didn't know, or at least he thinks they didn't know, that Izuku had a copy. All their weakness and all the counters to their quirks traps were written there. But Sensei will be waiting. Shigaraki is interrupted by a gasp. They both look forwards. Uraraka and standing there with a gasp. Shigaraki releases him immediately and ran off the opposite direction. Izuku grasps his neck and massaged it a little bit. It was still sore from Shigaraki squeezing it. He bet there were bruises somewhere. Uraraka came to help him. Why was that man holding your neck? Tsuyu asked curiously. Didn't you recognize him? It was Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. Uraraka told her. Izuku half wants to correct her, but there would be questions about how he knew. But there would be even more questions about why Shigaraki came to him. Please don't tell anyone. Izuku quickly asked. It's a villain. We have to tell someone. Uraraka agreed. He isn't coming here to cause problems. Or at least Izuku thinks. Unless you counted blackmailing Izuku for analysis. How do you know? Uraraka asked forcefully. I know because he said, so. His words drifted off. I don't think you can trust a villain. Tsuyu spoke up. That was true, but he had to. All for One never told anyone before. The problem wasn't being quirkless. It wasn't like he couldn't be a hero. It was his confidence. If everyone knew they a quirk, they would think he was useful. That was something he learned during his childhood. No one would look up to a quirkless person. Nothing good came with it. There was a distinct difference before and after gaining a quirk. Almost no one looked at him before he got his quirk. Why would they? Izuku was plain and dull to them. Quirks were everything they talked about. It didn't matter what quirk. If you had a quirk, you'd be noticed. People would pay attention to you. Even if it was bad or good attention, they would still look at them. Izuku only accepted All for One's deal because of it. I know he's not here to cause trouble. Izuku tried to convince them. How do you know? Are you sure? Uraraka pestered him. I'll tell Nezu. We doesn't want to get anyone worried. Izuku reassured her. All right, I'm just worried about you. Uraraka relented. I know. Izuku walked to Nezu's office after school. I need to talk to you, he told Nezu as he walked into the room. The principal was currently working on his paperwork. Yes. The League of Villains told me to analysis for them. Izuku revealed. Nezu looks up sharply. You joined the League of Villains? Oh. I didn't say that at all. They threatened my mom, so I had to. Izuku defended himself. I also did it so I can find out what All for One's weaknesses are. How did you know that name? Nezu asks, turning his beady eyes on Izuku. He is the leader of the League of Villains. It wasn't Shigaraki then. Nezu mutters. Then do you expect me to expel you? I hope not. I am only telling you because Shigaraki was at the mall we were going to. He was asking for the analysis, but Uraraka saw and wanted to tell the police. Izuku explains. I see. You can leave now. I am not expelling you. Nezu says. Izuku nods and turns to go out. He instantly hits a familiar zzz and groans. Of course it's All Might. Oh young Midoriya. I need to tell you something. All Might whispers. Yes. Izuku asks annoyed. I picked a successor. You picked a successor without telling me. Never mind, who are they? Do you even know how to contact them? Experience with hero work. Have you found out any of that? His name is Denjuro Tabita. He is a second-year student from another hero school. I met him while he was saving a little girl from falling from a window. No one was looking before her fell, but he managed to get to her. All Might tells him, trying to defend himself. Do you know which hero school? Did you tell him about OFA? Izuku sighs at the hero's recklessness. At least, do you know where he is? I do. He's going to meet me in front of you 8 tomorrow in my civilian form. That's not safe. What if the League of Villains saw you in that form? Izuku exclaims. Honestly, did he need to be checked on every hour? A civilian with hair like All Might, Clothes that were too big for him standing in front of a famous hero school was suspicious, no matter what you say. It's in front of a school with high security. The hero protests. Yet, the press was able to get into the school despite the high security. There were no words left to exchange. I'll change the meeting location after tomorrow. All Might responds ashamed. Alright, I need to meet him too. We don't want just anyone to get OFA and I'm helping you choose. I'll bring him to your office, but I am sure young Tobita will exceed your expectations. We'll see. I just don't want OFA in the wrong hands. Izuku nervously says. The very next day, a hero and his student stands in front of his desk. The student has combed blondish white hair and is neatly dressed, already making a good impression on Izuku. He didn't seem too full in himself. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm only here to interview you. Danjuro Tobita. The future hero, gentle. Gentle? Why did you pick that? Izuku was honestly curious. Most, if not all heroes fought and wanted cool, catchy names. I want to be a hero that doesn't fight a lot but helps others. Tobita explains, a bit nervous. That definitely gave him more points. Izuku was starting to see why All Might likes him. Most, if not all, damages were caused by hero-villain fights. Less fights, less damage. What is your quirk, if you have one? Izuku asks, adding that last bit just in case. My quirk is elasticity. I can manipulate the elasticity of the objects I touch. That's useful for rescue, Izuku mutters. If someone was falling, Tobita could just save them by manipulating the elasticity of the ground. It would be interesting if he would manipulate the elasticity of his own body too. What is one thing you struggle with? Education. I'm not good with math, or science, or English. So you need a tutor? Izuku says bluntly. Yes. I can't fail another class. It's all just too confusing. I can help you, Izuku offers, but you need to give me your contracts and answer these questions for me honestly. What are the questions? Tobita asked hesitantly. What is your motive? What drives you to be a hero and why do you want to be a hero? Is it the fame? Is it the money? He honestly wants to know. This person might be the next holder of OFA and no one wants it falling into the wrong hands. If a holder of OFA is a villain, Izuku had no idea what would happen, but it would be chaos, absolute chaos. I want to brighten the future. I want for everyone to have a chance at being something great. Just because they aren't good in one area doesn't mean they're going to be bad. Becoming a pro-hero will show that any one man be a hero, even me. Tobita said the last part softly, but he could still hear it. All Might and Izuku were speechless. Izuku still had 1,000 of thoughts running around his head, but he couldn't say any of them. Tobita, no, Gentle would be a great hero. Most heroes were in it for the fame and the money, but it wasn't in the job requirement to be a popular hero. Being a hero didn't mean popularity. There were many different types of heroes, but not every hero is famous. I am going to offer you a deal, Izuku declared. What is it? I will tutor you, if you accept a recommendation for Yuye. He wasn't actually sure if he could do that, but Izuku was a teacher. All Might would support this too, so there would be 2 people in for it. If Tobita was in Yuye, it would be easier to contract him and teach him. Maybe during his lunch or after school. Izuku could see it working. Transfer students were rare but not unheard of. Tobita seemed hesitant to accept the offer. I don't know if my parents will accept the offer, but I will ask them. Good, you can leave now. I hope to see you at UA soon. Izuku exclaims like an affectionate teacher. Tobita leaves the office swiftly, leaving the 2 teachers behind. His opinion of the other student rose a little because he wasn't one of the ones who just left the office without permission. Nice, neat, strong and creative. Gentle was an amazing candidate for OFA. His quirk wasn't that strong offensively, but there were many different uses for it. One for all would balance it. Most of the other UH students had strong offensive quirks, and making them stronger would not be a good idea. Mutant quirks were also unpredictable. Tobita was the best choice. I approve, Izuku tells All Might. Tobita seemed capable and polite. He had a lot of ambition and strength. Thank you, young Midoriya, the hero says as he also leaves. Izuku is then left in the empty room to think. How would the future be like? What does he do to solve the League of Villains problem? Well, he could always think about that later. Actual school homework was needed to be done. They were all talking about the transfer student that arrived 2 days ago. Getting into UA as a transfer student was a really big deal. The entrance exam was extremely strong, but the transfer assessment and application process was even harder. Izuku doubted that Tobita did the transfer exam because he was recommended, but he must have had to do something. It wasn't like Nezu was going to refuse him. All Might was only here for his successor, and if his successor goes to a different school, why would he stay at UA? Uraraka and Tsuyu were gossiping during lunch, and he knew that some other groups were talking too. Luckily, he wasn't going to have any classes or lunch PRDS with him because that would be really distracting. There would be too much people trying to ask Tobita questions and it would just distract him. But Izuku still talked to him. He was tutoring him after school. They sped through the material. Izuku wasn't going to be there because of the training camp, so they had to go over the studies quickly. There were some interruptions since Izuku was working at the same time. Now that he couldn't use his analysis for money, Izuku was a little worried. There was a lot of extra cash, but it didn't mean something bad couldn't happen and he'd lose all of it. The tutoring sessions included textbooks being shoved into Tobita's face, hand cramping, groans, tiredness, and strong work. Memorization was the key. He even got to show him a bit of his analysis. It usually started with worksheets and Izuku helping him with homework. UA was an elite school and you have to have good grades. During that PRD, he also came up with tips for his quirk, both of his quirks. They weren't training OFA yet because of the backlash, but they were focusing on his other quirk. It was unknown what OFA would do to Tobita's original quirk, but Izuku was coming up with multiple suggestions. Maybe it would let him manipulate the elasticity of his own body. That would be very useful. His quirk could also evolve so that Tobita could have a bigger range. Or maybe it would let him manipulate the elasticity of multiple items. Why am I doing this again? Tobita was currently using his quirk on a piece of metal. What he didn't know was that it was a sheet of titanium. Izuku took the piece of metal and bent it. Apparently his quirk worked on anything. He could destroy any defense. I'm testing the limits of your quirk. Did you know you could bend titanium? I wonder if you could punch through it? Can you manipulate the elasticity of other humans? Would it works with Mario's quirk? Can you make weapons using your work? Izuku mutters. It's been some time since he last rambled and it felt good to say his observations out loud. I don't know any of that, Tobita responds. Well, most people wouldn't think of that. At first glance, a elasticity manipulation quirk didn't seem that impressive. If you haven't tried, we don't know if it might work. That was the motivation that kept them going. They had to also build up muscles and strength so Tobita could handle OFA. It would take some time, but they still had some time. When the day of the training camp came, they all entered the bus happily chatting to each other excited. Izuku already knew some of the activities they had to do, but it didn't mean he was happy about it. They were not fun, especially in mornings. During the camp they would be individually training their quirks, but he had been training his quirk a lot already. Izuku wasn't sure what training exercise he was going to do, but it was not going to be fun. Class A was going to have to get there early because of the extra training they would have to do. Izuku was not looking forward to this extra training, but he had the advantage of knowing what his training was. The bus had stopped in a forest. Everyone was confused. Was it the wrong place? There wasn't anything in sight. It was just tall trees and a mountain in the distance. The heroes urged the students to get off. They hesitantly stepped out of the bus. Izuku was already getting his grappling hook out. Where's the camp? This isn't it, is it? Uraraka asked confused. No, the camp is a few miles away. We'll see you there. Eraserhead says as he leaves with the bus. The students were now all alone in the middle of the forest. They just left us here. Uraraka exclaims. Izuku, did you know about this? I couldn't tell you, Izuku apologizes. At least a hint. Ashido whined. Heroes need to learn to be prepared for any situation. I can tell you that it's near the base of the mountain. Izuku explains as he shoots his grappling hook towards one of the tall trees. I'll see you there. He ends up on one of the far trees. There are loud rustling sounds and some talking. Yaoyorozu is using her rocket boots. Todoroki creates slides of ice over the forest. Kaken is jumping on the tops of the trees, creating explosions to boost his height. Siro is SWNGNG through the tree trunks. Izuku continues his journey onwards to the camp. Mostly he'd use his rocket boots to fly, but the fuel wouldn't last for that long and most of the fuel was in the bus. Maybe Yaoyorozu could help, but he didn't take the chance and alternated between SWNGNG like Siro and flying like Yaoyorozu. Be careful of the traps. Izuku warns them as they get near the mountain. It takes about 3 hours for everyone to get there. Todoroki gets there first. Izuku and Yaoyorozu come at a close second. Slowly, everyone tickles in. Most people had gotten lost, but they managed to find the trail of destruction to the camp. All the heroes are waiting for them. "Oh, you're here now." Aizawa comments at the collapsed groups of students. "Yes. What are we doing next?" Todoroki asks, standing up. "How are you still standing?" Kirishima groans. "You can come in to get unpacked?" Aizawa says, ignoring the students on the ground. Izuku managed to roll over and stand up. Despite his training, he was still exhausted from the running. The students were placed in a large room. It took a while to take out his sleeping bag and clothes, but at least they were out. Class A1 was then led to an open area for lunch. That was fun and exhausting. Uraraka exclaimed as she takes a sip of water. "That's only the beginning." Izuku reveals with a nervous laugh. He's already feeling a little guilty for the next part. It was after when things got interesting. All of the students were waiting for the surprise to arrive, when 4 figures jumped out of the trees. "Hi there. It's the Pussycats." The heroes exclaimed in unison. The group awed and gasped. He refrained from doing that but couldn't lie, it was exciting. "We're going to start with a couple of exercises to get ready for tomorrow's test of courage. Your guidance counselor has given you tips for training your quick, so you can occupy yourselves with doing them. Of course there will be some heroes supervising you, so if you need help, just ask. We'll be doing this until 6. They handed out little slips that held the training regimen. "I'm supposed to climb the mountain with only my quirk. How do you burn a hole through the mountain? It's going to help you use your quirk more." Izuku explains, shirking away. "I agree. Running around the whole forest 10 times is going to help. Doing your training will make you a better hero." Ida encouraged. "Yeah. I have to lift up a lot of heavy rocks to help my nausea." "Zuku, don't worry, your advice is great." Uraraka encouraged. "Thanks, but I know it's strong. I'll try to join and help you. The only way I can train my quirk is more analysis, so." Izuku explained. The students cheered supportively. Some of them asked questions or simply started the training. Izuku followed Shinso and Todoroki first. He was a little unsure about Shinso's training, but maybe with a lot of practice, he could do it. On Shinso's training sheet were exercises to hypnotize the animals around him. Adding a command into an animal's mind would be that different, right? They are alive, intelligent, and self-aware. It should work. While Todoroki started on his exercise, Izuku and Shinso began to search for an animal. A squirrel. Shinso attempted to get its attention, but made sure it didn't run. Then he activated his quirk. "Jump up and down," he ordered. The squirrel did it. It jumped up and down. But something was wrong. It just didn't seem right. Ask the squirrel to stop. "Alright, stop." But something goes wrong. Instead of the squirrel stopping his jumping, it drops. He immediately checks the animal. It's not breathing. "Shinso, release your hypnotizing quirk." Izuku exclaims. The squirrel begins to run away. "I'm not going to do to that for trainings." Shinso declares, shaken. "You don't have to." Izuku reserved. "You can practice making more descriptive orders. Maybe you should just realize them instead of saying stop." Shinso nods with his closed-out expression. With this knowledge, they would be able to come up with more tips, but they needed to work on not accidentally killing someone. He decides to move on to Todoroki. Despite using his fire quirk, it was still underdeveloped. While his ice quirk was controllable, his fire was wild. During the fight, Izuku noticed that the flames could only go forwards in the direction he was pointing to. His flames were a bit weaker. They were light orange with a bit of red. They needed to focus on direction and control. So, Todoroki, how does your fire quirk feel like? Some other people with fire quirks say it's like a gas stove, and you have to turn it up slowly, others just imagine the amount and it appears. It's different for everybody. Izuku questioned. For Todoroki, his training included alternating between his ice quirk and fire quirk, maybe even together. There was also focusing on moving the fire so it didn't only go in one direction. Izuku still had to do more analyzing because all the ice and fire had to come from something. If Todoroki was actually pulling water vapor and freezing them, then Izuku could come up with more ideas. With the fire quirk, he could be pulling the heat from in the earth or solar rays from the sun. If Todoroki was going to be contained in a room with no sun or water vapor, then he wouldn't be able to use his quirks at much. That would probably be a weakness you'd want to know about. Does his fire quirk work using any body part? Did he have to stick out his left hand or could he use his right? There were a lot of questions to be answered. I just turn it on. Todoroki answered. So his quirk was similar to a flashlight or a lighter. He could be storing heat to release flames, but it wouldn't feel like that if he's constantly absorbing heat and coolness. It would be normal. That might be a way his quirk works. How far can you shoot your flames? Todoroki activated his quirk and aimed it towards the sky. It went up by 18 feet about. It was strong to see from below. Your ice quirk can go on for longer, Izuku mutters. Do you think that you can use your flames under your feet to create a force to boost you up? It would be similar to a rocket. Todoroki nodded and took of his shoes. Flames began forming under his feet. It grew but nothing really happened. They grew bigger and he lifted a little. Suddenly Todoroki soars up and the flames vanish. Then he starts falling down, onto Izuku. Oh. Well, we know you can fly a little bit. You need a stronger flame and it has to be constant. You can work on power, control of your flames and try to use them together. Next would be Tokoyami. His quirk kind of confuses Izuku. Is it a mutation or parasite? Dark Shadow was supposedly a parasite that was using Tokoyami, but the bird head confused him. Was he born with it? One thing he was sure of was that it was strong to control. But maybe they didn't have to control Dark Shadow. They could work together. But he didn't really know that much about Dark Shadow, so that plan would be pushed back. Tokoyami. Izuku greeted. Midoriya. Tokoyami was currently working on his control. Dark was being released for small moments but then immediately restrained. I want you to try something. Have you ever tried working with Dark Shadow and not just telling him orders? No, but it is dangerous. I don't think working with him is a good idea. Dark Shadow only wants to consume everything when he's in control. What if you only release him when you're fighting a villain? When you capture him, then you can activate SWCH that turns on blinding lights. It can stop Dark Shadow and blind the villain. You still are conscious when Dark Shadow takes over, so there is a chance you can press the button. Of course, there will be backups and other precaution. Izuku explains. I'm still not sure. Tokoyami says. He does understand the fear, but you never knew until you tried. Maybe try working with Dark Shadow little by little. I will. Izuku wanders off to help other people with their training. That was kind of his training too. Uraraka found out she could manipulate pieces of stone and fly on them. Ida discovered that he could jump really high and far. Maybe he could fly since he did have engines on his legs. Kaken had tried to spread explosions by spraying his sweat. It was weird. He also tried to time his explosions. That worked. Koda was working on talking louder, but his loud was just normal. They needed to work on that. Hagakure has to work on being more invisible. Even when she was invisible, you could hear her breathing and footsteps. Kirishima had managed to climb halfway up the mountain, but was about to collapse. He was stronger, but they needed speed now. Ashido couldn't only use her acid for fighting. She could rescue people trapped under blocks of stone, but she had to be careful. It was the afternoon when the next class came. It was Class B's turn next. Izuku met them one by one. It was Monoma's turn first. Unlike most of the other students he was studying, since his quirk was copying, there was not one quirk he'd always use. It would always be different. It wasn't like he kept the quirk. Monoma would never get used to one quirk. That was why he had to study about quirks. If you just have a fire quirk it will help, but you need to know how to use it. Your opponent that know their quirk better than you. They can use it better than you. But if you analyze the quirk and created tips and tricks immediately, you could use it against your opponent. Why do I need to learn about this? I can have any quirk I want, so why are we studying fire quirks? Monoma whines. If you copied a fire quirk, would you know how to use it? Would you know how it worked? No, but I can copy your analysis quirk and do it. No. You're not allowed to use your quirk on a teacher. But it's gonna be easier. Let me just try. No, just don't do it. He attempts to back away, but before he does, Monoma does it. He uses his quirk on Izuku. Midoriya, why isn't it working? Monoma asked, annoyed. It might mean you just don't know how to use it. Izuku attempted to convince him. His heart rate is beating faster and faster. No, when I copy a quirk, something shifts and I can immediately use it. There's something strange about this. My analysis affects the brain. It could be called a mutation quirk because it changed some areas of the brain. I don't know if you can copy mutation quirks, so that may be the problem, Izuku explains, attempting to shift the conservation. That night, but true, but I haven't used my quirk on a user with a mutation. Izuku knows he's on the right track now. You know your new weakness now, right? That's a start. Just other quirks and use your advantages. How long can you use a quirk? About 5 minutes. I noticed you had to have contact with them to gain their quirk, so that would also be a factor in your training. We have to work on your speed after you research these basic quirks, alright? Sure. Monoma answers, turning back to his analysis. All the tension vanished. He was safe. Also, you have to run up the mountain once as punishment, Izuku added as he was leaving to help other students. The day was ending and they were finally going to be able to relax. Todoroki was used his fire to heat up the food. It was noticeable better. Hey guys. Izuku cheerfully greeted at the exhausted students. They were in little groups sitting around at the tables. He talked to some of the Class B students he missed and brought some food to Mandalay's nephew, Kota. After he finally joined some of his friends, Uraraka was furiously shoving in food. Throwing up food every time she overworked herself made her hungry. Ida, while being more cleaner, was also eating large amounts of food. Hello Midoriya. Ida greeted. Todoroki joined them shortly after. Hi. How'd your training go? Izuku was a little curious. My stamina has risen. Ida commented, your training tips were very good. Yet. Uraraka muffled. Izuku translated it to I'm tired. You can sleep after dinner. Izuku comforted her. The students were all called to bed soon after dinner. Izuku didn't have that luxury. He had to go to the teacher meeting. This time they were going to talking about tomorrow's test of courage. It was going to take some time. Honestly, there were too much meetings. Izuku followed some of the teachers to one of the rooms. There were less heroes than normal, but there were new people. Izawa, Present Mike, the Pussycats and him were there. Pixie Bob, do you and your team have the test of courage ready? Izawa asks. Yes, everything is set up for tomorrow. She reserved them. The dust monsters are ready, the traps and tricks. Excuse me, should I really be here? Izuku spoke up. There was no reason he should be here. You're a teacher who can help if anything is wrong. All the heroes will be watching, but there isn't enough for all groups. Pixie Bob informed him. Izuku nodded in understanding. The only thing next would be the teams. Pixie Bob said, we're going to have 6 teams, 3 teams of 7 and 3 teams of 6. Mandalay is looking over the base and her nephew. The groups will be chosen based on their quirks. We need you to come up with the hardest combinations. They need to learn how to work with quirks that completely differ from theirs. That's going to take some time. Are there any suggestions? Izuku asked. Monoma and Katsuki need to learn to work together. Izawa advised. All right, it made sense. Izawa and the others' teachers left shortly. They had to tutor the students that failed the final exam. Izuku was left in the room. He couldn't put Pony, Tetsu, Kendo, Sato, Shishida or Kaibara in a team because their quirks were all similar. Pony had a quirk that gave her the strength of horse. Tetsu was strong when he rammed someone with his metal quirk. Sato's strength was increased when he consumed sugar. Shishida had a strong mutant quirk. Kaibara just had a strength-augmented quirk. Yaoyorozu and Fukidashi shouldn't be a team since their quirks were similar. They were both creations quirks. The students with mutant quirks would also be separate. Ibra, Siro and Tsuyu's quirks were too similar. The first team would be Katsuki, Monoma, Uraraka, Pony, Tsuburaba, Shoji and him. The second was Awaze, Kodai, Shinso, Jiro, Sato, Kawaro and Ibra. The third was Todoroki, Kendo, Tsu, Kamakiri, Yanagi, Ashido and Kaminari. The fourth was Yaoyorozu, Shishida, Kirishima, Bando, Tokage and Siro. The fifth was Fukidashi, Tetsu, Koda, Shoda, Tokoyami and Ida. The sixth was Kaibara, Rin, Komori, Aoyama, Ojiro and Hagakure. They were all random quirks and he was curious of what would happen. A copying quirk and an explosion quirk. But it would have to wait until tomorrow. They announced the teams in the night. The morning was filled with exercises. A part of a forest also burned down that night. Everyone was surprised since this was the first time that Class A and Class B students worked together. You guys need to learn how to work with strangers. Pixie Bob started. This is the test of courage. Your job is to get to the mountain and find the card with your name on it. There will be surprises and scares. A hero will be monitor you, but they will also be tricking you. 2 teams will be going in at a time. You will have 12 minutes. Team 2 and 4 are going in first. Aizawa announced. Ibra and Yaoyorozu seemed to be the leaders of each team. Go! Present Mike shouted. They ran. Pixie Bob and Tiger followed the teams. It wasn't long before he heard screams. During the test of courage, the rest of the students began to plan. Izuku walked to the crowd that was his team. It was Kaken, Monoma, Uraraka, Pony, Tsuburaba, Shoji and him. He and Kaken were a good team. Uraraka was also friends with him. Everyone else, that he wasn't sure about. Monoma was fine, but with Kaken, he wasn't so sure. He kind of fought Pony for her final exam and that wasn't a good impression. He didn't talk to Tsuburaba that much. Shoji seemed antisocial and he wasn't someone he usually talked to. Kaken can scare away things with his explosions. Uraraka can lift them up the mountain to find the cards. Monoma can use his quirk to copy Uraraka's quirk to lift them up to the mountain. Shoji could shield them. Pony and Tsuburaba could knock out their opponents. Maybe they could just fly there with Shoji's quirk. Izuku remembered that Shoji could fly if he spread his arms. He relied his ideas to his team and they hesitantly agreed. It wasn't like anyone else had an idea. Kaken and Monoma barely talked to each other so they wouldn't cooperate. They kind of talked through him, which was the opposite reason of why they were put together. He might have to do something. They did have some time. Team 4 came back 3 minutes early. They were victorious. Everyone was holding their cards proudly. They were a bit dirty too. Team 2 only just made it. They looked shocked and terrified. The heroes must have done a good job of scaring them. Teams 1 and 6 are going next. Aizawa announced. Izuku turned his attention to the forest. It was looking a bit ominous and dark. Go! Present Mike shouted. Get out of the way! Kaken shouted. You get out! Monona pushed Kaken out as they raced into the forest, leaving their team behind. Honestly, he was tempted to just leave them together to work things out, but this was a team challenge. Shoji, can you lift us up and fly to them? Izuku asked. He nodded. Uraraka, can you manipulate the gravity on Shoji so he can carry all of us? Sure. But I'm not sure that I can hold it for long. It wouldn't take a long time to catch up to them. Most likely they'd tired off. Shoji grabbed each of them with one of his hands and took off. It wasn't a good ride. Being jostled up and down wasn't a fun feeling. They quickly found the pair. Shoji swooped down and grabbed the two. It caused the branches scratch their faces. They started to fight and attempted to get out of his grip. That's not a good idea. You'll fall. Izuku warned. They immediately stopped struggling, but they did start grumbling and arguing. The team had almost managed to get to the mountains, but suddenly, a cloud of dust shoots into Shoji's face, causing everyone to be dropped. Izuku instantly activated his rocket boots. It didn't have a lot of fuel, but for now it would work. He soars to Pony and catches hers. Kaken could probably catch Uraraka. Shoji would have to catch everyone else. The group landed close to the mountains. They were still in the forest area. "Are you guys alright?" Suburaba asked. "Yes, I had my rocket boots and caught Pony." Izuku answered. "I caught Monoma and Suburaba, but I missed Uraraka." Shoji responded. "What happened to Uraraka then?" Izuku exclaimed. "I am here floating. Can you help me?" Uraraka shouted from above. Izuku could see her floating higher and higher. "Shoji!" Izuku shouted. He soared up quick and fast. Shoji caught her in his grip and flew down softly. They were both huffing and breathing deeply. "Are you alright? How did you even get up there?" Izuku asked concerned. "I'm a little nauseous, but I'm fine." Uraraka reassured him. She turned to Shoji. "Thank you. I don't know how to repay you, but I will." "It's okay." Shoji responded. "I'm sorry to be rude, but this is timed," Pony reminded them. "Then go." Monona growled. "I think you guys should stop talking because your arguing nearly got Uraraka killed." If Shoji wasn't distracted, then he might have dodged the cloud of dust. Izuku exclaimed. He sighed a little to cool off. It wasn't really fair, but he was still mad. No one should get hurt. But instead of moving forward, they were distracted at the fact that the forest burst into flames. What is that?" Uraraka asked horrified. The whole forest was ablaze in fiery electric blue. It was noticeably getting hotter by the moment. This wasn't right. Izuku did not remember the fire ever being included in the test. "We have to go back," Izuku exclaimed. "But what about the names cards?" Suburaba asked. "It's not important right now. We have to leave," Izuku ordered. His job was to keep them safe. If they failed, well, it was bettering than getting hurt. They started to run back through the forest, but he stopped when he turned back. He was sure he saw someone in the mountains. Was it the other team? They shouldn't be getting the name tags. Izuku searched the forest rapidly and spotted one person. It was Koda. "Go, I need to go back to get someone." Izuku didn't listen to the others and just ran. He had to run faster. He had no idea how fast he ran, but he managed to get up there really quickly. "Midoriya?" Koda asked worried. "We have to go, Koda. There are villains here and your aunt must be worried." Izuku told him frantically. He nodded trembling. Izuku was just about to grab him and go when he came. Izuku recognized the villain. It was an old villain but a familiar one, and he probably shouldn't be distracted, but he couldn't help it. It was Muscular, the villain who killed Koda's parents. He had been researching villains to make sure that he wouldn't give advice to them, but it wasn't always rival. Muscular was one of the worst villains he'd ever seen. He was invincible to everything but water. It costed the water duo's life, but he was contained, or so they thought. "Koda, get back!" Izuku shouted. He had a plan, but he wasn't sure if it would work. They only needed to stop him. "Why are you saving me? You're just going to die." Koda exclaimed confused. "That's what a hero does." Izuku responded. "I know you're on the capture list, but he's not." Muscular shouted looking at Koda. "You have to get through me," Izuku exclaimed, refusing to move. "They didn't say I couldn't hurt you." Muscular turned back to Izuku and lunged at him. "Koda, use your quirk," Izuku shouted. He had speculated that Koda had a similar quirk to the water duo, so it would most likely be similar. Water immediately rushed more behind him, pushing him off the cliff. The villain attempted to climb up, but they were already soaring. His rocket boots were dead, but he could still use his grappling hook. They swung on top of a tree, and then the other tree. "Koda, oh hold on, we have to get back to the base," Izuku exclaimed. He started going faster. The branches weren't that sturdy and there was fire and smoke everywhere. They had to go around or find a gas mask somewhere, but who would have a gas mask? Maybe Yayarosa knew, but he didn't know where she was. For now they were stuck on the outer edges of forest. When Izuku reached the nearest tree, instead of flinging himself to another branch, he climbed down it. As expected, the villain missed them. Since there was too much chaos, Muscular couldn't spot him or Koda. Maybe now he would have time to think. There was a list. Muscular mentioned that he was here to capture someone. Apparently he was on the capture list. Maybe they didn't trust him with the heroes anymore. It made sense why'd they want to capture Izuku, but who else was on the list? Suddenly the tree started to shake. "Heroes, where are you?" A mysterious voice shouted. "I want to taste your flesh." Izuku and Koda stayed still. A black figure was right below them. He recognized that villain too. It was Moonfish. He could manipulate his teeth. It didn't seem dangerous at first unless his teeth grows into a sharp, pointy spear and is trying to kill you. Some more rustling noises could from up ahead. It was another villain. This time he didn't know who it was. The villain was a girl who was wearing a heavy mask and had blood dripping down her outfit. She was laughing crazily. "Moonfish, did you hear? There are some little heroes running in the trees. I think that the hero kitties are the best. I want to see their blood dripping from my nails." She giggled and skipped away with the other villain. Izuku shivered at her words. She didn't seem sane. They knew that most of the heroes in the trees, or they heard him and Koda. The hero kitties were probably the pussycats. Would be better to crawl on the ground. "You brats, come back here," Muscular shouted from some area behind them. They really had to run, but if they were on the ground, Muscular could easily catch them. They couldn't outrun the villain. He could also find them in the trees by knocking or shaking each one. Maybe they could stay still and somehow distract him. "Koda, you have to control a stream of water onto Muscular so we can run. I'm going to push him back and you have to run, okay? Don't look back and just run. He only wants to kill you, so I have a better chance of surviving." Izuku explained. "But you would get hurt," Koda protested. "Heroes get hurt to save other people who can't fight. I can't stop him without you, but I don't want you to get hurt." Izuku told him. "Why do you have to do this?" Koda whispered, still hesitate. "I want to save people." Izuku responded. "I hear you," Muscular shouted. Loud thumps rang through the forest. It came closer to the tree they were in. Suddenly the villain's head popped up right in front of them. "There you are." Koda automatically shot a stream of water right into his face and ran the other way. Izuku had taken off his rocket boots and used the last of its energy. Muscular was knocked back a few feet. He didn't hesitate. Izuku got out his staff and jabbed him, then ran the opposite way of Koda. The villain naturally followed him. Muscular was slower because of the stun, but he wasn't fast enough to catch him when Izuku shot his grappling hook. He was really close to the base, but suddenly a black shadowy tornado flew in front of him. "Tokoyami!" Izuku exclaimed. Shoji was following him from behind with Uraraka. "Izuku!" Tokoyami wanted to help, but he lost control. Uraraka explained. "We need light." Izuku shouted. "Where's Kaken?" He was going the other way because he didn't want to follow Monoma. "We need to find him. His explosions can create enough light to stop Dark Shadow. There should be speakers around the training area. If he could get to it, he could get Kaken here." Izuku ran faster. When he got to the base, it was burning. There was a strange man with blue fire surrounding him. Eraserhead was already there and he needed to save Tokoyami. He snuck around him to get to the control room. There was the speaker. "Kaken, go to Tokoyami." "Rocket!" Izuku shouted. He ran out of the control room to find the stream of explosions. Izuku shot his grappling hook towards that area. He met Kaken on one of the unburnt trees. "Why do I have to go to the bird head?" Kaken exclaimed. "We need your explosions." Izuku explained. "Do I get to beat up some villains?" Kaken asked. "Maybe, let's go then." They ran to where he last saw Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Shoji. They were near there. "Tokoyami, stop!" Uraraka's voice shouted. "Over there." Izuku pointed towards the area. Kaken activated his quirk and came bursting into the darkness. Dark Shadow resided. Everyone was now visible. Muscular was on the ground with Moonfish. But there were two other villains there. The girl villain, the fiery man villain, and Mr. Compress, one of the villains he actually knew. "Oh, so the 3 students on the capture list are here," Mr. Compress muttered. 3 of them. He knew he was one, but who were the rest? Tokoyami might be one since his quirk was strong. Maybe Kaken then. Villains wanted strong quirks, either to take or make the user a villain. Mr. Compress's quirk was to compress items or people. Everyone. Move away. Izuku shouted. They weren't quick enough. Tokoyami and Kaken were gone the next second. There were 2 marbles in the villain's hand. Give them back. Uraraka exclaimed. What would you give me? Mr. Compress asked. I'll give you, Uraraka started. Too late. Izuku was suddenly squished into a tight, compressed area. It was like his cells were being rearranged and pushed into a tiny marble. He could still see, but everything seemed to get bigger and more rounder. His heart started to beat faster and he was panicking. How would they get out? Everything was weird and he was getting claustrophobic. No, Izuku had to calm down. Analysis. That had to help. That always helped. First, he had to analysis his surroundings. Was there anything he could use to escape? He was on a glove. There were swirls of color in the marbles next to him. That was probably Kaken and Tokoyami. They were all in one hand. Was this it? Were these all the students in the capture list? Izuku attempted to look at the other hand. There might be more people. He hoped not, but of course, Izuku had no luck. Mr. Compress had marbles there too. Were they more people? He took another glance at the marble. It didn't have the swirling particles in it, so there was a chance it would be empty. It must be a decoy. The villain's gloved hand was moving to his mouth. Izuku already knew what was going to happen. Could he move? Izuku attempted to move forward, but he had no control. Mr. Compress placed them on his tongue. There was some movement, but he really didn't know what was happening. Were they going to find them? Suddenly every jostled and there was light. It was just about to close when a piece of tape surrounded the marble he was in and pulled. Izuku was being flung out of the mouth and escaped, just barely. He had reappeared on the ground looking at a portal shut close. Izuku was speechless. There were really no words. Maybe he should get up first? He stood up with the help of Uraraka. His limbs weren't really cooperating and everything was jelly. Are you alright? Uraraka asked as she took his arm to keep him steady. I'm fine. Did you get Kaken or Tokoyami? Was anyone else taken? Izuku wanted to keep shooting out questions, but he was still a bit dizzy. He hated not knowing what was happening, but it would help his analysis. Eraserhead came running in seconds later. Are you alright? No one's hurt, right? Present Mike asked coming in later. Katsuki and Toyakami were taken. Shoji explained. Present Mick's expression turned grim. You can go back to the bus. Midoriya, I need your help to find the other students. Aizawa ordered. I can help. Uraraka exclaimed. I want to help too. Shiro offered. No, Midoriya is employed, but you aren't. Just go and rest. Aizawa gestured to the bus at the base. But, Uraraka muttered. Go. Present Mike urged. They were hesitant but jogged out of the area. We have to find some of the students that ran out of the base. Aizawa explained. So far, only your group and the students that were in the base were found. But isn't everyone else besides the 2 groups at the base? Izuku asked. Even when a villain was there, heroes were here to save and protect them. They ran out to fight the villains. Those irresponsible brats. Izuku laughed a little as they walked through the forest. It was little dangerous, since the fire was still burning. There didn't seem to be a lot of people around. He walked warily about the path of destruction. The smoke cleared out and the fire was dying. Sirens were wailing from the distance. He quickened his pace. Hello! Izuku shouted. Eraserhead was sprinting on top of the trees looking for people next to him. Hey! A familiar voice shouted. It was from above. Monoma, is that you? Izuku asked looking up. Help me. Monoma ordered. How did you even get up there? Izuku asked looking up. Just get me down. Monoma screamed. Can you climb down? Izuku asked. The branches were a bit burnt and it didn't seem safe. Maybe he could drag heavy branch. The tree started moving. You should stop moving. I am getting out here now. Monoma began to fall out. Monoma had fallen into Izuku. He quickly got up and left. Are you injured? Izuku asked. No. He protested as he limped out. Let me help. Izuku ran towards him. He caught up to Monoma and grabbed him. Let go of me. Stop it. You're hurting yourself. Izuku exclaimed. He checked on Monoma's leg. There were burns on it. It was an angry red color. Was this from the fire? No. Katsuki. Monoma muttered, looking towards the ground. He did this? Izuku was surprised. Kaken wouldn't do that. He blew me up the tree. Monoma exclaimed. Izuku ignored the rest of his ranting. Kaken probably did it so Monoma wouldn't get in the way. He supported Momona as he got up and they slowly walked to the base. They reached the base quickly and he laid Momona on a ground. A paramedic came to treat his injuries. The heroes stayed there for a while. They had to put out the fire. Yaoyorozu supplied the gas mask for the firefighters and heroes. The rest of the students were found. No students were seriously harmed, unless you counted Monoma. They had bruises and scabs. That wasn't true for the villains and heroes. One of the pussycats had disappeared. 3 villains were caught, which was good, but it didn't replace the 2 students that were lost. They drove back to the school quickly. The police were still at the forest investigating, but the school had to leave. They were called to a meeting right afterwards. It was probably because of the missing students. It had to be because of the missing students. Izuku was just about to go to the meeting room when Yaoyorozu came up from behind him. Izuku? She asked. Yes. Izuku turned around to face her. Do you know where the pro heroes are? Yaoyorozu looked nervous. Why? Izuku was curious and a little desperate. I placed a tracker on the Nomu. I want to give it to the pro heroes so they can find Katsuki and Tokoyami. Yaoyorozu explained. That's great. I'm going to a meeting and you can share the information there. There was some light. The Nomu would be where the missing students were. It was probably the bar or near the bar, right? They only had a couple of Nomus and keeping them in the bar would be safer. Kaken and Tokoyami would be found. They hurried to the meeting place. It was in the teacher lounge. At least this time he knew where that was. Izuku quickly opened the door and walked in. He wasn't late, but there were still people there before him. Midoriya, Nezu greeted. You brought another student? Yes, Yaoyorozu can help us. Izuku explained. I see. The meeting was started after a few minutes. All, if not most, of the teachers were there. The same detective was there and some other heroes he recognized. We are here to stop the villain all for one and to save the 2 missing students. Nezu started. Miss Yaoyorozu, Midoriya said you could help us. Wise. Yaoyorozu revealed a tracker from her backpack. I placed the trackers on a Nomu during the fight in the forest. They should tell you the location of the villains. Thank you, Nezu said as he took the tracker from her. You can leave now. But I want to help. I can stay out of the fight, but I can give you ideas. Yaoyorozu exclaimed. No, you are a student and we can responsible for you getting harmed. Midoriya, you can go too. Nezu declared. Wait, why do I have to go? Izuku asked surprised. You're still a student too. I don't want you to fight if we don't have to. We have enough information to find Katsuki and Tokoyami. Nezu ushered them out. They closed the door behind them. The 2 students were left in front of the door awkwardly. Izuku didn't know what to do now. He really wanted to help, but they wouldn't let him. Of course they didn't want their students fighting real villains, but they could maybe grab the student and go. I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu said, disrupting his thoughts. For what? Izuku asked confused. I got you kicked off the team to find Katsuki and Tokoyami. I wasn't even on the team in the first place, Izuku said harshly. They only needed my analysis. Everything was because of his analysis. Helping the villains, getting kidnapped by All for One, getting a teacher position, and being accepted to you. He was feeling a little bitter. What would have happened if he didn't have the analysis quirk? What if he didn't lie? Oh, Yaoyorozu softly muttered. She suddenly changed her expression. Midoriya? Yes? Izuku questioned. I want you to help me save Katsuki and Tokoyami. What do you mean? Izuku asked. He had an idea of what she was talking about. What if we can create a team to find Katsuki and Tokoyami? This idea was a bit absurd, but they shouldn't be leaving us out of finding our friends. I mean, you, Ida and Todoroki defeated Stain when no one else did. We all survived the USJ. So, why couldn't we do it? Yaoyorozu explained. That's true. Izuku exclaimed. Maybe they could do it. Maybe they should do it. Let's make a team. Do you have a replica of the tracker? Yes. I can also get us the supplies. Yaoyorozu added. I can check the area out. I'll bring Ida with me, so we can run away fast. If there are too much villains or a trap, then we can get the tools for it. Izuku told her. Are you sure? That broke the streak of ideas they were throwing in. If there are traps and we don't have the right supplies, then how would we get there? There would be no way to save them. That's why we should scout ahead. Izuku explained. But you would be going to the base of the League of Villains. Aren't you afraid? Yaoyorozu asked. Of course I am, but if I'm going to save them, I have to be brave. It's not like I'm going alone. I'll ask Ida to come with me. He is the fastest. I'm not really sure, Yaoyorozu. It's not like I'm going to run in and save him. I am only going to see what's there. With my analysis, then I can spot the dangerous quirks and traps that are there and deflect it. We need to know what we're up against. Maybe you should ask another person to go with you. Let's see, Izuku muttered. I could take Shinso. All right then. Yaoyorozu exclaimed. I'll pick out some people for the team. We don't want it too big, so about 8 people. So we're adding 4 more people. Izuku wasn't sure if they should add more people, but just in case. He was more scared of all for one telling everyone about his secret, but it wasn't like they were going to believe a villain over him. The pair quickly walked to their parents who were waiting for them. They would get this done tomorrow. Izuku had texted Ida and Shinso to meet him at the beach. It was the same beach that he had trained in. The sand was clean, and the water was clear. People actually began coming to the beach. He was currently under one of the umbrellas. Over here. Izuku waved to the familiar faces. Midoriya. Ida exclaimed. Why did you call us here? Shinso bluntly asked. I can't tell you yet. It involves Kaken and Tokoyami. Just promise me that you won't tell anyone, not even a hero. Izuku asked. It was risky, but he did not want the whole operation to be shut down before anything began. Is this an illegal activity? Ida asked worried. Well, it might be. Izuku admitted. If they used their quirks, then it would be illegal quirk use, but they weren't going to do that yet. You can't do this. It's outside of the law. Only a villain does that. Ida protested. Is a villain a woman who steals food for her kids? Izuku asked. Is a villain a man who accidentally goes ahead of the speed limit or forgets to buckle up their seats? Heroes create massive amounts of damage each year. Isn't that a crime? That is debatable, but they make rules for a reason. What if it was to save our friends? Well, the heroes could do it. Heroes aren't always going to be able to save you, Shinso spoke up. There are still bullies and thieves. But Ida had seemed to trail off. Shinso? Izuku questioned. It seemed like he was going to agree. I wanted to become a hero to save people. Shinso replied. Izuku took that as a yes. He turned to Ida, who seemed to be in deep thought. Katsuki and Tokoyami aren't typical heroes, but they are my friends. Ida decided, I will keep your secret. Thank you, Izuku said relieved. We have to check out the area where the villains are. How do you know where the villains are? Ida asked. Yaoyorozu placed a tracker on one of the Nomus. It would probably be at their base where our friends are at. Izuku explained, we have to see how much people there are and find out where the traps are. I chose you and Shinso since you're fast at running and Shinso can make them forget we were there. I am analyzing the area. Do you assume the hypnotizing would stay for that long? Shinso asked. It would only hold them off for a little bit, but that little bit would be enough. Izuku informed him. I see. Shinso replied, when are we going? Tonight. Shinso and Ida followed Izuku. He was the one holding the tracker. They didn't have their hero costumes on, but Yaoyorozu used her quirk to give them some gadgets. She couldn't remake his rocket boots, but she could create the fuel for it after seeing the ingredients. The grappling hook and a simple green mask was created for him. He already had his retractable staff ready. Ida had gotten a mask, since his armor would have taken too long to make and it didn't help his speed. She did get him more durable shoes so they wouldn't break from running. Shinso had gotten another mask and a stun gun. The stun gun wasn't a part of his original costume, but it would have to do. Izuku faintly remembered the way there. He definitely knew that it wasn't in the middle of nowhere. Either the building they hid the students was different or it was a different way to get there. They were both in the middle of abandoned buildings. They group vaulted over the broken roofs and walls and followed Izuku. They all had a tracker, but they were for emergencies. There were breaks in between, but it ended up that the building wasn't far away. It was near the edge of the abandoned city. "I think this is it," Izuku announced. He was standing in front of a large warehouse. It looked normal for a building in a city of ruins. There wasn't any holes in the building, but there were tears and scratches. But it was for that very reason that Izuku was suspicious of it. Every other building had a hole in it, even if it was a small one, they still had a hole. The ones on the building must have been patched up. So far, they didn't activate any traps, so that was good. "Are you sure?" Ida asked. "Yes," Izuku confidently stated. "All right." They checked the outsides of the building. There wasn't any entrances other than the front door and one in the back. "Shinso, come with me and take the front door. Ida, you can take the back door," Izuku ordered. Ida could easily run away if there was a trap. Shinso could help him if he got stuck, or Izuku could help Shinso if he got stuck. Ida and Shinso nodded in confirmation. Izuku crept to the front. He slowly opened the door. A creaking noise was created and he slipped right in. It was a bit dark, so he couldn't really see anything. Suddenly, the lights flickered on. "I have found the lights," Ida announced. The other two didn't answer. They were too busy staring at the Nomus in the test tubes. It was horrifying. The massive dark creatures were stuck in a tube. They had wings, muscles, horns, and each one of them looked different. "Have they become Nomus?" Ida asked, horrified. "No, they wouldn't have gone through all this trouble for that, would they?" Izuku questioned himself. He really hoped that it didn't happen. Did they really become Nomus in less than 24 hours? "We should split up and try to find them," Izuku suggested. "All right," Ida said. Shinso nodded and walked off. Izuku started to look closer at the test tubes. They were clean, so that meant someone had recently been here. "Over here," Shinso called. "What?" Izuku walked over to Shinso. He was standing in front of a covered test tube. It was most likely a failed experiment, but maybe not. This might be something. Shinso pulled the covers and revealed Tokoyami in the test tube. "Tokoyami!" Izuku exclaimed. His friend was strung up in a tube by chains. "I heard you say Tokoyami." Ida came from the right of him. He looked at the horrifying image in front of him. "Tokoyami, are you guys just going to stare at him? Or are you actually going to help him?" Shinso deadpanned. They were shook out of their daze and immediately attempted to find a way to get Tokoyami out without hurting him. There didn't seem to be an opening, but maybe you had to open it from the top. Izuku glanced at the electronics around Tokoyami's tube. Would one of them harm him? Maybe they should try it on another person's tube. But that wouldn't be fair. It wasn't right to potentially harm other people because he didn't know them. Was there an empty tube anywhere? Over there. Izuku saw in the corner that there was an empty tube. It wasn't abandoned. The tube had been prepared. There were chains in place and it was open. The tube had opened from the front, but how? A panel was on the side of it. Multiple buttons and suches were on it. He curiously pressed a red button. The chains inside of the tube retracted into the roof of the tube. The green button next to it released the chains. The small SW switch above of that sprayed some smoke into the tube. It was most likely a sleeping powder or something similar. There was a weird sweet scent lingering around. The SWH next to that turned the lights on in the tube. Izuku pressed the button to the side of that and finally, it opened. Shinso. Press the Izuku didn't even get to finish. The tube was already open. "You have to help me get him out," Shinso responded. "Coming." Izuku jogged back towards Tokoyami's tube. Ida and Shinso gently took the chains off of his wrist. They lifted him up and out of the tube. Izuku pressed the red button that retracted the chains and closed the tube again. He turned around to check on Tokoyami. His friend was currently unconscious. There was soft breathing, so at the very least he was alive. But something was bothering him at the back of his mind. Was he forgetting something? Kaken. Where was Kaken? "Guys, do you know where Kaken is?" Izuku asked, worried. "No, I have not seen Katsuki." Ida answered, maybe Tokoyami knows. He really didn't want to do this, but they needed to find Kaken and leave immediately. Izuku grabbed Tokoyami's shoulders and shook them rapidly. Wake up! Izuku exclaimed. He didn't want to be too loud and attract attention, but how else would he ask about Kaken? Tokoyami started to stir. It was working. He shook him a bit harder. Tokoyami! We need your help. Izuku exclaimed. Izuku! Tokoyami muttered. Yes. Do you know where they took Kaken? Izuku excitedly asked. Not here, not here. You mean we have to find another place? Izuku only knew one other place, but he wasn't sure how to get to it. Was it the bar? Izuku? Shinso asked. Yes. I think we have to go. That red light does not look good. Shinso pointed at a small red light on Tokoyami's previous tube. Let's go. Izuku began to run. Ida was holding Tokoyami and Shinso was beside him. Ida ran ahead of him. Izuku caught Shinso in his grip and activated his rocket boots. They rushed out of the warehouse rapidly. The wind was harsh and pushed them back. The villains had begun shooting at them. He glanced back at the warehouse and saw men in black suits pointing their guns at them. They strangely weren't using their quirks, but maybe they weren't good for long distance. It was strong to analyze while running away. Maybe he should work on that. A bullet scraped the side of his rocket boot, disabling it. They started shifting towards the left side because of the sudden imbalance. Shinso! Hang on! Izuku exclaimed. Shinso gripped his waist tightly. The students ended up on top of a building. As their feet hit the ground, the pair immediately ran. Then they got to the edge of a building. The building seemed to be 5 floors tall. At times like this he wished he had his hero costume. That cape/hang glider would have, hold my hand, we have to grapple down. Izuku warned him. He placed the hook on the edge of the building roof and slowly began to grapple down. It was definitely harder with 2 people. Crumbles of debris began to fall on them. The ledge was breaking and they were only halfway down. He started to go down faster down. Suddenly, the chain felt loose and they were falling. All he could say was that it hurt. There were some bruises and he was sure his ankle was a little twisted. Something was wrong with it. Izuku had attempted to roll but there wasn't enough room and he fell on his ankle. Shinso was on the ground beside him. He had landed on his side. They're catching up to us? Shinso said worriedly. I twisted my ankle so I might slow you down. You should go now. I'll try to use the rocket boot. Izuku assured him. I'm only going to trust you now, but if you get caught, I'll punch you when we save you. Shinso warned him. Shinso ran off hesitantly. As soon as Shinso had left, Izuku scrambled to take off his rocket boot. It was kind of twisting his ankle even more. The engine was broken, and it didn't seem fixable, but the other rocket was functional. How could he use that? Maybe jetpack. Shinso had caught up with Ida and Tokoyami. He was quickly draining his energy, but they were close. Just as they reached the edge of the city, a blur flew past them. Hey, I got here before. Izuku commented breathless. He had held a rocket boot behind his back and blasted his way out of the abandoned city. Midoriya, I don't have to punch you then. Shinso teased him. Yes, please don't. Izuku agreed. Midoriya, we have to get Tokoyami to the hospital. Ida reminded him. Can I tell Yaoyorozu, then? Izuku asked. That would be fine. Ida agreed. He got out his phone and quickly texted Yaoyorozu about the great news. The only real problem now was the excuse they had to tell the hospital. They walked to the nearest Izuku found scrambled up the steps. What they didn't expect was Nezu waiting for them looking disappointed. Midoriya and Shinso. You know we have heroes for this. Nezu reminded them. Yes, but sometimes they are too late, Izuku answered. He knew talking back was probably going to get him mad, but his friend was in danger. He'd rather sacrifice his chance at being a hero than letting someone get killed. Midoriya, come with me. Nezu ordered tiredly. Ida, check Tokoyami into the hospital. All right. Ida answered. Nezu nodded at one of the employees and they took him into a private room. It only had an office desk and 2 chairs. The principal sat down on one of the chairs. I know you're quirkless. He began. Why you do? Izuku asked horrified. Yes, I am your principal and a genius. Nezu reminds him. I just thought. Izuku was feeling a little more than embarrassed. Then, why didn't you kick me out? Everyone says that quirkless people can't be heroes, and I lied about my quirk. I believed in you. There is no rule about quirkless people becoming heroes. After All Might was quirkless, yet he's the #1 hero. But, I let you into my school and you thrived even without a quirk. Most quirkless people are too scared to try to get into a good school, but you did. Nezu tells him, but his tone changes. I am disappointed at you for running recklessly into the villain's warehouse and nearly got killed or caught. What do you think I could say to your mother? Even if you're not in school, I can still in charge of you. You have to think better. What are the heroes for if people just run into danger by themselves? Nezu looks at Izuku for a response, but there wasn't one. He knew that everything he said was right. Midoriya, you, Shinso, Ida and Yaoyorozu are all suspended for a week. Nezu declares. Izuku nods in resignment. It made sense. He wasn't surprised that Yaoyorozu also was suspended. Nezu found out everything. I'll tell them. But we can check on Tokoyami now. The pair leaves the room. Ida and Shinso were waiting, but Tokoyami was gone. They took Tokoyami to another room, Ida said as they came out. Can I see my student? Asked one of the attendants at the front desk. Is that the child that was just checked in? Yes, I am his principal. I'm sorry, but he is unavailable. Since he didn't seem to be in immediate danger, your student may be available in a few hours. We can call you when he is ready. Thank you. Nezu walked back to the trio of students. Can we visit him? Izuku asked hopefully. Not right now. You should go home. Tokoyami won't be available for some time. Nezu avist. Izuku really didn't want to leave his friend alone, but he didn't want for Nezu mad. Maybe he should sit it out for now. Nezu had already been an amazing teacher and did let him lie on her official document. Let's go, Midoriya. Ida urged. Yeah. Izuku agreed. He had called his mom already to pick him up. Sneaking into the home at this time would not be a good idea. Bye. He waved at Ida and Shinso as he walked out of the hospital. They didn't know the dread that he was feeling at that moment. He had never faced a disappointed mom, and he was scared. As Izuku exited the building, he saw his mom. She wasn't crying. She wasn't angry. She wasn't even disappointed. Inko Midoriya was just relieved. He was caught in a massive hug. Izuku, I'm glad you're all right, but do not ever again. She muttered. I'm sorry, Mom. Izuku said. There were two things that applied to. He was sorry that he worried and stressed her out. The other thing he was sorry about was the promise he couldn't keep. If his friends were in danger again, he would do it. That's why he wanted to become a hero. Izuku wanted to save people without getting into legal trouble. It was only luck that he wasn't in jail. He sighed as he got into the car. There was a week of no school, no hero training, and worrying for his friend. Maybe Yaoyorozu might have made a group before Nezu found out and they would go. He only hoped they wouldn't get hurt. When they got back to his house, Izuku walked upstairs and jumped on bed. He glanced at his phone to see multiple text messages. There were some from Ida and Shinso, but it was mostly Yaoyorozu. He decided to check on her texts first. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, I got the team. Yaoyorozu, it's Tsu, Uruaka, Kaminari, Siro, Kirishima and Ishido. Yaoyorozu, are you coming back? Then, an hour later. Yaoyorozu, Nezu caught us. Izuku began to type back. Midoriya, I know. Now we're all suspended. Tokoyami and Katsuki were separated. We only found Tokoyami at the Nomu location. Katsuki is somewhere else. He's probably at the bar close by. I'll tell Nezu because they don't want they to be in trouble. He turned off the phone and laid down on the bed ready to rest. This day was just too stressful and tiring. Maybe he should shower or change his clothes, but honestly he was too tired to notice or care. It was the afternoon when he woke up. Izuku had heard a furious pounding at his door, Ichi's bedroom door. It wasn't his mom he knew, so who could it be? He curiously wandered out of his bed and to the door. When he swung open his door, Izuku did not expect Kaken's face staring at him. Kaken. Izuku shouted. What? How did you get here? I escaped and beat up those villains. Kaken growled. You did that all by yourself, Izuku deadpanned. No, Kaken admitted. But I could have. You could have defeated a whole entire league of villains. Izuku asked sarcastically. Yes. It doesn't matter right now. Are you alright? Did they experiment on you? Did they hurt you? How did you get inside my house? Your mom let me in. Oh, where is she now? I don't know. She walked out somewhere. Alright. Can you fill me in with what just happened? Izuku began to walk out of the doorway and downstairs. He had slept for a while and needed to know what happened. Obviously Kaken was rescued, but what else? Who actually rescued him? Why did he come to Izuku's house? The frog girl and the tape guy got me out. Some of our annoying classmates were there too. They weren't strong enough to beat the villain, but All Might and some other heroes were there. Kaken explained. And why did you come to my house? Izuku asked. Your mom said that she'd get me food. Alright. You missed All Might fighting All for One. What? And then retiring. Why did he retire? Did something go wrong? Did All Might die? That shitty hero was killing himself with an awful skeleton body. He was lying to you. Kaken growled. Oh, Izuku wasn't sure what to think about that. He was on even terms with All Might now. Izuku was only mad with him because he just immediately dismissed him when he told him that he was quirkless. Only when he discovered that All Might was quirkless at one point, that changed his view. So the fight against All Might and All for One was on the TV. Yes. I'm going to watch it until my mom comes back. We can eat breakfast after. It's the noon, idiot. Lunch? They separate and Izuku got out his phone. How could he find the video? It was probably on the internet, somewhere. What happened to All Might last night? Izuku had watched the video. It wasn't as grand or surprising as he thought, but the video was dramatic. All Might had almost lost. That was just scary. There was no sign of Shigaraki being there, so he had no idea what happened to him. Since he was currently on a suspension, there are nothing else to do. Izuku had stopped his website, and he didn't have any homework. He could have worked on some sheets for UA. But was that really important? So what should he do? His mom was currently working, and Kaken had just left. Maybe he could go out to help people. Lifting debris or walking dogs wasn't that bad, right? This suspension was only going to be for a week. Determined, Izuku walked outside to find someone to help. He found someone right outside his door. It was Aizawa and Nezu. What were they doing here? Was this about his suspension? Midoriya, Nezu starts. Yes. Izuku asked eagerly. Is your mother here? No, she is at work. Izuku responds despondent. Alright then, do you know where the Katsukis live? They live over there. He pointed at another building. Thank you. Nezu and Aizawa thanked as they left. Izuku was a bit confused, but decided to move on. They were probably just checking up on Kaken. He looked around for someone to help. Maybe at the park he'll find someone. He walked to the nearest park. Immediately he saw someone he could help. It was a kid. He had white and red hair and seemed familiar, but not matter. It was someone he could help. Hello, Izuku said as he greeted the child. Who are you? The child asked cautiously. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm a first year at UA. You looked like you needed help. Izuku explained. I don't. Are you sure? You look lost. Izuku said unsure. Do you know where the Mellow Park is? I can walk home from there. The child reluctantly asked. I know where that is. Izuku happily exclaimed. They quietly walked down the street. He knew that the park was about a mile away. Izuku only lasted a couple of seconds before turning towards the child to talk. So, what's your name? Izuku curiously asked. Why should I tell you? That's true. Then what should I call you? Toya. Well, hello Toya. Don't tell everyone. Toya growled, embarrassed. Alright. What are you doing at the park? I was running and got lost. Are you doing a sport? No. Exercising? No. Then what? I was going somewhere. Did you tell anyone? You might have gotten in trouble. It's better than staying at home. Toya muttered. Toya? Interrupted a female's voice. Fuyumi. Toya. You had me worried. Natsuo said you went out. I just got lost a little. Toya grumbled. You shouldn't have gone out then. You're lucky that, the woman looks at him. Who are you? My name is Midoriya Izuku, he answered nervously. You're Shoto's friend, right? Shoto. As in Todoroki Shoto. Midoriya asked excitedly. Yes, he's our brother. I didn't know that Shoto had siblings. He doesn't really talk a lot. Midoriya commented. Well, now you know. Toya said. I'm not surprised that Todoroki didn't tell you about us. He's too busy training, Fuyumi sadly sighed. Oh, there was an awkward silence. Thank you for bringing Toya back. Fuyumi thanked. Just trying to help. Izuku exclaimed. The siblings left shortly after as Izuku began to walk back home. He did feel good now. This time he helped someone that wasn't a villain. It took a while to get back, but it was great for exercising. He slowly swung open his door and talked in, not expecting to see Nezu and Aizawa in his house with his mom. Why are my teachers in here? Izuku asked confused. They want you to move into a dorm room. Mom said unamused. A dorm room. We decided that UA would be safer for all students. UA is a safe place with multiple heroes protecting them. So I would be staying at the school. A building near the school. Aizawa corrected. The dorms would be closer to school and safer, Midoriya commented. He knew his mom was worried, but maybe he could convince her. No. His mom stubbornly answered. This would keep the kids more safer. Nezu reminded her. I don't trust a school that has villains after them. The USJ incident and the forest training camp were enough. I don't want to wait until my Izuku gets majorly injured. Large tears pools on the sides of her eyes. I promise you that your son will be safe. Nezu declares. The moment Izuku gets hurt, I will pull him out of school. Inko says. We will make sure that Izuku doesn't get hurt again. Aizawa assures her. I'll take your word for it. They had let Izuku decorate his dorm room, but not come to classes. It was the same for the other students that had gotten suspended. He saw Shinso and Yaoyorozu running around with large boxes. He wasn't actually sure what to put in his dorm room. He did have a lot of hero merchandise. Maybe that would work. He didn't want an empty room. It would feel uncomfortable to stay in an empty, cold room. So he got out his merchandise and got ready to work. He had hero posters, hero bed sheets, hero lamps, a hero carpets and hero action figures. They were different heroes on the posters and he placed them randomly on the walls. On the desks he placed the hero lamps on it. The books of notes he had filled the shelves under the desk where he had the hero action figures on. Now it looked like his room. Then he flopped back into his bed and wondering what to do. Should he study for the provisional hero licensing exam? Should he analyze? There was only a few more days until he would finally get back to class. Maybe he should go out to find more people to help. Yaoyorozu. I'm going out. If anyone's asking for where I am, tell them I'm at the park. Izuku exclaimed. All right. She answered. The next few days included climbing trees and getting scratched by cats. He came back to class with some bandages on his face and limbs. Izuku. What happened? Uraraka asked alarmed. Cats just have sharp claws. Izuku sheepishly commented. Settle down already, class is starting. Aizawa announced. He waited for a while until he continued. So we all know that the provisional hero license exam is coming up. These licenses will let you legally engage villains temporary. To prepare for the exam, some heroes will come in and help you guys create signature moves. Signature moves? Like All Might's Detroit Smash. Yes, like All Might's Detroit Smash. Aizawa answers. When are we doing this? Ida asked. In 5 minutes. You all have 5 minutes to change into your hero uniform. Everyone meet at the gym after you're finished changing. Aizawa ordered. They rushed out, knowing that they had multiple pieces of gear to put on. Izuku quickly threw on his costume and grabbed all his gear to put on his belt. There was only a minute left. Everyone. A minute left. Ida exclaimed, confirming his thoughts. He began to run for the gym with Ishido and Kaminari following behind. Ida rushed in front of them while Uraraka jumped over them. 30 seconds. The gym door was in sight. They all burst through the door at the same time. Oh, you made it on time. Aizawa commented. He was standing next to the door ready to close it as soon as it reached the 5-minute mark. We have a couple heroes here to give you ideas for your signature moves. Midoriya can help you guys too. These signature moves will also be graded by Nezu, so you can't slack off. We are looking for efficiently and speed. Aizawa explains. As soon as Aizawa finished explaining the assignment, the students began to go to other heroes for help. Izuku began to wonder what to do. His quirk was analysis, but there wasn't much he could do about that. If he was going to base his moves on his stunning staff or the grappling hook. For his staff he could stun his opponent and then knock them out with the staff, but that wasn't special. It wouldn't be a special move, but it would be effective and fast. What else could he do? Maybe over-analyzing this wasn't a good idea. What was one weakness that everyone has? The brain was the most vulnerable part next to the heart. If he swung the staff right on their head and stunned them, the shock would stun them long enough for Izuku to cuff the villain. It would be more efficiently that way. That might be one of his moves, but he was still a little unsatisfied. Maybe he would study the body movements of villains to see how they could move and get there instantly. It would be like Sir Night-Eye. But he could also aim for the villain's weaknesses, which would either hinder them greatly or most likely stop them. This was just in case he lost his support weapons. There would no use in creating moves with weapons that the villain broke. This would be interesting, but there are multiple other people with better and stronger quirks than him. If they were too fast, he would have to trip the person. If they were really strong, then he would have to dodge their blows and slowly stun parts of their body. Maybe this would be enough. There were plenty of more ideas, but that was for later. For now, this was enough. Izuku decided to show Aizawa for suggestions. He was also ready for the insults he was going to get for the moves. These weren't the best, but at least he could do it, right? Aizawa, can you check my signature moves? Izuku asked hesitantly. Are they good enough? Aizawa questioned. Yes. Izuku defended. Then fight me. Aizawa threw his scarf at Izuku, but he dodged it and kicked at him. As expected, Aizawa jumped over him and began to kick at him. Izuku extended his stunning staff and swung at him swiftly. It nearly kicked him, but Aizawa dodged the swing. He jumped back to see where Eraserhead's weaknesses is. Since his quirk involved his eyes, then throwing items at his eyes would stop his smooth movements and quirk use. The eyes or head would be the most vulnerable part. Izuku ran for Aizawa and swung the staff at his legs, causing him to jump, but he wasn't finished. The staff swung around in a circle, hitting the side of his head. Aizawa jumped back dazed. Since the stunning included an electric shock, hitting his head was not really a good idea. After that shock, it was easier for Izuku to defeat him. Fighting the hero was still strong since Aizawa had other moves. They both had bruises at the end, but it wasn't as bad as he thought. You improved, but what were your moves? Aizawa asked. My moves? Yes. There wasn't any change of difference. No one would know what your signature move is. They are effective, but will anyone remember them? Should I shout it out? No, it has to be different and effective. Do something with effective but new. Alright. Izuku responded disappointed. Back to brainstorming. He had only gotten one move approved by Aizawa. After the first fight, he came up with a move by using his grappling hook. When he activated the grappling hook, it would hook on the uniform of our opponent and bring the opponent towards him, or he would go towards the opponent. If he brought the opponent towards him, he could get in a trap, but if he went towards the opponent, he could kick them at high speeds. This could easily be defined as a signature move. There was only one more to come up with. They were at the Takoba National Stadium, the exam site for the Provisional Hero License exam. Class A1 looked around in awe at the large stadium. Izuku was shaking a little with nerves, but he come see others do the same. They were all worried. Remember, do your best and your strong work will pay off. Ida told them. Let's all pass. Uraraka exclaimed. Yeah. They all shouted. Aizawa sighed at his rowdy class. Aizawa! Shouted a woman. All of Class A looked towards the shout. Izuku was took off guard, but he already knew the voice from Teen V. It was Ms. Joke, the smile hero. Ms. Joke. Aizawa responded. You don't have to be so uptight. Smile Aizawa. Ms. Joke said. While they were having an one-sided conversation, Some students that followed her walked up to them. Hello. My name is Shindo from the Ketsubutsu Academy High School. It's nice to meet you. The student as he shook hands with all the students. Kaken growled, visible annoyed by the cheery attitude but still accepted his greeting. It's nice to meet you too, Midoriya said as he shook the student's hand. You guys are all so cool. I think it's awesome that you guys had to face villains and actually beat them. Shindo admired. It's not as cool as you think? Uraraka blushed. Well, you do have used this experiment to push through the competition. Especially during the exam's about to start. Get your hero uniforms on. Ms. Joke interrupted. That applies to you guys too. Aizawa looked at his kids. Good luck on the exam. Izuku exclaimed as Yue rushed to put their uniforms. You too. Shindo responded as he ran back to his school. All examiners go to the arena. Tons of people were chatting and waiting for the next announcement. Everyone had different designed gear and uniforms and Izuku couldn't help analyzing them. All the uniforms had different uses and they were usually made to help their quirk. He could use the free time for analysis since people were still coming in. The speakers on his he might amplify something. Izuku excitedly pointed at a green hero uniform. Those goggles probably help her with a sight or tech quirk. Look at those spikes. If they had a speed quirk or agility quirk they'd be great. Gloves may help with a strength quirk. Welcome to the provisional hero license, announced a voice. The face of the announcer appeared at the top of the arena. It was strong to see him but Izuku could tell he was a middle-aged man from the sound of his voice. This is the preliminary round. Only 100 students will be able to move on after this, surprise and shock exclaimed through the crowd. For this round, everyone will have a ball. To get into the safe room the student must have 3 discs. Izuku was given a small orange disc. It was plastic. He shook it and examined it. How could he steal the ball? Grappling hook. Stunning staff. This is starting in a minute. Everyone ran to different directions. Izuku gathered the students to propose his idea. We should work all together or make little groups. If we're all together, then we can help either other, but if we're in little groups, we're a smaller target. Izuku explained. Do what you want, Zuku, I'm going to do this myself. Kaken stalked away. I'll be going too. Todoroki apologized. Then we should probably do little groups. There's not that much time left, so we have to split up. Izuku said. Tokoyami and Shinso, come with me. Siro and Tsuyu would be great to steal the ball, so they should be in separate teams. They're only 15 seconds. The arena was filled with mountains, rivers and buildings to create obstacles for the students. Izuku ran towards the mountains. They were tall and had a clearing right between them. They could steal discs from the people who would walk through the mountains. When they got to the mountains, other people were waiting there. Let's sneak up on them when the round starts. Izuku whispers. Tokoyami and Shinso nod in response. The round has started. Tokoyami immediately used his quirk to grab the 2 students hiding behind the rocks. Shinso plucked the orange discs out of their hands and Tokoyami threw them. All the students looked towards the area where the students were thrown. Yue. I thought they were going through the clearing. Where's the rest of Yue? The panicking students began throwing rocks at them. Tokoyami. At Izuku's yell, Tokoyami created a shadowy shield above them. The shield blocked the rocks and objects thrown at them. Shinso stood up. Hey, he said. It's Ayu, a student. What are you doing? Are you so arrogant that you think you're going to beat us? Shinso used his quirk on them. Give any students you see all of the discs you have. Several students were hypothesized, but the ones who weren't began to use their quirks. The ground began to shake and the long-distance quirks began firing at them. Move. Izuku shouted as he used his staff to push boulders down the mountain. Shinso had already received 7 discs. Right after he took the discs, the students would snap out of his control, so they had to knock them out. He handed 2 discs to Izuku and another 2 discs to Tokoyami. Do you need my help or should I leave? Someone might steal the discs, so I'm not sure I should stay here with 3 discs already. Shinso asked hesitantly. Go should go. You already have enough discs to get to the safe room. Izuku held out a disc to Tokoyami, You should go with him. I'll find another group from U8 to help. This is only the preliminary round, so no one's judging us. Go quickly. Shinso and Tokoyami ran towards the safe room while Izuku jumped to another group. Uraraka. Izuku jumped right between her and another student, hitting the opponent with his staff. Midoriya. Uraraka exclaimed in surprise. Where everyone else? They got their discs already? Alright, the ground below them shifted and he jumped off, Uraraka following him. Oh. Izuku whipped his head around, spotting Uraraka holding her ankle. I think I sprained my ankle. I'll carry you. Izuku scooped her up and started to run. He ignored the lasers and rocks being thrown. He quickly ran behind a small mountain. Suddenly, he turned at her as she was grasping his disc. Izuku pushed her hand away. He knew that she wasn't Uraraka, since the Uraraka he knew wasn't as clumsy and wouldn't have attempted to steal his disc. The fact that she didn't try to levitate while they were falling was also a warning. Who are you? Izuku asked. What do you mean? You're not Uraraka. Where is she? So you knew, and you carried me here anyways? Well, yes. Heroes are supposed to help people, no matter who they are. Izuku explained. She started laughing as her body melted. Blonde hair came from the skin-colored goop, revealing a familiar face. It was one of Ms. Joke's students. Cammy or something. Did she have a morphing quirk? He didn't stay for long. I'll be going then. Izuku backed up. He had to find the other UH students. He snuck through the back of the mountains looking for opponents. His target stood at the top of the mountain. Izuku aimed his grappling hook at the disc on his waist. Then he launched it, grabbed the disc and pulled it back. He grabbed the disc with his left hand. What? The student looked back to find Izuku with his disc. He sprinted out from the mountain ranges, with some students following him. Izuku ran in a jagged path, dodging the lasers and shiny objects being thrown. He couldn't dodge all of the projectiles. Oh. Izuku gripped his wounded shoulder. It was definitely going to be bruised, so he needed to be more careful. Where are everyone else? Never mind. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to find them since he was wounded and could reveal their location. He only needed one more disc, just one more. Just on the road was a student with 2 discs in both hands. Izuku shot at the disc, but missed due to his hastiness. The student turned towards him and Izuku changed directions. He wasn't sure where to go now. Suddenly, a hand gripped his shoulder. Izuku turned around and quickly spotted the owner of the hand. It was the second student he aimed at. The student had to be mad. Izuku flinched as the student's hand got closer and his eyes squinted closed. Something touched his hand. He slowly opened his eyes. It was a disc. Why would he give him a disc? Hello, Izuku cautiously said. He didn't say a thing. Was he hypothesized? The 2 discs were both pushing against his hands and he took it. Apparently Shinsu's quirk still worked on them. I only need 1 disc. Izuku gave the student the another disc back and ran. The crowd of students vanished when the student grabbed his shoulder since they thought that the UH student was done for. Izuku knew it wasn't going to last for long. He snuck through the forest and buildings as he got closer to the exit. The exit door was a large white building with her slots next to it. He inserted the discs in each slot and the door opened. Izuku grinned as he entered the room. Shinso and Tokoyami were there to greet him. Hey! Izuku exclaimed. So you did make it? Shinso muttered. Of course I did. Izuku turned towards the screens. They showed multiple students attacking each other for the disc into the room. Who's here? Uraraka, Ida, Tsuyu, Shiro, Ioma, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki and Bakugo. Shinso lazily pointed at each person. Great. Izuku strolled towards Uraraka and Ida. How was your experience? Izuku. Uraraka greeted. Uraraka. Izuku chimed back. Well, I had Ida and Tsuyu on my team. I levitated all the things they threw at us while Ida sped around the took discs. Tsuyu used her tongue to grab other discs. There were so much quirks flying around. I think I even saw a cat quirk. Uraraka rambled. I know. I want to interview all these people about their quirks, but that's probably rude. I mean, the compressing quirk was so cool. I didn't know that you could compress people. The person with the rock quirk almost hit me, but how did he shape it? Did he just form it out of thin air? Izuku prattled. I don't know. Wait, something's happening. Uraraka grazed behind him. What? Izuku looked at the screen behind him. It was him running down the mountain pass, but he wasn't there. It might be Cammy. He wasn't offended by why was she running as him. Strangely, she held a 3-disc but was running away from the room. She suddenly took out sharp knives. Why did she have knives? Izuku got more suspicious, but she was just a regular student, right? Izuku? Uraraka asked. What is it? Who is in the mountain range? That's Cammy. I think she's from Ms. Joke's class. Izuku explained. Oh, they looked for their classmates in the different areas. Kaminari was knocking people out with his electricity. He was with Kirishima and Ishido. The team was good since Ishido would make her acid shield for defense. Kirishima could run around and grab the disc from the other people. The strategy worked out perfectly. Izuku didn't have to worry about them. He knew everyone in UH was going to get in, but it was interesting to see how they faced against others with different quirks. Izuku. I think Cammy is doing something bad. What do you mean? Izuku glanced at the screen looking for Cammy. She still had the appearance of Izuku. Cammy had climbed out of the arena, which was a direct violation of the rules. Midoriya Izuku, if you do not return to the arena, you will be disqualified. The announcement made him panic. That wasn't him. What was Cammy doing? How I out there? Izuku asked urgently. I'm not sure. Uraraka turned to other students and began pestering them. Yaoyorozu. I need to get out and tell them. Izuku rushed to her. I think there's a door somewhere. They searched the area, attempting to find a door. In the back, a guard stood right in front of the emergency exit. Someone is impersonating me and they're going to disqualify me. Are you sure? The guard glared at him suspiciously. I'm sure. Did you hear the announcement? Izuku looked past the guard, attempting to find an exit. I'll get another guard to thee. Izuku nodded as he waited impatiently. Another buff guy walks in and the guard pushes him toward the other guard. Where are you going? The new guard asks. Who's in charge of the judging or disqualifying? Mara of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Can you bring me to him? I can. Izuku followed the guard up the stairs. He opened the door and Izuku walked in. Suddenly he was slammed into the wall. What? Shut up, the guard growled. Izuku closed his mouth and glared. Who is this person? He could kick him, since it would take too long to get out his staff. The only problem with that was that he wasn't sure what quirk the guard had. He had to be cautious. Izuku Midoriya? Izuku widened his eyes. It had to be someone he knew. A disguise quirk. Cammy. No, it couldn't be her, she had been outside. The guard laughed insanely. You're coming with me. Blackness overtook his vision and he saw no more. Blonde hair filled his vision. Blonde hair. He looked up at a small girl with horns. Who are you? Izuku asked. She shuffled away. Are you alright? Despite being kidnapped, he was a hero. Why you shouldn't talk? The girl whispered. Why? Izuku looked around. Are you in danger? A chair with straps laid in the middle of the room. Red spots stained the walls. Billy. A table stood in the corner with mysterious instruments. This had to be a lab of a mad scientist, but why did they kidnap Izuku? Why was the girl here? Her eyes behind watering. Izuku asked. Eri, you know better than talking to him. Izuku swirled around, seeing the guard. The girl, Eri, curled up even tighter. Who are you? Izuku asked. He immediately regretted it, remembering his last memories. My name is Overhaul. He came closer. I need your mind. My mind? Izuku stepped back. Your quirk is analysis. It must come from your mind, right? He walked closer. We have took out your mind and put it in someone else. That's not how quirks work. Izuku whispered. Was Overhaul going to dissect him? What was he going to do? The guy walked closer. How do you know? Have you researched how quirks work? There's a reason why you can't transfer quirks. Quirks are made for one person. It's like sewing a stranger's arm on another person. Izuku rambled, ignoring all for one's quirk. There's no harm in trying. Overhaul glanced at the girl. I can always put you back together. Shivers crawled up his back. What do you mean? Izuku can't help his shaking. He might be dissected by this crazy guy. That's my power, he steps forwards. I can take you apart and put you back together. Izuku just knows that this will be an awful few days. Overhaul snaps his fingers and immediately, people comes in and grabbed his arms. He dragged onto the chair and strapped down. Stained brown straps hold down his wrists and ankles. Another strap holds his isti down. A scream builds up in his throat, but it doesn't come out. They talk about where to cut him and other information, but it blanks from Izuku's mind. The unknown people leave him and Eri alone in the room. "Mr.?" asked a soft voice. He struggles to turn his head but eventually sees Eri tucked away in the corner. "You can call me Izuku," he offers, uncomfortable being called Mr. He's also uncomfortable with being strapped to a chair and waiting to be dissected, but most people would. "Izuku, I'm sorry," Eri mutters. "It's not your fault," Izuku says. She shifts closer, "But he wants to use your analysis for my quirk. What do you mean?" Izuku turns to her curious. "He's brought multiple people here to examine my quirk. What's your quirk?" I can turn back time," Eri muttered. "You can turn back time." Izuku repeats, "Can't you turn back to a time where Overhaul haven't kidnapped you?" I can't control them, everything that gets close to me just disappears." "It's not your fault, Eri." Eri shakes her head. "It's always my fault. Eri, look at me." Eri turns to him. "This is not your fault. You're not the one who kidnapped me and planned to dissect me. It's Overhaul's fault." Tears held in her eyes. "But you're still hurt." "My friends will come and save us," Izuku says. "I promise." "Where is he?" "Ms. Midoriya, you have to calm down. Where is my son?" "Ms. Midoriya?" Izuku had been missing since the second round of the provisional licensing exam. The test examiners hadn't noticed until the results had come out. 2 students were missing, Midoriya Izuku and Utsushimi Kami. After the third round, Uraraka had asked the guards about Izuku, but they hadn't seen him. That led Uraraka to report this to the authorities and they called Midoriya Inko. Now they were in the detective's office. Uraraka stepped up. "I'm sorry for losing Zuku." Inko stopped shouting. "It's not your fault. But I let him go and now he's gone. You didn't kidnap him. I don't blame you. You're supposed to focus on the exam." She glared at the guards. "But the guards are supposed to protect my son. I'm sorry but we didn't see him. The important thing is we find your son." One of the guards said, "Do you know anyone who would do this?" "No, I think I know," Uraraka spoke up. "It might be the League of Villains." "The League of Villains?" Inko asked. "They're the group of villains that attacked you multiple times." Everyone glanced at the door. The speaker was a man who looked familiar. "Detective Neo Mesa." The man nodded. "Yes. Now that I'm here we can start." "Inko Midoriya, your son is the person missing?" "Yes." He takes out a phone and plugs it into the desk behind him. The footage on security cameras show a guard showing Midoriya to a room. "I don't recognize that guard," muttered one of the men. "That's because this isn't a guard. When we ran his face on our criminal database, a face came up." "You're saying a criminal took my son?" "Calm down, Ms. Midoriya. I'm not finished yet. We have the name of the suspect, but we're not sure where he is." Inko frowned. "What's the name?" "Chisaki Kai, also known as the villain Overhaul. He's a villain." Uraraka gritted her teeth. "Zuku's with a villain." The detective sighed. "Yes. He's from the Yakuza organization, but we're not sure why he took Izuku. There are no signs of reason of him kidnapping others. That just makes it worse." Inko sobs. "We have a very capable team that is going to find him. He'll be fine. I can't just sit here and wait for him to come back bruised and bleeding. I did that last time, and the time after that. You're supposed to keep him safe, but I see him come home with bruise, bandages and—" Inko wipes her tears away. Uraraka grips her arm. "Ms. Midoriya, don't forget that every single time Zuku comes back. After the USJ or the training camp, he always returns stronger. You're such a good friend to him." Inko sighs. "What can I do to help?" "Nothing for right now. We don't have a lot leads yet. Do why you think he's going to see come back?" "I don't know." Uraraka arrives in class, seeing the others chatting around. Ida waves her over. She notices Aizawa isn't here yet. They probably don't know. "Hi Ida." Uraraka muttered glumly. Ida frowned. Why are you sad? Aren't you glad you passed the exam? I'm just. Aizawa probably going to tell you, just as she says that, their sleep-deprived teacher drops in. Class, I regret that I have to inform you that your classmate, Izuku Midoriya, has been taken by villains. Aizawa shifted around in his chair. What? That idiot got kidnapped again. Katsuki. It's not his fault, Uraraka protested. The guard tricked him. What guard? Kirishima asked. Uraraka nervously bit her lips and stared at Aizawa. Was she supposed to tell them? There was an imposter, faking Zuku's identity, and he tried to tell them that it wasn't him, and that guard turned out to be a villain. Jair asked. Yeah, Todoroki frowns. Is he in immediate danger? Uraraka winced. I don't know, it got colder. They haven't gotten his brain. Izuku knew they were focused on something else, that it couldn't be good. Eri's been taken out and in, but he couldn't do anything. It wore on his muscles and mind. If he couldn't save the girl in front of him, what kind of hero is he? Every single time Eri returned, there was always a wound on her and he could never do anything about it. Eri, are you all right? Izuku glanced at Eri, stumbling next to him. Ah yes, Eri nods, sitting next to him. Good. Was it anything bad today? And no, they haven't done a lot. That's good, right? The door creaked open, a dim light lighting the room. Izuku tensed as the person strolled in. Midoriya, it's your turn. Don't do it. Eri shouted, her arms blocking his path. Overhaul frowned. Eri, are you being a bad girl? No. Just don't hurt him. Izuku can see the violent shivers rattling her body. Izuku smiles at her. It's all right, Eri. I'm going to be fine. It's G going to be B like the L last time. T going to Overhaul size. I wasn't going to hurt him, but after this incident, I might change that. This isn't her fault. You are going to hurt me no matter what. Eri, don't listen to him. Bold words from the boy strapped on a chair. Overhaul comments, strolling closer. He pushes Eri away as he reaches the chair. Izuku just glares at him, trying to ignore his heart steadily beating loud. What do you want? Izuku asks, trying to shift away. A BLD sample for now. He winces as a needle pricks his skin. It retracts after a few minutes, a bit of BLD dripping out. Overhaul steps away with a tube filled of BLD in his grip. He glares at Eri before leaving shortly. Eri climbs next to him. Izuku? Yes. Izuku held his arm still groggy from the loss of Bill. Are you alright? I'm really sorry. Yeah, I'm fine. Izuku attempted to smile, but black dots danced in his vision. Darkness hovered at the edges. You look really dizzy, Eri frowned, glancing up. Izuku shakes his head. No, it's fine. Izuku? Izuku? Eri's calls seem to drift off as his vision blurs. The wall seemed to crack, slowly getting larger. Dust flew off as specks of wood dropped off. Boop, boop, boop. Each crash making him shudder. Suddenly, the walls crumbled down. Debris clattering onto the floor. Ashes float about, drifting in the air. Izuku violently coughed from the mess. Eri, are you alright? Izuku cried, tugging at the straps. Izuku, what's happening? Eri's muffled voice echoed from the walls. I don't know. Izuku Midoriya? A familiar boomed from the crash. Mirio? Mirio's blonde hair stuck out. So you are here. Why? How did you find us? He tilted his head. Us? Eri, come out. It's fine, Izuku muttered softly, trying to calm his voice down. Izuku, are you sure? Eri's voice shook, sputtering. Yes, this is one of my friends. She stumbled out of the ruins, strands of hair matted with specks of dirt. Her white dress had brown stains, bits of red. Are you all right? Mirio pushed the rocks out of the way, trying to get to her. Eri nods, but flinched when his hand reached over. Hey, you don't have to be scared. I'll get Midoriya out first. We can all walk out together, right? Mirio smiled thinly, walking over to Izuku's chair. He grasps the binding and pulled them, completely breaking them. Izuku twisted his wrist, trying to gain feeling again. He jumped off the chair, wincing at the pain crawling up his legs. Mirio grabbed his arm, trying to steady him. He looked at Eri, ready to go. She nods and thumbling towards them. Wait, isn't Overhaul there? He must have heard us. Izuku tugged back, stumbling over a piece of debris. No, sir, is there, sir? Yes, Sir Night-Eye. He's the hero with the foresight quirk, right? Yes, he's holding the villains off with a couple other heroes. We have to get out of here before they come back. Mirio glanced at the hole in the wall. Let's go. Izuku climbed over the broken pieces of wood, thumbling out the ruins. From the distance, sounds of fighting came closer. Mirio led them towards the streets, thumping over pieces of trash and debris. Come on, we're really close, Mirio glanced back. Izuku looked ahead, seeing a small figure in front of them. Could it be a villain? A hero? Mirio. Who's that? Izuku points the figure, hidden in the shadows. I don't know. Wait here. He vanished into the ground. Eri and Izuku huddled into the corner, still watching the guy. Twing. Something clattered on the ground beside them. Izuku glanced at it, itching over to it. It looked like a bullet. He picked it up. What is it? Eri leaned over. Izuku glanced at the bullet. It seems to be serum. That looks familiar, Eri muttered, eyes glazing. I think it's a quirk serum. A quirk serum? I'm not sure. The villain slammed next to them, Mirio coming over. Let's move. Mirio picked up Eri and quickened the pace. Izuku scrambled after them, with the bullets still in hand. What could this be? If Eri was involved with it, how could it be a quirk serum? Does it give people quirks? That didn't make sense. What would the villains shoot it at them? Izuku stumbled over a rock, shaking him out of the haze. The ground rattled as another wall collapsed. Sounds of grunting and huffing echoed from the room in front of them. Sir Night-Eye and Overhaul jumped around, flipping and twirling on the walls. Mirio's eyes narrowed as Sir Night-Eye tumbled into the ground, debris flying up. Stay here, Mirio ran at Night-Eye, but the hero waved him off. You have a sidekick? Overhaul scoffed, pulling out a gun. But Sir Night-Eye clutched his arm, BLD flowing out. He kept blinking, seemingly confused. Sir? Mirio turned around, glaring at Overhaul. The villain just laughed but spotted Eri. Eri, come here. You know that all these people will just hurt if you do this. Eri doesn't listen to him. Mirio smiled at them. I can help you. Eri huddled against Izuku, still shaking. They slowly walked towards Mirio. His beat sped up as Overhaul's eyes watched them. Mirio took Eri in his grip and pushed Izuku behind him. Overhaul sighed. You never do listen. Bang. Izuku stood in front of them, a flood of red blooming out of his leg. Izuku! Eri cried. She leaped out of Mirio's grip and hugged him. It's my fault. And no, it isn't. Izuku winced at the spikes of pain running down his leg. And now stop saying that. I'm fine. Midoriya, you have a hole in your leg. That is not fine. Mirio glanced at the wound. Can you move? Why, yep, you guys leave. Night-Eye growled. Overhaul laughed. It's not like that's going to help him with his quirk. Yes, sir. Mirio swung Eri over his shoulders and held Izuku in his arms. Every jolt just made the wound sting. Rivulets of BLD trickled down his leg, splashing on the ruins below them. He started to feel lightheaded as Mirio rushed through the hallways. Izuku mumbled, Are we close? Mirio gritted his teeth. Almost. They broke through a wall and Izuku could hear mutters of people. Darkness crawled at the edges of his vision as he finally lost consciousness. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku groaned as he woke up. He rubbed his eyes, trying to get his vision working again. What? White walls, white bed, white floor, white ceiling. It must be a hospital or a mental asylum. He glanced at his leg, noticing the stitching there. The door swung open, making him jump. A man with a gray suit walked through. Midoriya. Who are you? The man smiled. I am a quirk specialist. Izuku shivered. Quirk specialist, a word he did not like. A quirk specialist told him he was quirkless. And why are you here? What about the doctors? I'm here because of the bullet. The bullet? Izuku frowned. Did the bullet have special properties? He knew that Overhaul used Eri for something. Was that the bullets? But what effect did the bullets have? Wait, what happened to Eri? The little girl that was with me and Mirio? I'm not sure about that. I'm only here to see the effects of the bullet on your quirk. What does the bullet do? There has been cases of quirk suppressant bullets that only last a couple days. Apparently these bullets are something similar. So my quirk this gone for a few days? Well, not exactly. The villain Overhaul told us that these were permanent bullets. So my quirk is gone forever. We assume so. Night I had been shot with the same bullet too. How long has it been? The man sighed. 5 days have passed. Izuku sighed. So that's it. Quirk won't work. We're not absolutely positive, which is why I'm here, but you're almost sure. Yes, maybe, it wouldn't be too bad. It wasn't like he had a quirk anyway. Nothing had to change. They didn't know that they were quirk-suppressing bullets. Did you tell anyone else? We had to tell your mom, your teacher, and your principal, that's all. He knew that Nezu and mom knew, but Aizawa probably hadn't known. The doctor frowned. They might have told others, but yes. Okay. Can I leave then? Leave. We need to check out if everything working right. You just woke up. Izuku shifted towards the edge of the bed. I'm fine, it's been a few days, right? I'm not sure about that since I'm only a quirk doctor. I'm here to check on your quirk. There might be slivers of your quirk still in you. Since we're not sure how the bullet works, there might be parts of your quirk still there, right? I don't think it affected me. The man swung around. Why, you still have your quirk? Yes, I'm pretty sure it works. How do you know? Oh, I see the information flowing into my head. You see information. It that a part of your analysis quirk. Izuku nodded. Yes. This wasn't in your file. The specialist glanced down. Since it's a vision quirk, it might be your quirk leaving. No, I'm sure that my quirk is bad and I can leave. The man sighed. I'm not in charge of that. You have to wait until the other doctor comes in. Izuku gritted his teeth. What if they found out? How would they find out anyways? It should be fine. Were the others all right? The others? Yes, Mirio and Eri. They were at the scene. I don't know. Izuku groaned and collapsed on the hospital bed. Why didn't anyone know anything? Where was the real doctor? They should be here by now. What if Mirio got hit with a bullet? That would completely ruin his career. Did Overhaul stop Night Eye? Did Eri get hurt? Izuku flinched as the door creaked open. Hello. A woman walked in, heading towards his bed. Izuku shifted back. You're the doctor. Do you know what happened with the others? Yes, I'm the doctor. The others are fine, thanks to you. The doctor glanced down. While we looked at your x-ray, something weird came up. My x-ray? Yes. Your mom asked us to do a full check since we're not sure what the villains did to you. The woman frowned. After looking at a full-body x-ray, we found something on your toe. An extra something. Izuku winced. The toe joint. It had to be the toe joint. You have an extra toe joint on your pinky toe. Aren't there some special people who have a pinky toe joint and a quirk? The doctor bit her lip. Rarely. Suddenly the door burst open. Mirio ran in, to the front of Izuku's bed. Mirio, you're not supposed to be here. The doctor attempted to stop him, but Mirio just walked through. Izuku, are you okay? I heard that you lost your quirk. I invited everyone here so they can help you. You invited everyone. Mirio frowned. I invited your classes and the teachers. My classes? What do you mean my classes? Well, the door slammed open. Tons of people walked through. Class A1, Class B1, General Educations and... Was that some of the second and third years? What are you guys doing here? Uraraka shuffled up. Well, Mirio told us that you lost your quirk, like Sir Knight. I can't believe you got kidnapped from under my nose. Uraraka, shush, don't say it's not my fault. Even if you say it, I won't believe it. I'm just glad you're alive, even if you don't have your quirk. Kaken walked up. Zuku? Even if you're quirkless, I still going to beat you. You just need to get stronger. Izuku grinned. Kaken, you care? Kaken just growled. Maybe he didn't have to lie. Nezu already knew he was quirkless, so nothing had to change. He still have all his abilities. Maybe being quirkless wasn't as bad as he thought. Izuku, are you ready? Uraraka asked. Izuku huffed as he pulled on his suit. Almost. It already started. Well, you didn't tell me. It's not like Todoroki knows when he's going to get assigned to a villain. You're right. I'll be there soon. Izuku hung up and shoved the phone into a spare pocket. Todoroki's debut was going to start soon. He raced through the door, stumbling over the doorway. It should only be 5 minutes away. Izuku ran down the streets, trying to avoid the civil lanes. A couple of people were crowded next to the building. Faint sounds of fighting echoed through the city. Suddenly a massive wave of flames rushed in front of them, along with a woman with green hair, laughing hideously. Todoroki leaped through the flames, following her on a path of ice. Izuku didn't want to distract him but couldn't help smiling at his determined expression. Zuku! Kaken! You're here too. I'm only passing by. Kaken glanced away. That guy is only blocking the road, right, Zuku? Izuku whipped around. Uraraka? You were late. Well, you didn't tell me until a few minutes ago. Todoroki looks like he's doing well, Izuku muttered, observing growing flames in the distance. Did you doubt him? Of course not, Uraraka pouted. I can't see a thing, Izuku grinned. Then let's find him. All right, we didn't come here to watch fires. Fires? Izuku yelps as Todoroki walks up to them. Oh, Todoroki. We were waiting for you. What was the fires part? Izuku rubbed his neck. We were going to go to you, but I guessed you were faster. Where's the villain? Uraraka asked. The police officers were there and took her. Kaken laughed. At least it was better than Zuku's debut. I remember that. Uraraka exclaimed. I can't believe he crashed on a fire hydrant. Let's not talk about that, Izuku flushed. Todoroki scowled and grabbed Izuku's hand. Let's just get out of here. Yeah, they ran out of the streets, laughing as the press chased them. You know you're gonna just in trouble for this, Izuku muttered. Todoroki softly smiled. So what? Izuku chuckled and just ran faster. Read the author's note for more.